Chapter 23. The Training of Zora. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
"I did not know the world was so large,"
remarked Zora as she and Mrs. Vanderpool flew east and northward on the New York-New Orleans Limited. For a long time the girl had given herself up to the sheer delight of motion. Gazing from the window, she compared the lands she passed with the lands she knew, noting the formation of the cotton, the kind and growth of the trees, the state of the roads. Then the comparisons became infinite, endless. The world stretched on until it seemed mere distance, and she suddenly realized how vast a thing it was and spoke. Mrs. Vanderpool was amused.
"It's much smaller than one would think,"
she responded. When they came to Atlanta, Zora stared and wrinkled her brows. It was her first large city. The other towns were replicas of Toomsville, strange in number, not in kind, but this was different, and she could not understand it. It seemed senseless and unreasonable, and yet so strangely so, that she was at a loss to ask questions. She was very solemn as they rode on, and night came down with dreams. She awoke in Washington to new fairylands and wonders, the endless going and coming of men, great piles that challenged heaven, and homes crowded on homes till one could not believe that they were full of living things. They rolled by Baltimore and Philadelphia, and she talked of everyday matters, of the sky which alone stood steadfast amid whirling change, of bits of empty earth that shook themselves here and there loose from their burden of men, and lay naked in the cold shining sunlight. All the while the greater questions were beating and curling and building themselves back in her brain, and above all she was wondering why no one had told her before of all this mighty world. Mrs. Vanderpool, to whom it seemed too familiar for comment, had said no word, or if she had spoken, Zora's ears had not been tuned to understand, and as they flew toward the towering ramparts of New York, she sat up big with the terror of a new thought. Suppose this world were full yet of things she did not know nor dream of. How could she find out? She must know. When finally they were settled in New York and sat high up on the Fifth Avenue front of the hotel, gradually the inarticulate questioning found words, albeit strange ones.
"It reminds me of the swamp,"
she said. Mrs. Vanderpool, just returned from a shopping tour, burst into laughter.
"It is, but I marvel at your penetration. I mean, it is moving, always moving. The swamp seemed to me unearthly still."
Yes, yes," cried Zora eagerly, brushing back the rumpled hair.
"And so did the city at first to me."
"Still? New York?"
"Yes. You see, I saw the buildings and forgot the men, and the buildings were so tall and silent against heaven. And then I came to see the people, and suddenly I knew the city was like the swamp, always restless and changing." "And more beautiful?"
suggested Mrs. Vanderpool, slipping her arms into her lounging robe.
"Oh, no, not nearly so beautiful, and yet more interesting."
Then, with a puzzled look,
"I wonder why. Perhaps it's because it's people and not things."
"It's people in the swamp," asserted Zora dreamily, smoothing out the pillows of the couch.
"Little people, I call them. The difference is, I think that there I know how the story will come out. Everything is changing, but I know how and why and from what and to what. Now here, everything seems to be happening, but what is it that is happening?" "You must know what has happened to know what may happen,"
said Mrs. Vanderpool.
"But how can I know?"
"I'll get you some books tomorrow."
"I'd like to know what it means,"
wistfully.
"It is meaningless."
The woman's cynicism was lost upon Zora, of course, but it possessed the salutary effect of stimulating the girl's thoughts, encouraging her to discover for herself.
"I think not. So much must mean something,"
she protested. Zora gathered up the clothes and things and shaded the windows. glancing the while down on the street.
"Everybody is going," she murmured. "I wonder where. Don't they ever get there? Few arrive,"
said Mrs. Vanderpool. Zora softly bent and passed her cool, soft hand over her forehead.
"Then why do they go?
The zest of the search, perhaps."
"No,"
said Zora as she noiselessly left the room and closed the door.
"No, they are searching for something they have lost. Perhaps they too are searching for the way."
And the tears blinded her eyes. Mrs. Vanderpool lay in the quiet, darkened room with a puzzled smile on her lips. A month ago she had not dreamed that human interest in anybody would take so strong a hold upon her as her liking for Zora had done. She was a woman of unusual personal charm, but her own interest and affections were seldom stirred. Had she been compelled to earn a living, she would have made a successful teacher or manipulator of men. As it was, she viewed the human scene with detached and cynical interest. She had no children, few near relations, a husband who went his way and still was a gentleman. Essentially, Mrs. Vanderpool was unmoral. She held the code of her social set with sportsmanlike honor, but even beyond this she stooped to no intrigue, because none interested her. She had all the elements of power save the motive for doing anything in particular. For the first time, perhaps, Zora gave her life a peculiar human interest. She did not love the girl, but she was intensely interested in her. Some of the interest was selfish, for Zora was going to be a perfect maid. The girl's language came to be more and more like Mrs. Vanderpool's. Her dress and taste in adornment had been Mrs. Vanderpool's first care, and it led to a curious training in art and sense of beauty, until the lady now and then found herself learner before the quick suggestiveness of Zora's mind. When Mrs. Harry Cresswell called a month or so later, the talk naturally included mention of Zora. Mary was happy and vivacious, and noted the girl's rapid development.
"I wonder what I shall make out of her?" queried Mrs. Vanderpool. "Do you know, I believe I could mold her into a lady if she were not black."
Mary Cresswell laughed. "With that hair? It has artistic possibilities. You should have seen my hairdresser's face when I told her to do it up. Her face and Zora's were a pantomime for the gods. Yet it was done. It lay in some great twisted cloud, and in that black net gown of mine Zora was simply magnificent. Her form is perfect, her height is regal, her skin is satin, and my jewels found a resting place at last. Jewels, you know, dear, were never meant for white folk. I was tempted to take her to the box at the opera and let New York break its impudent neck." Mary was shocked. "But, Mrs. Vanderpool," she protested, "is it right? Is it fair? Why should you spoil this black girl and put impossible ideas into her head? You can make her a perfect maid, but she can never be much more in America."
"She is the perfect maid now.
That's the miracle of it. She's that deft and quick and quiet and thoughtful. The hotel employees think her perfect. My friends rave. Really, I'm the most blessed of women. But do you know, I like the girl. I think of her future. It's wrong to treat her as you do. You make her an equal. Her room is one of the best and filled with books and bric-a-brac. She sometimes eats with you, is your companion, in fact. What of it? She loves to read, and I guide her while she keeps me up on the latest stuff. She can talk much better than many of my friends, and then she piques my curiosity. She's a sort of intellectual sauce that stirs my rapidly failing mental appetite. I think that as soon as I can make up my mind to spare her, I'll take her to France and marry her off in the colonies." "Well, that's possible, but one doesn't easily give up good servants. By the way, I learned from Miss Smith that the boy, Bless Alwyn, in whom Zora was so interested, is a clerk in the Treasury Department at Washington." "Indeed! I'm going to Washington this winter. I'll look him over and see if he's worth Zora, which I greatly doubt." Mrs. Cresswell pursed her lips and changed the subject. "Have you seen the Easterlys?" The ladies left their cards. They are quite impossible. Mr. Easterly calls this afternoon. I can't imagine why, but he asked for an appointment. Will you go south with Mr. Cresswell? I'm glad to hear he's entering politics."
"No, I shall do some early house hunting in Washington,"
said Mrs. Cresswell, rising as Mr. Easterly was announced. Mr. Easterly was not at home in Mrs. Vanderpool's presence. She spoke a language different from his, and she had shown a disconcerting way, in the few times when he had spoken with her, of letting the weight of the conversation rest on him. He felt very distinctly that Mrs. Vanderpool was not particularly desirous of his company, nor that of his family. Nevertheless, he needed Mrs. Vanderpool's influence just now, and he was willing to pay considerable for it. Once under obligation to him, her services would be very valuable. He was glad to find Mrs. Cresswell there. It showed that the Cresswells were still intimate, and the Cresswells were bound to him and his interests by strong ties. He bowed as Mrs. Cresswell left, and then did not beat around the bush because, in this case, he did not know how. "Mrs. Vanderpool, I need your aid." Mrs. Vanderpool smiled politely and murmured something. "We are, you know, in the midst of a rather warm presidential campaign," continued Mr. Easterly. "Yes," with polite interest. "We are going to win easily, but our majority in Congress for certain matters will depend on the attitude of Southerners, and you usually spend the winters in Washington. If now you could drop a word here and there—" "But why should I?" asked Mrs. Vanderpool. "Mrs. Vanderpool, to be frank, I know some excellent investments that your influence in this line would help. I take it you're not so rich, but that—" Mrs. Vanderpool smiled faintly. "Really, Mr. Easterly, I know little about such matters, and care less. I have food and clothes."
"Why worry with more?"
Mr. Easterly half expected this, and he determined to deliver his last shot on the run. He arose with a disappointed air. "Of course, Mrs. Vanderpool, I see how it is. You have plenty, and one can't expect your services or influence for nothing. It had occurred to me that your husband might like something political, but I presume not." "Something political?" "Yes, you see, it's barely possible, for instance, that there will be a change in the French ambassadorship. The present ambassador is old and, well, I don't know, but as I say, it's possible. Of course, though, that may not appeal to you, and I can only beg your good offices in charity if you see your way to help us. Well, I must be going."
"What is— I thought the president appointed ambassadors?"
"To be sure, but we appoint presidents," laughed Mr. Easterly. "Good day. I shall hope to see you in Washington."
"Good day,"
Mrs. Vanderpool returned absently. After he had gone, she walked slowly to Zora's room and opened the door. For a long time she stood quietly looking in. Zora was curled in a chair with a book. She was in dreamland, in a world of books builded thoughtfully for her by Mrs. Vanderpool, and before that by Miss Smith. Her work took but little of her time and left hours for reading and thinking. In that thought life, more and more her real living centered. Hour after hour, day after day, she lay buried, deaf and dumb to all else. Her heart cried, up on the world's four corners of the way, and to it came the vision splendid. She gossiped with old Herodotus, across the earth to the black and blameless Ethiopians. She saw the sculptured glories of Phidias marbled amid the splendor of the swamp. She listened to Demosthenes and walked the Appian Way with Cornelia, while all New York streamed beneath her window. She saw the drunken Goths reel upon Rome, and heard the careless Negroes yodel as they galloped to Tombsville. Paris she knew, wonderful, haunting Paris, the Paris of Clovis and St. Louis, of Louis the Great and Napoleon III, of Balzac and her own Dumas. She tasted the mud and comfort of thick old London, and the while wept with Jeremiah and sang with Deborah, Semiramis and Atala. Mary of Scotland and Joan of Arc held her dark hands in theirs, and kings lifted up their sceptres. She walked on whirls and whirls of whirls, and heard there in her little room the tread of armies, the paeans of victory, the breaking of hearts, and the music of the spheres. Mrs. Vanderpool watched her a while.
Zora,
She presently broke into the girl's absorption.
how would you like to be ambassador to France?
End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. The Education of Alwyn. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Caroline Wynne of Washington had little faith in the world and its people, nor was this wholly her fault. The world had dealt cruelly with the young dreams and youthful ambitions of the girl, partly with its usual heartlessness, partly with that cynical and deadening reserve fund which it has today for its darker peoples. The girl had bitterly resented her experiences at first. She was brilliant and well trained. She had a real talent for sculpture and had studied considerably. She was sprung from at least 3 generations of respectable mulattoes who had left a little competence which yielded her $300 or $400 a year. Furthermore, while not precisely pretty, she was good-looking and interesting, and she had acquired the marks and insignia of good breeding. Perhaps she wore her manners just a trifle consciously. Perhaps she was a little morbid that she would fail of recognition as a lady. Nor was this unnatural. Her brown skin invited a different assumption. Despite this almost unconscious mental aggressiveness, she was unusually presentable and always well-groomed and pleasant of speech. Yet she found nearly all careers closed to her. At first it seemed accidental, the luck of life. Then she attributed it to her sex, but at last she was sure that, beyond chance and womanhood, it was the color line that was hemming her in. Once convinced of this, she let her imagination play, and saw the line even where it did not exist. With her bit of property and brilliant parts, she had had many suitors, but they had been refused one after another for reasons she could hardly have explained. For years now Tom Tearswell had been her escort. Whether or not Caroline Wynne would ever marry him was a perennial subject of speculation among her friends, and it usually ended in the verdict that she could not afford it, that it was financially impossible. Nevertheless, the two were usually seen in public together, and although she often showed her quiet mastery of the situation, seldom had she snubbed him so openly as at the treble clef concert. Tearswell was furious and began to plot vengeance, but Miss Wynne was attracted by the personality of Bles Alwyn. Southern country Negroes were rare in her set, but here was a man of intelligence and keenness, coupled with an amazing frankness and modesty, and perceptibility shadowed by sorrow. The combination was, so far as she had observed, both rare and temporary, and she was disposed to watch it in this case purely as a matter of intellectual curiosity. At the door of her home, therefore, after a walk of unusual interest, she said, "I'm going to have a few friends in next Tuesday night. Won't you come, Mr. Alwyn?" And Mr. Alwyn said that he would. Next morning Miss Wynne rather repented her hasty invitation, but of course nothing could be done now. Nothing? Well, there was one thing, and she went to the telephone. A suggestion to Bles that he might profitably extend his acquaintance sent him to a certain tailor shop kept by a friend of hers. A word to the tailor guarded against the least suspicion of intrigue entering Bles's head. It turned out quite as Miss Wynne had designed. Mr. Gray, the tailor, gave Bles some points on dressing, and made him, Southern fashion, a frock-coat for dress-wear that set off his fine figure. On the night of the gathering at Miss Wynne's, Bles dressed with care, hesitating long over a necktie, but at last choosing one which he had recently purchased and which pleased him particularly. He was prompt to the minute and was consequently the first guest, but Miss Wynne's greeting was so quietly cordial that his embarrassment soon fled. She looked him over at leisure and sighed at his tie. Otherwise he was thoroughly presentable according to the strictest Washington standard. They sat down and talked of generalities. Then an idea occurring to her, she conducted the conversation by devious paths to ties, and asked Alwyn if he had heard of the fad of collecting ties. He had not, and she showed him a sofa pillow. "Your tie quite attracted me," she said. "It would make just the dash of color I need in my new pillow." "You may have it, and welcome. I'll send—" "Oh, no. A bird in the hand, you know. I'll trade you now for another I have." "Done." The exchange was soon made, Miss Wynne tying the new one herself and sticking a small carved pin in it. Bless slowly sat down again, and after a pause said, "Thank you." She looked up quickly, but he seemed quite serious and good-natured. "You see," he explained, "in the country, we don't know much about ties." The well-balanced Miss Wynne for a moment lost her aplomb, but only for a moment. "We must all learn," she replied with penetration, and so their friendship was established. The company now began to gather, and soon the double parlor held an assemblage of 25 or 30 persons. They formed a picturesque group, conventional but graceful in dress, animated in movement, full of good-natured laughter, but quite un-American in the beautiful modulation of their speaking tones, chiefly noticeable, however, to a stranger, in the vast variety of color and skin, which imparted to the throng a piquant and unusual interest. Every color was here, from the dark brown of Alwyn, who was customarily accounted black, to the pale pink-white of Miss Jones, who could pass for white when she would, and found her greatest difficulties when she was trying to pass for black. Midway between these two extremes lay the sallow pastor of the church, the creamy Miss Williams, the golden yellow of Mr. Tearswell, the golden brown of Miss Johnson, and the velvet brown of Mr. Gray. The guests themselves did not notice this. They were used to asking one's color as one asks of height and weight. It was simply an extra dimension in their world whereby to classify men. Beyond this and their hair, there was little to distinguish them from a modern group of men and women. The speech was a softened English, purely and on the whole correctly spoken, so much so that it seemed at first almost unfamiliar to Bless, and he experienced again the uncomfortable feeling of being among strangers. Then, too, he missed the loud but hearty good nature of what he had always called his people. To be sure, a more experienced observer might have noted a lively, excitable, tropical temperament, set and cast in a cold northern mold, and yet flashing fire now and then in a sudden anomalous outbursting. But Bless missed this. He seemed to have slipped and lost his bearings, and the characteristics of his simple world were rolling curiously about. Here stood a black man with a white man's voice, and yonder a white woman with a Negro's musical cadences, and yet again a brown girl with exactly Miss Cresswell's air, and yonder Miss Williams with Zora's wistful willfulness. Bless was bewildered and silent, and his great undying sorrow sank on his heart with sickening, hopeless weight. His hands got in the way, and he found no natural nook in all those wide and tastefully furnished rooms. Once he discovered himself standing by a marble statue of a nude woman, and he edged away. Then he stumbled over a rug and saved himself only to step on Miss Jones' silken train. Miss Jones' smile of pardon was wintry. When he did approach a group and listen, they seemed speaking of things foreign to him, usually of people he did not know, their homes, their doings, their daughters and their fathers. They seemed to know people intimately who lived far away. "You mean the Smiths of Boston?" asked Miss Jones. "No, of Cleveland. They're not related. I heard that McGee of St. Paul will be in the city next week with his daughter." "Yes, and the Bentleys of Chicago." Bless passed on. He was disappointed. He was full of things to say, of mighty matters to discuss. He felt like stopping these people and crying, "Oh, what of the morning? How goes the great battle for black men's rights? I have came with messages from the host to you who guard the mountain tops." Apparently they were not discussing or caring about the problem. He grew disgusted and was edging toward the door when he encountered his hostess. "Is all well with you, Mr. Alwyn?" she asked lightly. "No, I'm not enjoying myself," said Bless truthfully. "Delicious. And why not?" He regarded her earnestly. "There are so many things to talk about," he said. "Earnest things, things of importance. I think when our people—" He hesitated. Our? Was our right? But he went on, "When our people meet, we ought to talk about our situation and what to do." And Miss Wynne continued to smile. "We're all talking of it all the time," she said. He looked incredulous. "Yes, we are," she insisted. "We veil it a little and laugh as lightly as we can, but there is only one thought in this room, and that's grave and serious enough to suit even you and quite your daily topic." "But I don't understand." "Ah, there's the rub. You haven't learned our language yet. We don't just blurt into the Negro problem. That's voted bad form. We leave that to our white friends. We saunter to it sideways, touch it delicately because—" her face became a little graver, "because you see, it hurts." Bless stood thoughtful and abashed. I think I understand," he gravely said at last. "Come here," she said with a sudden turn, and they joined an absorbed group in the midst of a conversation. "Thinking of sending Jessie to Bryn Mawr?" Bless heard Miss Jones saying. "Could she pass?" "Oh, they might think her Spanish. But it's a snobbish place, and she would have to give up all her friends." Yes, Freddie could scarcely visit. The rest was lost. "Which, being interpreted," whispered Miss Wynne, "means that Bryn Mawr draws the color line while we at times surmount it." They moved on to another group. "Splendid draughtsman," a man was saying, "and passed at the head of the crowd. But of course he has no chance." "Why, it's civil service, isn't it?" "It is, but what of that? There was Watson." Miss Wynne did not pause. She whispered, "This is the tale of civil service reform and how this mighty government gets rid of black men who know too much." "But—" Bless tried to protest. "Hush," Miss Wynne commanded, and they joined the group about the piano. Tearswell, who was speaking, affected not to notice them and continued, "I tell you, it's got to come. We must act independently and not be bought by a few offices." "That's all well enough for you to talk, Tearswell. You have no wife and babies dependent on you. Why should we who have sacrifice the substance for the shadow?" You see, the judge has got the substance," laughed Tearswell. "Still, I insist, divide and conquer." "Nonsense. Unite and keep." Bless was puzzled. "They're talking of the coming campaign," said Miss Wynne. "What?" exclaimed Bless aloud. "You don't mean that anyone can advise a black man to vote the Democratic ticket?" An elderly man turned to them. "Thank you, sir," he said. "That is just my attitude. I fought for my freedom. I know what slavery is. May I forget God when I vote for traitors and slaveholders." The discussion waxed warm, and Miss Wynne turned away and sought Miss Jones. "Come, my dear," she said. "It's the problem again." They sauntered away toward a ring of laughter. The discussion thus begun at Miss Wynne's did not end there. It was on the eve of the great party conventions, and the next night Sam Stillings came around to get some crumbs from this assembly of the inner circle into which Alwyn had been so unaccountably snatched, and outside of which, despite his endeavors, Stillings lingered and seemed destined to linger. But Stillings was a patient, resolute man beneath his deferential exterior, and he saw in Bless a stepping-stone. So he began to drop in at his lodgings, and tonight invited him to the Bethel Literary. "What's that?" asked Bless. "A debating club, oldest in the city. The best people all attend." Bless hesitated. He had half made up his mind that this was the proper time to call on Miss Wynne. He told Stillings so, and told him also of the evening and the discussion. "Why, that's the subject up tonight," Stillings declared, "and Miss Wynne will be sure to be there. You can make your call later. Perhaps you wouldn't mind taking me when you call." Alwyn reached for his hat. When they arrived, the basement of the great church was filling with a throng of men and women. Soon the officers and the speaker of the evening appeared. The president was a brown woman who spoke easily and well, and introduced the main speaker. He was a tall, thin, hatchet-faced black man, clean-shaven and well-dressed, a lawyer by profession. His theme was the Democratic Party and the Negro. His argument was cool, carefully reasoned, and plausible. He was evidently feeling for the sympathy of his audience, and while they were not enthusiastic, they warmed to him gradually, and he certainly was strongly impressing them. Bless was thinking. He sat in the back of the hall, tense, alert, nervous. As the speaker progressed, a white man came in and sat down beside him. He was spectacled, with bushy eyebrows and a sleepy look, but he did not sleep. He was very observant. "Who's speaking?" he asked Bless, and Bless told him. Then he inquired about one or two other persons. Bless could not inform him, but Stillings could and did. Stillings seemed willing to devote considerable time to him. Bless forgot the man. He was almost crouching for a spring, and no sooner had the speaker, with a really fine apostrophe to independence and reason in voting, sat down, than Bless was on his feet, walking forward. His form was commanding, his voice deep and musical, and his earnestness terribly evident. He hardly waited for recognition from the slightly astonished president, but fairly burst into speech. "I am from Alabama," he began earnestly, "and I know the Democratic Party." Then he told of government and conditions in the Black Belt, of the lying oppression and helplessness of the sodden black masses. Then, turning, he reminded them of the history of slavery. Finally, he pointed to Lincoln's picture and to Sumner's, and mentioned other white friends. "And my brothers, they are not all dead yet. The gentleman spoke of Senator Smith and blamed and ridiculed him. I know Senator Smith but slightly, but I do know his sister well." Dropping to simple narrative, he told of Miss Smith and of his coming to school, and if his audience felt that great depth of emotion that welled beneath his quiet, almost hesitating address, it was not simply because of what he did say, but because, too, of the unspoken story that lay too deep for words. He spoke for nearly an hour, and when he stopped, for a moment his hearers sighed, and then sprang into a whirlwind of applause. They shouted, clapped, and waved while he sat in blank amazement, and was with difficulty forced to the rostrum to bow again and again. The spectacled white man leaned over to Stillings. "Who is he?" he asked. Stillings told him. The man noted the name and went quietly out. Miss Wynne sat lost in thought, and Tearswell beside her fumed. She was not easily moved, but that speech had moved her. If he could thus stir men and not be himself swayed, she mused, he would be invincible. But tonight he was moved as greatly as his hearers had been, and that was dangerous. If his intense belief happened to be popular, all right. But if not, she frowned. He was worth watching, she concluded, quite worth watching, and perhaps worth guiding. When Alwyn accompanied her home that night, Miss Wynne set herself to know him better, for she suspected that he might be a coming man. The best preliminary to her purpose was, she knew, to speak frankly of herself, and that she did. She told him of her youth and training, her ambitions, her disappointments. Quite unconsciously her cynicism crept to the fore, until in word and tone she had almost scoffed at many things that Alwyn held true and dear. The touch was too light, the meaning too elusive for Alwyn to grasp always the point of attack, but somehow he got the distant impression that Miss Wynne had little faith in truth and goodness and love. Vaguely shocked, he grew so silent that she noticed it and concluded she had said too much, but he pursued the subject. "Surely there must be many friends of our race willing to stand for the right and sacrifice for it." She laughed unpleasantly, almost mockingly. "Where?" "Well, there's Miss Smith." "She gets a salary, doesn't she?" "A very small one." "About as large as she could earn. North, I don't doubt." "But the unselfish work she does, the utter sacrifice." "Oh, well, we'll omit Alabama and admit the exception." "Well, here in Washington, there's your friend, the judge, who has befriended you so, as you admit." She laughed again. "You remember our visit to Senator Smith?" "Yes." "Well, it got the judge his reappointment to the school board." "He deserved it, didn't he?" "I deserved it," she said luxuriously, hugging her knee and smiling. "You see, his appointment meant mine." "Well, what of it? Didn't—" "Listen," she cut in a little sharply. "Once a young brown girl with boundless faith in white folks went to a judge's office to ask for an appointment, which she deserved. There was no one there. The benign old judge with his saintly face and white hair suggested she lay aside her wraps and spend the afternoon." Bless arose to his feet. "What did you do?" he asked. "Sit down, there's a good boy." "I said, Judge, a friend is expecting me at 2. It was then 1:30. Would I not best telephone?" "Step right into the booth," said the judge quite indulgently. Miss Wynne leaned back, and Bless felt his heart sinking, but he said nothing. "And then," she continued, "I telephoned the judge's wife that he was anxious to see her on a matter of urgent business, namely my appointment." She gazed reflectively out of the window. "You should have seen his face when I told him," she concluded, "I was appointed." But Bless asked coldly,
"Why didn't you have him arrested?"
"For what? And suppose I had?" Bless threw out his arms helplessly.
"Oh, it isn't as bad as that all over the world, is it?"
"It's worse," affirmed Miss Wynne, quietly positive.
"And you are still friendly with him?"
"What would you have? I use the world. I did not make it. I did not choose it. He is the world. Through him I earn my bread and butter. I have shown him his place. Shall I try in addition to reform? Shall I make him an enemy? I have neither time nor inclination. Shall I resign and beg or go tilting at windmills? If he were the only one, it would be different, but they're all alike." Her face grew hard. "Have I shocked you?" she said as they went toward the door.
"No,"
he answered slowly,
"but I still believe in the world."
"You are young yet, my friend," she lightly replied. "And besides, that good Miss Smith has gone and grafted a New England conscience on a tropical heart. And dear me, but it's a gorgeous misfit. Goodbye. Come again." She bowed him graciously out and paused to take the mail from the box. There was, among many others, a letter from Senator Smith. End of Chapter 24. Chapter 25. The Campaign. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Easterly sat in Mrs. Vanderpool's apartments in the New Willard, Washington, drinking tea. His hostess was saying rather carelessly,
"Do you know Mr. Vanderpool has developed a quite unaccountable liking for the idea of being ambassador to France?"
"Dear me," mildly exclaimed Mr. Easterly, helping himself liberally to cakes. "I do hope the thing can be managed, but—"
"What are the difficulties?"
Mrs. Vanderpool interrupted. "Well, first and foremost, the difficulty of electing our man. I thought that a foregone conclusion." "It was, but do you know that we're encountering opposition from the most unexpected source?" The lady was receptive, and the speaker concluded. "The Negroes."
"The Negroes?"
"Yes. There are 500,000 or more black voters in pivotal northern states, you know, and they're in revolt. In a close election, the Negroes of New York, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois choose the president."
"What's the matter?"
"Well, business interests have driven our party to make friends with the South. The South has disenfranchised Negroes and lynched a few. The darkies say we've deserted them." Mrs. Vanderpool laughed. "What extraordinary penetration!" she cried. "At any rate," said Mr. Easterly dryly, "Mr. Vanderpool's first step toward Paris lies in getting the northern Negroes to vote the Republican ticket. After that, the way is clear." Mrs. Vanderpool mused. "I don't suppose you know anyone who is acquainted with any number of these northern darkies?" continued Mr. Easterly.
"Not on my calling list,"
said Mrs. Vanderpool, and then she added more thoughtfully,
"There's a young clerk in the Treasury Department named Alwyn who has brains. He's just from the South, and I happened to read of him this morning."
Mr. Easterly read an account of the speech at the Bethel Literary. "We'll look this young man up," he decided. "He may help. Of course, Mrs. Vanderpool will probably win. We can buy these Negroes off with a little money and a few small offices. Then, if you'll use your influence for the part of the Southerners, I can confidently predict from 4 to 8 years' sojourn in Paris." Mrs. Vanderpool smiled and called her maid as Mr. Easterly went.
"Zora!"
She had to call twice, for Zora, with widened eyes, was reading the Washington Post. Meantime, in the office of Senator Smith, toward which Mr. Easterly was making his way, several members of the National Republican Campaign Committee had been closeted the day before. "Now about the niggers," the chairman had asked. "How much more brutal do they want?" "That's what's bothering us," announced a member. "It isn't the Boodle crowd that's hollering, but a new set, and I don't understand them. I don't know what they represent, nor just how influential they are." "What can I do to help you?" asked Senator Smith.
"This. You are here in Washington with these Negro office holders at your back. Find out for us just what this revolt is, how far it goes, and what good men we can get to swing the darkies into line, see?"
"Very good," the senator acquiesced. He called in a spectacled man with bushy eyebrows and a sleepy look. "I want you to work the Negro political situation," directed the senator, "and bring me all the data you can get. Personally, I'm at sea. I don't understand the Negro of today at all. He puzzles me. He doesn't fit any of my categories, and I suspect that I don't fit his. See what you can find out." The man went out, and the senator turned to his desk, then paused and smiled. One day, not long since, he had met a colored person who personified his perplexity concerning Negroes. She was a lady, yet she was black, that is, brown. She was educated, even cultured, yet she taught Negroes. She was quiet, astute, quick, and diplomatic. Everything, in fact, that Negroes were not supposed to be. And yet she was a Negro. She had given him valuable information which he had sought in vain elsewhere, and the event proved it correct. Suppose he asked Caroline Wynne to help him in this case. It would certainly do no harm, and it might elect a Republican president. He wrote a short letter with his own hand and sent it to post. Miss Wynne read the letter after Alwyn's departure with a distinct thrill which was something of a luxury for her. Evidently she was coming to her kingdom. The Republican boss was turning to her for confidential information. What do the colored people want, and who can best influence them in this campaign? She curled up on the ottoman and considered. The first part of the query did not bother her. Whatever they want, they won't get, she said decisively. But as to the man or men who could influence them to believe that they were getting or about to get what they wanted, there was a question. One by one she considered the men she knew and, by a process of elimination, finally arrived at Bless Alwyn. Why not take this young man in hand and make a Negro leader of him, a protagonist of 10 millions? It would not be unpleasant, but could she do it? Would he be amenable to her training and become worldly wise? She flattered herself that he would. And yet there was a certain steadfast look in the depths of his eyes that might prove to be sheer stubbornness. At any rate, who was better? There was a fellow, Stillings, whom Alwyn had introduced and whom she had heard of. Now he was a politician, but nothing else. She dismissed him. Of course, there was the older set of office holders and rounders, but she was determined to pick a new man. He was worth trying at any rate. She knew none other with the same build, the brains, the gifts, the adorable youth. Very good. She wrote 2 letters and then curled up to her novel and candy. Next day Senator Smith held Miss Wynne's letter unopened in his hand when Mr. Easterly entered. They talked of the campaign and various matters until at last Easterly said, "Say, there's a Negro clerk at the Treasury named Alwyn." "I know him. I had him appointed." "Good. He may help us. Have you seen this?" The senator read the clipping. "I hadn't noticed it, but here's my agent." The spectacled man entered with a mass of documents. He had papers, posters, programs, and letters. "The situation is this," he said. "A small group of educated Negroes are trying to induce the rest to punish the Republican Party for not protecting them. These men are not politicians nor popular leaders, but they have influence and are using it. The old-style Negro politicians are no match for them, and the crowd of office holders are rather bewildered. Strong measures are needed. Educated men of earnestness and ability might stem the tide, and I believe I know one such man. He spoke at a big meeting last night at the Metropolitan Church. His name is Alwyn." Senator Smith listened as he opened the letter from Caroline Wynne. Then he started. "Well," he ejaculated, looking quickly up at Easterly, "this is positively uncanny. From 3 separate sources the name of Alwyn pops up. Looks like a mascot. Call up the Treasury. Let's have him up when the subcommittee meets tomorrow." Bless Alwyn hurried up to Senator Smith's office hoping to hear something about the school, perhaps even but he stopped with a sigh and sat down in the anteroom. He was kept waiting for a few moments while Senator Smith, the chairman, and one other member of the subcommittee had a word. "Now, I don't know the young man, mind you," said the senator, "but he's strongly recommended." "What shall we offer him?" asked the chairman. "Try him at $25 a speech. If he balks, raise to $50, but no more." They summoned the young man. The chairman produced cigars.
I don't smoke,"
said Bless apologetically. "Well, we haven't anything to drink," said the chairman, but Senator Smith broke in, taking up at once the paramount interest. "Mr. Alwyn, as you know, the Democrats are making an effort to get the Negro vote in this campaign. Now, I know the disadvantages and wrongs which black men in this land are suffering. I believe the Republicans ought to do more to defend them, and I'm satisfied they will. But I doubt if the way to get Negro rights is to vote for those who took them away."
"I agree with you perfectly,"
said Bless. "I understand you do, and that you made an unusually fine speech on the subject the other night."
"Thank you, sir."
This was a good deal more than Bless had expected, and he was embarrassed. "Well, now, we think you're just the man to take the stump during September and October and convince the colored people of their real interests."
I doubt if I could, sir.
I'm not a speaker. In fact, that was my first public speech." "So much the better. Are you willing to try?"
"Why, yes, sir, but I could hardly afford to give up my position."
"We'll arrange for a leave of absence."
"Then I'll try, sir."
"What would you expect as pay?"
"I suppose my salary would stop."
"I mean, in addition to that."
"Oh, nothing, sir. I'd be glad to do the work."
The chairman nearly choked. Sitting back, he eyed the young man. Either they were dealing with a fool or else a very astute politician. If the former, how far could they trust him? If the latter, what was his game?
"Of course there'll be considerable traveling," the chairman ventured, looking reflectively out of the window. "Yes, sir, I suppose so. We might pay the railroad fare." "Thank you, sir. When shall I begin?"
The chairman consulted his calendar.
"Suppose you hold yourself in readiness for 1 week from today." "All right."
And Bless rose.
"Good day, gentlemen."
But the chairman was still puzzled.
"Now what's his game?"
he asked helplessly.
"He may be honest,"
offered Senator Smith, contemplating the door almost wistfully. The campaign progressed. The National Republican Committee said little about the Negro Revolt and affected to ignore it. The papers were silent. Underneath this calm, however, the activity was redoubled. The prominent Negroes were carefully catalogued, written to, and put under personal influence. The Negro papers were quietly subsidized, and they began to ridicule and reproach the new leaders. As the fall progressed, mass meetings were held in Washington and the small towns. Larger and larger ones were projected, and more Alwyn was pushed to the front. He was developing into a most effective speaker. He had the voice, the presence, the ideas, and above all, he was intensely in earnest. There were other colored orators with voice, presence, and eloquence, but their people knew their record and discounted them. Alwyn was new, clear, and sincere, and the black folk hung on his words. Large and larger crowds greeted him until he was the central figure in a half-dozen great Negro mass meetings in the chief cities of the country, culminating in New York the night before the election. Perhaps the secret newspaper work, the personal advice of employers and friends, and the liberal distribution of cash would have delivered a large part of the Negro vote to the Republican candidate. Perhaps, but there was a doubt. With the work of Alwyn, however, all doubt disappeared, and there was little reason for denying that the new president walked into the White House through the instrumentality of an unknown Georgia Negro, little past his majority. This is what Senator Smith said to Mr. Easterly, what Miss Wynne said to herself, and it was what Mrs. Vanderpool remarked to Zora as Zora was combing her hair on the Wednesday after the election. Zora murmured an indistinct response, as already something of the beauty of the world had found question and answer in her soul, And as she began to realize how the world had waxed old in thought and stature, so now in their last days a sense of the power of men, as set over against the immensity and force of their surroundings, became real to her. She had begun to read of the lives and doing of those called great, and in her mind a plan was forming. She saw herself standing dim within the shadows, directing the growing power of a man who would be great as the world counted greatness, rich, high in position, powerful, wonderful, because his face was black. He would never see her, never know how she worked and planned, save perhaps at last in that supreme moment as she passed, her soul would cry to his, redeemed, and he would understand. All this she was thinking and weaving, not clearly and definitely, but in great blurred clouds of thought of things, as she said slowly,
"He should have a great position for this." "Why, certainly," Mrs. Vanderpool agreed, and then curiously, "What?" Zora considered. "Negroes," she said, "have been registers of the Treasury and recorders of deeds here in Washington, and Douglas was marshal, but I want Bless." She paused and started again. "Those are not great enough for Mr. Alwyn. He should have an office so important that Negroes would not think of leaving their party again." Mrs. Vanderpool took pains to repeat Zora's words to Mr. Easterly. He considered the matter. "In one sense, it's good advice," he admitted. "But there's the South to reckon with. I'll think it over and speak to the president. Oh, yes, I'm going to mention France at the same time." Mrs. Vanderpool smiled and leaned back in her carriage. She noted with considerable interest the young colored woman who was watching her from the sidewalk, a brown, well-appearing young woman of notable self-possession. Caroline Wynne scrutinized Mrs. Vanderpool because she had been speaking with Mr. Easterly, and Mr. Easterly was a figure of political importance. That very morning Miss Wynne had telegraphed Bless Alwyn. Alwyn arrived at Washington just as the morning papers heralded the sweeping Republican victory. All about he met new deference and new friends. Strangers greeted him familiarly on the street. Sam Stillings became his shadow, and when he reported for work his chief and fellow clerks took unusual interest in him. "Have you seen Senator Smith yet?" Miss Wynne asked after a few words of congratulation. "No, what for?"
"What for?" she answered. "Go to him today. Don't fail. I shall be at home at 8 tonight." It seemed to Bless an exceedingly silly thing to do, calling on a busy man with no errand. But he went. He decided that he would just thank the senator for his interest and get out. Or, if the senator was busy, he would merely send in his card. Evidently, the senator was busy, for his waiting room was full. Bless handed the card to the secretary with a word of apology, but the secretary detained him.
Mr. Alwyn,"
he said affably. "Glad to see you. The senator will want to see you, I know.
"Wait just a minute."
And soon Bless was shaking Senator Smith's hand. "Well, Mr. Alwyn," said the senator heartily, "you delivered the goods."
"Thank you, sir. I tried to."
Senator Smith thoughtfully looked him over and drew out the letters. "Your friends, Mr. Alwyn," he said, adjusting his glasses, "have a rather high opinion of you. Here now is Stillings, who helped on the campaign. He suggests an $1,800 clerkship for you." The senator glanced up keenly and omitted to state what Stillings suggested for himself. Alwyn was visibly grateful as well as surprised.
I hoped," he began hesitatingly, "that perhaps I might get a promotion, but I had not thought of a first-class clerkship."
Senator Smith leaned back and twiddled his thumbs, staring at Alwyn until the hot blood darkened his cheeks. Then Bless sat up and stared politely but steadily back. The senator's eyes dropped, and he put out his hand for the second note. "Now, your friend, Miss Wynne," Alwyn started, "is even more ambitious." He handed her letter to the young man and pointed out the words.
"Of course, Senator," Bless read, "we expect Mr. Alwyn to be the next Register of the Treasury."
Bless looked up in amazement, but the senator reached for a third letter. The room was very still. At last he found it. "This," he announced quietly, "is from a man of great power and influence who has the ear of the new president." He smoothed out the letter, paused briefly, then read aloud. It has been suggested to me by—" The senator did not read the name. If he had, Mrs. Vanderpool would have meant little to Alwyn. "It has been suggested to me by blank that the future allegiance of the Negro vote to the Republican Party might be ensured by giving to some prominent Negro a high political position, for instance, Treasurer of the United States. Salary $6,000. Interpolated Senator Smith, and that Alwyn would be a popular and safe appointment for that position." The senator did not read the concluding sentence, which ran, "Think this over. We can't touch political conditions in the South. Perhaps this sop will do." For a long time Alwyn sat motionless while the senator said nothing. Then the young man rose unsteadily. "I don't think I quite grasp all this," he said as he shook hands. "I'll think it over." And he went out. When Caroline Wynne heard of that extraordinary conversation her amazement knew no bounds. Yet Alwyn ventured to voice doubts. "I'm not fitted for either of those high offices. There are many others who deserve more, and I don't somehow like the idea of seeming to have worked hard in the campaign simply for money or fortune. You see, I talked against that very thing." Miss Wynne's eyes widened. "Well, what else?" she began, and then changed. "Mr. Alwyn, the line between virtue and foolishness is dim and wavering, and I should hate to see you lost in that marshy borderland. By a streak of extraordinary luck, you have gained political leadership of Negroes in America. Here's your chance to lead your people, and here you stand, blinking and hesitating. Be a man." Alwyn straightened up and felt his doubts going. The evening passed very pleasantly. "I'm going to have a little dinner for you," said Miss Wynne finally, and Alwyn grew hot with pleasure. He turned to her suddenly and said, "Why, I'm rather black." She expressed no surprise, but said reflectively, "You are dark, and I've been given to understand that Miss Wynne and her set rather, well, prefer the lighter shades of colored folk." Miss Wynne laughed lightly. "My parents did," she said simply. "No dark men ever entered their house. They were simply copying the white world. Now I, as a matter of aesthetic beauty, prefer your brown velvet color to a jaundiced yellow or even an uncertain cream, but the world doesn't." "The world?" "Yes, the world, and especially America. One may be Chinese, Spaniard, even Indian, anything white or dirty white in this land, and demand decent treatment. But to be Negro or darkening toward it unmistakably means perpetual handicap and crucifixion."
"Why not then admit that you draw the color line?"
"Because I don't. But the world does. I am not prejudiced as my parents were, but I am foresighted. Indeed, it is a deep ethical query, is it not? How far one has the right to bear black children to the world in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Is it fair to the children?"
"Yes, it is," he cried vehemently. "The more to take up the fight, the surer the victory."
She laughed at his earnestness. "You are refreshing," she said. "Well, we'll dine next Tuesday, and we'll have the cream of our world to meet you." He knew that this was a great triumph. It flattered his vanity. After all, he was entering this higher dark world whose existence had piqued and puzzled him so long. He glanced at Miss Wynne beside him there in the dimly lighted parlor. She looked so aloof and unapproachable, so handsome and so elegant. He thought how she would complete a house, such a home as his prospective $4,000 or $6,000 a year could easily purchase. She saw him surveying her, and she smiled at him. "I find but one fault with you," she said. He stammered for a pretty speech, but did not find it before she continued. "Yes, you are so delightfully primitive. You will not use the world as it is, but insist on acting as if it were something else." "I'm not sure I understand." "Well, there is the wife of my judge. She is a fact in my world. In yours, she is a problem to be stated, straightened, and solved. If she had come to you, as she did to me yesterday, with her theory that all Southern Negroes needed was to learn how to make good servants and lay brick, I should have shown her," Bless tried to interject. "Nothing of the sort. You would have tried to show her and would have failed miserably. She hasn't learned anything in 20 years.
But surely you didn't join her in advocating that 10 million people be menials.
Oh, no, I simply listened.
Well, there's no harm in that. I believe in silence at times.
Ah, but I did not listen like a log, but positively and eloquently, with a nod, a half-formed word, a comment begun, which she finished. Bles frowned. As a result, continued Miss Wynne, I have a check for $500 to finish our cooking school and buy a cast of Minerva for the assembly room. More than that, I have now a wealthy friend. She thinks me an unusually clever person who, by a process of thought not unlike her own, has arrived at very similar conclusions.
But, objected Bles, if the time spent cajoling fools were used in convincing the honest and upright, think how much we would gain.
Very little. The honest and upright are a sad minority. Most of these white folk, believe me, boy, she said caressingly, are fools and knaves. They don't want truth or progress. They want to keep niggers down.
I don't believe it. There are scores, thousands, perhaps millions such, I admit. But the average American loves justice and right, and he is the one to whom I appeal with frankness and truth. Great heavens, don't you love to be frank and open?
She narrowed her eyelids. Yes, sometimes I do. Once I was. But it's a luxury few of us Negroes can afford. Then, too, I insist that it's jolly to fool them.
Don't you hate the deception?
She chuckled and put her head to one side. At first I did. But do you know, now I believe I prefer it. He looked so horrified that she burst out laughing. He laughed too. She was a puzzle to him. He kept thinking what a mistress of a mansion she would make.
Why do you say these things?
He asked suddenly. Because I want you to do well here in Washington.
General philanthropy?
No, special. Her eyes were bright with meaning.
Then you care for me?
Yes. He bent forward and cast the die.
Enough to marry me?
She answered very calmly and certainly. Yes. He leaned toward her, and then between him and her lips a dark and shadowy face. Two great storm-swept eyes looked into his out of a world of infinite pain, and he dropped his head in hesitation and shame, and kissed her hand. Miss Wynne thought him delightfully bashful. End of Chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 26. Congressman Cresswell. The election of Harry Cresswell to Congress was a very simple matter. The colonel and his son drove to town and consulted the judge. Together they summoned the sheriff and the local member of the state legislature. "I think it's about time that we Cresswells asked for a little of the political pie," the colonel smilingly opened. "Well, what do you want?" asked the judge. "Harry wants to go to Congress." The judge hesitated. "We half promised that to Caldwell," he objected. "It will be a little costly this year, too," suggested the sheriff, tentatively. "About how much?" asked the colonel. "At least 5,000," said the legislator. The colonel said nothing. He simply wrote a check, and the matter was settled. In the fall Harry Cresswell was declared elected. There were 472 votes cast, but the sheriff added a cipher. He said it would look better. Early December found the Cresswells domiciled in a small house in DuPont Circle, Washington. They had an automobile and 4 servants, and the house was furnished luxuriously. Mary Taylor Cresswell, standing in her morning room and looking out on the flowers of the square, told herself that few people in the world had cause to be as happy as she. She was tastefully gowned, in a way to set off her blonde beauty and her delicate rounded figure. She was surrounded with wealth, and above all she was in that atmosphere of aristocracy for which she had always yearned, and already she was acquiring the poise of the head and a manner of directing the servants which showed her born to the purple. She had cause to be extremely happy, she told herself this morning, and yet she was puzzled to understand why she was not. Why was she restless and vaguely ill at ease so often these days? One matter, indeed, did worry her, but that would right itself in time, she was sure. She had always pictured herself as directing her husband's work. She did not plan to step in and demand a share. She knew from experience with her brother that a woman must prove her usefulness to a man before he will admit it, and even then he may be silent. She intended gradually and tactfully to relieve her husband of care connected with his public life, so that before he realized it she would be his guiding spirit and his inspiration. She had dreamed the details of doing this so long that it seemed already done, and she could imagine no obstacle to its realization. And yet she found herself today no nearer her goal than when first she married. Not because Mr. Cresswell did not share his work, but because apparently he had no work, no duties, no cares. At first, in the dim glories of the honeymoon, this seemed but part of his delicate courtesy toward her, and it pleased her despite her thrifty New England nature. But now that they were settled in Washington, the election over, and Congress in session, it really seemed time for work and life to begin in dead earnest, and New England Mary was dreaming mighty dreams and golden futures. But Harry apparently was as content as ever with doing nothing. He arose at 10, dined at 7, and went to bed between midnight and sunrise. There were some committee meetings and much mail, but Mary was admitted to knowledge of none of these. The obvious step, of course, would be to set him at work, but from this undertaking Mary unconsciously recoiled. She had already recognized that while her tastes and her husband's were mostly alike, they were also strikingly different in many respects. They agreed in the daintiness of things, the elegance of detail, but they did not agree always as to the things themselves. Given the picture, they would choose the same frame, but they would not choose the same picture. They liked the same voice, but not the same song, the same company, but not the same conversation. Of course, Mary reflected, frowning at the flowers, of course, this must always be so when two human beings are thrown into new and intimate association. In time they would grow to sweet communion, only she hoped the communion would be on tastes nearer hers than those he sometimes manifested. She turned impatiently from the window with a feeling of loneliness. But why lonely? She idly fingered a new book on the table and then put it down sharply. There had been several attempts at reading aloud between them some evenings ago, and this book reminded her of them. She had bought Jane Addams' Newer Ideals of Peace, and he had yawned over it undisguisedly. Then he had brought this novel, and, well, she had balked at the second chapter, and he had kissed her and called her his little prude. She did not want to be a prude. She hated to seem so, and had for some time prided herself on emancipation from narrow New England prejudices. For example, she had not objected to wine at dinner. It had seemed indeed rather fine, imparting as it did an old-fashioned flavor. But she did not like the whiskey, and Harry at times appeared to become just a bit too lively, nothing excessive, of course, but his eyes and the smell and the color were a little too suggestive. And yet he was so kind and good, and when he came in at evenings he bent so gallantly for his kiss and laid fresh flowers before her. Could anything have been more thoughtful and knightly? Just here again she was puzzled with her folk. Hard work and inflexible duty were of prime importance. They were the rock foundation, and she somehow always counted on the courtesies of life as added to them, making them sweet and beautiful. But in this world, not perhaps so much with Harry as with others of his set, the depths beneath the gravely inclined head, the deferential smile and ceremonious action, The light, clever converse had sounded strangely hollow once or twice when she had essayed to sound them, and a certain fear to look and see possessed her. The bell rang, and she was a little startled at the fright that struck her heart. She did not analyze it. In reality, pride forbade her to admit it. She feared it was a call of some of Harry's friends, some languid, assured Southern ladies, perilously gowned, with veiled disdain for this interloping Northerner and her strong mind. Especially there was one from New Orleans, tall and dark. But it was no caller. It was simply someone named Stillings to see Mr. Cresswell. She went down to see him. He might be a constituent, and found a smirky brown man, very apologetic. "You don't know me, does you, Miss Cresswell?" said Stillings. He knew when it was diplomatic to forget his grammar and assume his dialect. "Why, no." "You remember I worked for Mr. Harry and served you all lunch one day." "Oh, yes. Why, yes, I remember now very well." "Well, I wants to see Mr. Harry very much. Could I wait in the back hall?" Mary started to have him wait in the front hall, but she thought better of it and had him shown back. Less than an hour later her husband entered, and she went quickly to him. He looked worn and white and tired, but he laughed her concern lightly off. "I'll be in earlier tonight," he declared. "Is the Congressional business very heavy?" He laughed so hilariously that she felt uncomfortable, which he observed. "Oh, no," he answered deftly, "not very," and as they moved toward the dining room Mary changed the subject. "Oh," she exclaimed, suddenly remembering, "there is a man, a colored man, waiting to see you in the back hall, but I guess he can wait until after lunch." They ate leisurely. "There's going to be racing out at the park this evening," said Harry. "Want to go?" "I was going to hear an art lecture at the club," Mary returned, and grew thoughtful. For here walked her ghost again. Of course the club was an affair with more of gossip than of intellectual effort, but today, largely through her own suggestion, an art teacher of European reputation was going to lecture, and Mary preferred it to the company of the racetrack, and just as certainly her husband didn't. "Don't forget the man, dear," she reminded him, but he was buried in his paper, frowning. "Look at that," he said finally. She glanced at the headlines: "Prominent Negro politician candidate for high office at hands of new administration. B. Alwyn of Alabama." "Why, it's Bles," she said, her face lightening as his darkened. "An impudent Negro," he voiced with disgust. "If they must appoint darkies, why can't they get tractable ones like my nigger Stillings?" "Stillings," she repeated. "Why, he's the man that's waiting." "Sam, is it? Used to be one of our servants, you remember. Wants to borrow money, I presume." He went downstairs, after first helping himself to a glass of whiskey and then gallantly kissing his wife. Mrs. Cresswell was more unsatisfied than usual. She could not help feeling that Mr. Cresswell was treating her about as he treated his wine, as an indulgence, a loved one, a regular one, but somehow not as the reality and prose of life, unless— She started at the thought. His life was all indulgence. Having nothing else to do, she went out and paraded the streets, watching the people who were happy enough to be busy. Cresswell and Stillings had a long conference, and when Stillings hastened away he could not forbear cutting a discreet pigeon wing as he rounded the corner. He had been promised the backing of the whole Southern delegation in his schemes. That night Teerswell called on him in his modest lodgings, where over hot whiskey and water they talked. "That damned Southern upstart," growled Teerswell, forgetting Stillings' birthplace. "Do you mean to say he's actually slated for the place?" "He's sure of it, unless something turns up." "Well, who would have dreamed it?" Teerswell mixed another stiff dram. "And that isn't all," came Sam Stillings' unctuous voice. Teerswell glanced at him. "What else?" he asked, pausing with the steaming drink poised aloft. "If I'm not mistaken, Alwyn intends to marry Miss Wynn." "You lie!" the other suddenly yelled with an oath, overturning his tumbler and striding across the floor. "Do you suppose she'd look at that black?" "Well, see here," said the astute Stillings, checking the details upon his fingers. "They visit Senator Smith's together. He takes her home from the treble clef. They say he talked to nobody else at her party. She recommends him for the campaign." "What?" Teerswell again exploded, but Stillings continued smoothly. "Oh, I have ways of finding things out. She corresponds with him during the campaign. She asks Smith to make him register, and he calls on her every night." Teerswell sat down limply. "I see," he groaned. "It's all up. She's jilted me, and I don't see as it's all up yet," Stillings tried to reassure him. "But didn't you say they were engaged?" "I think they are, but well, you know Carrie Wynn better than I do. Suppose he should lose the appointment." "But you say that's sure." "Unless something turns up." "But what can turn up?" "We might turn up something." "What? What? I tell you, man, I'd do anything to down that nigger. I hate him. If you'll help me, I'll do anything for you." Stillings arose and, carefully opening the hall door, peered out. Then he came back and, seating himself close to Teerswell, pushed aside the whiskey. "Teerswell," he whispered, "you know I was working to be Register of the Treasury. Well, now, when the scheme of making Alwyn treasurer came up, they determined to appoint a Southern white Republican and give me a place under Alwyn. Now, if Alwyn fails to land, I've got no chance for the bigger place, but I've got a good chance to be Register according to the first plan. I helped him in the campaign. I've got the Negro secret societies backing me, and I don't mind telling you, the solid Southern Congressional delegation. I'm trying now, ostensibly, for a chief clerkship under Bles, and I'm pretty sure of it. It pays $2,500. See here, if we can make Bles do some fool talking and get it into the papers, he'll be ditched and I'll be Register." "Great!" shouted Teerswell. Wait. Now, if I get the job, how would you like to be my assistant?" "Like it? Why, great Jehoshaphat, I'd marry Carrie. But how can I help you?" "This way. I want to be better known among influential Negroes. You introduce me and let me make myself solid. Especially, I must get in Miss Wynn's set so both of us can watch her and Alwyn, and make her friends ours." "I'll do it, Shake," and Stillings put his oily hand into Teerswell's nervous grip. "Now here," Stillings went on, "you stow all that jealousy and heavy tragedy. Treat Alwyn well and call on Miss Wynn as usual. See?" "It's a hard pill, but all right." "Leave the rest to me. I'm hand in glove with Alwyn. I'll put stuff into him that'll make him wave the bloody shirt at the next meeting of the Bethel Literary. See? Then I'll go to Cresswell and say, 'Dangerous nigger,' just as I told you. He'll begin to move things. You see, Cresswell is in with Smith, both directors in the big cotton combine, and Smith will call Alwyn down. Then we'll think further." "Stillings, you look like a fool, but you're a genius," and Teerswell fairly hugged him. A few more details settled and some more whiskey consumed, and Teerswell went home at midnight in high spirits. Stillings looked into the glass and scowled. "Look like a fool, do I?" he mused. "Well, I ain't." Congressman Cresswell was stirred to his first political activity by the hint given him through Stillings. He not only had a strong personal dislike for Alwyn, but he regarded the promise to him of high office as a menace to the South. The second speech which Alwyn made at the Bethel Literary was, as Stillings foresaw, a reply to the stinging criticisms of certain colored papers engineered by Teerswell, who said that Alwyn had been bribed to remain loyal to the Republicans by a $6,000 office. Alwyn had been cut to the quick, and his reply was a straight-out defense of Negro rights and a call to the Republican Party to redeem its pledges. Caroline Wynn, seeing the rocks for which her political craft was headed, adroitly steered several newspaper reports into the wastebasket, but Stillings saw to it that a circumstantial account was in the Colored American, and that a copy of this paper was in Congressman Cresswell's hands. Cresswell lost no time in calling on Senator Smith and pointing out to him that Bliss Alwyn was a dangerous Negro, seeking social equality, hating white people, and scheming to make trouble. He was too young and heady. It would be fatal to give such a man office and influence, fatal for the development of the South and bad for the cotton combine. Senator Smith was unconvinced. Alwyn struck him as a well-balanced fellow. He thought he deserved the office. He would, however, warn him to make no further speeches like that of last night. Cresswell mentioned Stillings as a good, inoffensive Negro who knew his place and could be kept track of. "Stillings is a good man," admitted Smith, "but Alwyn is better. However, I'll bear what you say in mind." Cresswell found Mr. Easterly in Mrs. Vanderpool's parlor, and that gentleman was annoyed at the news. "I especially picked out this Alwyn because he was Southern and tractable, and seemed to have sense enough to know how to say well what we wanted to say." "Well, as a matter of fact," drawled Mrs. Vanderpool, "he was simply honest." "The South won't stand it," Cresswell decisively affirmed. "Well," began Mr. Easterly. "See here," interrupted Mrs. Vanderpool, "I'm interested in Alwyn. In fact, an honest man in politics, even if he is black, piques my curiosity. Give him a chance, and I'll warrant he'll develop all the desirable traits of a first-class office holder." Easterly hesitated. "We must not offend the South, and we must placate the Negroes," he said. "The right sort of Negro, one like Stillings, appointed to a reasonable position, would do both," opined Cresswell. "It evidently didn't," Mrs. Vanderpool interjected. Cresswell arose. "I tell you, Mr. Easterly, I object. It mustn't go through." He took his leave. Mrs. Vanderpool did not readily give up her plea for Alwyn, and bade Zora get Mr. Smith on the telephone for discussion. "Well," reported Easterly, hanging up the receiver, "we may land him. It seems that he is engaged to a Washington school teacher, and Smith says she has him well in hand. She's a pretty shrewd proposition, and understands that Alwyn's only chance now lies in keeping his mouth shut. We may land him," he repeated. "Engaged?" gasped Mrs. Vanderpool. Zora quietly closed the door. End of chapter 26. Recording by Richard Gilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 27 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 27. The Vision of Zora. How Zora found the little church she never knew, but somehow, in the long dark wanderings which she had fallen into the habit of taking at nightfall, she stood one evening before it. It looked warm, and she was cold. It was full of her people, and she was very, very lonely. She sat in a back seat and saw with unseeing eye. She said again, as she had said to herself 100 times, that it was all right and just what she had expected. What else could she have dreamed? That he should ever marry her was beyond possibility. That had been settled long since. There, where the tall dark pines, wan with the shades of evening, cast their haunting shadows across the Silver Fleece, and half hid the blood-washed West. After that he would marry someone else, of course, some good and pure woman who would help and uplift and serve him. She had dreamed that she would help, unknown, unseen, and perhaps she had helped a little through Mrs. Vanderpool. It was all right, and yet why so suddenly had the threads of life let go? Why was she drifting in vast waters, in uncharted wastes of sea? Why was the puzzle of life suddenly so intricate when but a little week ago she was reading it, and its beauty and wisdom and power were thrilling her delighted hands? Could it be possible that all unconsciously she had dared dream a forbidden dream? No, she had always rejected it. When no one else had the right, when no one thought, when no one cared, she had hovered over his soul as some dark guardian angel. But now, somebody else was receiving his gratitude. It was all right, she supposed, but she, the outcast child of the swamp, what was there for her to do in the great world? Her, the burden of whose sin? But then came the voice of the preacher. "Behold the Lamb of God that taketh away the sin of the world." She found herself all at once intently listening. She had been to church many times before, but under the sermons and ceremonies she had always sat coldly inert. In the South the cries, contortions, and religious frenzy left her mind untouched. She did not laugh or mock. She simply sat and watched and wondered. At the North, in the white churches, she enjoyed the beauty of wall, windows, and hymn, like the voices and surplice of the preacher. But his words had no reference to anything in which she was interested. Here suddenly came an earnest voice, addressed by singular chance to her of all the world. She listened, bending forward, her eyes glued to the speaker's lips and letting no word drop. He had the build and look of the fanatic, thin to emancipation, brown, brilliant eyed. His words snapped in nervous energy and rang in awful earnestness. "Life is sin, and sin is sorrow. Sorrow is born of selfishness and self-seeking. Our own good, our own happiness, our own glory. As if one of us were worth a life? No, never. A single self as an end is, and ought to be, disappointment. It is too low, it is nothing. Only in the whole world of selves, infinite, endless, eternal world on worlds of selves, only in their vast good is true salvation. The good of others is our true good. Work for others, not for your salvation, but the salvation of the world." The audience gave a low, uneasy groan, and the minister, in whose pulpit the stranger preached, stirred uneasily. But he went on tensely with flying words. "Unselfishness is sacrifice. Jesus was supreme sacrifice." "Amen," screamed the voice. "In your dark lives," he cried, "who is the King of glory? Sacrifice. Lift up your heads, then, ye gates of prejudice and hate, and let the kingdom of glory come in. Forget yourselves and your petty wants, and behold your starving people. The wail of black millions sweeps the air. East and west they cry, 'Help! Help!' Are you dumb? Are you blind? Do you dance and laugh, and hear and see not? The cry of death is in the air. They murder, burn, and maim us. Oh, oh," moaned the people, swaying in their seats. "When we cry they mock us. They ruin our women and debauch our children. What shall we do? Behold the Lamb of God that taketh away sin. Behold the supreme sacrifice that makes us clean. Give up your pleasures. Give up your wants. Give up all to the weak and wretched of our people. Go down to Pharaoh and smite him in God's name. Go down to the South where we writhe, strive, work, build, hew, lead, inspire. God calls. Will you hear? Come to Jesus. The harvest is waiting. Who will cry, 'Here am I, send me'?" Zora rose and walked up the aisle. She knelt before the altar and answered the call. "Here am I, send me." And then she walked out. Above her sailed the same great stars, around her hummed the same hoarse city, but within her soul sang some new song of peace. "What is the matter, Zora?" Mrs. Vanderpool inquired, for she seemed to see in the girl's face and carriage some subtle change, something that seemed to tell how out of the dream had stepped the dreamer into the realness of things, how suddenly the seeker saw, how to the wanderer the way was opened. Just how she sensed this Mrs. Vanderpool could not have explained, nor could Zora. Was there a change? Sudden? Cataclysmic? No. There were to come in future days all the old doubts and shiverings, the old restless cry, "It is all right, all right." But more and more, above the doubt and beyond the unrest, rose the great end, the mighty ideal, that flickered and wavered, but ever grew and waxed strong, until it became possible, and through it all things were possible. Thus from the grave of youth and love, amid the soft low singing of dark and bowed worshippers, the angel of resurrection rolled away the stone. "What is the matter, Zora?" Mrs. Vanderpool repeated. Zora looked up almost happily, standing poised on her feet as if to tell of strength and purpose. "I have found the way," she cried joyously. Mrs. Vanderpool gave her a long, searching look. "Where have you been?" she asked. "I have been waiting." "I'm sorry, but I've been converted." And she told her story. "Pshaw, Zora," Mrs. Vanderpool uttered impatiently. "He's a faker." "Maybe," said Zora serenely and quietly, "but he brought the word." "Zora, don't talk cant. It isn't worthy of your intelligence." "It was more than intelligent. It was true." "Zora, listen, child. You were wrought up tonight, nervous, wild. You were happy to meet your people, and where he said one word you supplied two. What you attribute to him is the voice of your own soul." But Zora merely smiled. "All you say may be true, but what does it matter? I know one thing, like the man in the Bible, whereas I was blind, now I see." Mrs. Vanderpool gave a little helpless gesture. "And what shall you do?" she asked. "I'm going back South to work for my people." "When?" The old careworn look stole across Mrs. Vanderpool's features. Zora came gently forward and slipped her arms lovingly about the other woman's neck. "Not right off," she said gently. "Not until I learn more. I hate to leave you, but it calls." Mrs. Vanderpool held the dark girl close and began craftily: "You see, Zora, the more you know, the more you can do." "Yes." "And if you are determined, I will see that you are taught. You must know settlement work and reform movements, not simply here, but," she hesitated, "in England, in France." "Will it take long?" Zora asked, smoothing the lady's hair. Mrs. Vanderpool considered. "No, 5 years is not long. It is all too short." "5 years? It is very long, but there is a great deal to learn. Must I study 5 years?" Mrs. Vanderpool threw back her head. "Zora, I am selfish, I know, but 5 years truly is not too long. Then to Zora, we have work to do in that time." "What?" "There is Alwyn's career," and Mrs. Vanderpool looked into Zora's eyes. The girl did not shrink, but she paused. "Yes," she said slowly, "we must help him." "And after he rises?" "He will marry." "Whom?" "The woman he loves," returned Zora quietly. "Yes, that is best," sighed Mrs. Vanderpool. "But how shall we help him?" "Make him Treasurer of the United States without sacrificing his manhood or betraying his people." "I can do that," said Mrs. Vanderpool slowly. "It will cost something," said Zora. "I will do it," was the lady's firm assurance. Zora kissed her. The next afternoon Mrs. Cresswell went down to a white social settlement of which Congressman Todd had spoken, where a meeting of the Civic Club was to be held. She had come painfully to realize that if she was to have a career she must make it for herself. The plain, unwelcome truth was that her husband had no great interests in life in which she could find permanent pleasure. Companionship and love there was, and, she told herself, always would be, but in some respects their lives must flow in two streams. Last night, for the second time, she had irritated him. He had spoken almost harshly to her, and she knew she must brood or work today, and so she hunted work eagerly. She felt the atmosphere the moment she entered. There were carelessly gowned women and men, smart and shabby, but none of them were thinking of clothes, nor even of one another. They had great deeds in mind. They were scanning the earth. They were toiling for men. The same grim excitement that sends smaller souls hunting for birds and rabbits and lions had sent them hunting the enemies of mankind, and they were bent to the chase, scenting the game, knowing the infinite meaning of their hunt and the glory of victory. Mary Cresswell had listened but a half hour before her world seemed so small and sordid and narrow, so trivial, that a sense of shame spread over her. These people were not only earnest but expert. They acknowledged the need of Mr. Todd's educational bill. "But the Republicans are going to sidetrack it. I have that on the best authority," said one. "True, but can't we force them to it?" "Only by political power, and they've just won a campaign." "They won it by Negro votes, and the Negro who secured the votes is eager for this bill. He's a fine, honest fellow." "Very well, work with him, and when we can be of real service let us know. Meantime, this child labor bill is different. It's bound to pass. Both parties are back of it, and public opinion is aroused. Now our work is to force amendments enough to make the bill effective." Discussion followed, not flamboyant and declamatory, but tense, staccato, pointed. Mrs. Cresswell found herself taking part. Someone mentioned her name, and one or two glances of interest and even curiosity were thrown her way. Congressmen's wives were rare at the Civic Club. Congressman Todd urged Mrs. Cresswell to stay after the discussion and attend a meeting of the managers and workers of the Washington social settlements. "Have you many settlements?" she inquired. "Three in all, two white and one colored." "And will they all be represented?" "Yes, of course, Mrs. Cresswell. If you object to meeting the colored people—" Mrs. Cresswell blushed. "No, indeed," she answered. "I used to teach colored people." She watched this new group gather: a business man, two fashionable ladies, three college girls, a gray haired colored woman, and a young, spectacled brown man, and then, to her surprise, Mrs. Vanderpool and Zora. Zora was scarcely seated when that strange sixth sense of hers told her that something had happened, and it needed but a side glance from Mrs. Vanderpool to indicate what it was. She sat with folded hands and the old dreamy look in her eyes. In one moment she lived it all again: the red cabin, the moving oak, the sowing of the fleece, and its fearful reaping; and now, when she turned her head, she would see the woman who was to marry Bles Alwyn. She had often dreamed of her, and had set a high ideal. She wanted her to be handsome, well dressed, earnest, and good. She felt a sort of personal proprietorship in her, and when at last the quickened pulse died to its regular healthy beat, she turned and looked and knew. Caroline Wynn deemed it a part of the white world's education to participate in meetings like this. Doing so was not pleasant, but it appealed to her cynicism and mocking sense of pleasure. She always roused hostility as she entered. Her gown was too handsome, her gloves too spotless. Her air had hauteur enough to be almost impudent in the opinion of most white people. Then gradually her intelligence, her cool wit and self-possession would conquer, and she would go gracefully out, leaving a rather bewildered audience behind. She sat today with her dark gold profile towards Zora, and the girl looked and was glad. She was such a woman she would have bless Mary. She was glad, and she choked back the sob that struggled and fought in her throat. The meeting never got beyond a certain constraint. The congressman made an excellent speech. There were various sets of figures read by the workers, and Miss Wynn added a touch of spice by several pertinent questions and comments. Then, as the meeting broke up and Mrs. Cresswell came forward to speak to Zora, Mrs. Vanderpool managed to find herself near Miss Wynn and to be introduced. They exchanged a few polite phrases, fencing delicately to test the other's wrist and interest. They touched on the weather and settlement work, but Miss Wynn did not propose to be stranded on the Negro problem. "I suppose the next bit of excitement will be in the inauguration," she said to Mrs. Vanderpool. "I understand it will be unusually elaborate," returned Mrs. Vanderpool, a little surprised at the turn. Then she added pleasantly, "I think I shall see it through from speech to ball." "Yes, I do usually," Miss Wynn asserted, adjusting her furs. Mrs. Vanderpool was further surprised. Did colored people attend the ball? "We sorely need a national ballroom," she said. "Isn't the census building wretched?" "I do not know," smiled Miss Wynn. "Oh, I thought you said—" "I meant our ball." "Oh," said Mrs. Vanderpool in turn. "Oh." Here a thought came. Of course, the colored people had their own ball. She remembered having heard about it. Why not send Zora? She plunged in. "Miss Wynn, I have a maid, such an intelligent girl. I do wish she could attend your ball." Seeing her blunder, she paused. Miss Wynn was coolly buttoning her gloves. "Yes," she acknowledged politely. "Few of us can afford maids, and therefore we do not usually arrange for them. But I think we can have your protege look on from the gallery. Good afternoon." As Mrs. Vanderpool drove home she related the talk to Zora. Zora was silent at first. Then she said deliberately: "Miss Wynn was right." "Why, Zora?" "Did Helen attend the ball 4 years ago?" "But, Zora, must you folk ape our nonsense as well as our sense?" "You force us to," said Zora. Chapter 27. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 28 of the Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 28. The Annunciation. The new president had been inaugurated. Beneath the creamy pile of the old Capitol and facing the new library, he had stood aloft and looked down on a waving sea of faces, black-coated, jostling, eager-eyed fellow creatures. They had watched his lips move, had scanned eagerly his dress and the gowned and decorated dignitaries beside him, and then, with blare of band and prancing of horses, he had been whirled down the dip and curve of that long avenue, with its medley of meanness and thrift and hurry and wealth, until, swinging sharply, the dim walls of the White House rose before him. He entered with a sigh. Then the vast welter of humanity dissolved and streamed hither and thither, gaping and laughing until night, when thousands poured into the red barn of the census shack and entered the artificial fairyland within. The president walked through, smiling. The senators protected their friends in the crush, and Harry Cresswell led his wife to a little oasis of Southern ladies and gentlemen. "This is democracy for you," said he, wiping his brow. From a whirling eddy Mrs. Vanderpool waved at them, and they rescued her. "I think I am ready to go," she gasped. "Did you ever?" "Come," Cresswell invited, but just then the crowd pushed them apart and shot them along, and Mrs. Cresswell found herself clinging to her husband amid two great whirling variegated throngs of driving white-faced people. The band crashed and blared, the people laughed and pushed, and with rhythmic sound and swing the mighty throng was dancing. It took much effort, but at last the Cresswell party escaped and rolled off in their carriages. They swept into the avenue and out again, then up 14th Street, where, turning for some street obstruction, they passed a throng of carriages on a cross street. "It's the other ball," cried Mrs. Vanderpool, and amid laughter she added, "Let's go." It was the other ball, for Washington is itself and something else besides. Along beside it ever runs that dark and haunting echo, the shadowy world in world, with its accusing silence, its emphatic self-sufficiency. Mrs. Cresswell at first demurred. She thought of Elspeth's cabin, the dirt, the smell, the squalor. Of course this would be different, but well, Mrs. Cresswell had little inclination for slumming. She was interested in the underworld, but intellectually, not by personal contact. She did not know that this was a side world, not an underworld, yet the imposing building did not look sordid. "Hired?" asked someone. "No, owned." "Indeed." Then there was a hitch. "Tickets? Where can we buy them?" "Not on sale," was the curt reply. "Actually exclusive," sneered Cresswell, for he could not imagine anyone unwelcome at a Negro ball. Then he bethought himself of Sam Stillings and sent for him. In a few minutes he had a dozen complimentary tickets in his hand. They entered the balcony and sat down. Mary Cresswell leaned forward. It was interesting. Beneath her was an ordinary pretty ball, flowered, silked, and ribboned, with swaying, whirling figures, music and laughter, and all the human fun of gaiety and converse. And then she was impressed with the fact that this was no ordinary scene. It was, on the contrary, most extraordinary. There was a black man waltzing with a white woman. No, she was not white, for Mary caught the cream and curl of the girl as she swept past. But there was a white man (was he white?) and a black woman. The color of the scene was wonderful. The hard human white seemed to glow and live and run a mad gamut of the spectrum, from morn till night, from white to black, through red and somber browns, pale and brilliant yellows, dead and living blacks. Through her opera glasses Mary scanned their hair. She noted everything from the infinitely twisted, crackled, dead, and grayish black to the piled mass of red golden sunlight. Her eyes went dreaming. There below was the gathering of the worlds. She saw types of all nations and all lands swirling beneath her in human brotherhood, and a great wonder shook her. They seemed so happy. Surely this was no nether world, it was upper earth, and her husband beckoned. He had been laughing incontinently. He saw nothing but a crowd of queer looking people doing things they were not made to do, and appearing absurdly happy over it. It irritated him unreasonably. "See the washerwoman in red?" he whispered. "Look at that monkey. Come, let's go." They trooped noisily downstairs, and Cresswell walked unceremoniously between a black man and his partner. Mrs. Vanderpool recognized and greeted the girl as Miss Wynn. Mrs. Cresswell did not notice her, but she paused with a start of recognition at the sight of the man. "Why, Bles!" she exclaimed impetuously, starting to hold out her hand. She was sincerely pleased at seeing him. Then she remembered. She bowed and smiled, looking at him with interest and surprise. He was correctly dressed, and the white shirt set off the comeliness of his black face in compelling contrast. He carried himself like a man, and bowed with gravity and dignity. She passed on, heard her husband's petulant voice in her ear. "Mary, Mary, for heaven's sake, come on. Don't shake hands with niggers." It was recurring flashes of temper like this, together with evidences of dubious company and a growing fondness for liquor, that drove Mary Cresswell more and more to find solace in the work of Congressman Todd's Civic Club. She collected statistics for several of the committee, wrote letters, interviewed a few persons, and felt herself growing in usefulness and importance. She did not mention these things to her husband. She knew he would not object, but she shrank from his ridicule. The various causes advocated by the Civic Club felt the impetus of the aggressive work of the organization. This was especially the case with the National Education Bill and the amendment to the Child Labor Bill. The movement became strong enough to call Mr. Easterly down from New York. He and the inner circle went over matters carefully. "We need the political strength of the South," said Easterly, "not only in framing national legislation in our own interests, but always in state laws. Particularly, we must get them into line to offset Todd's foolishness. The Child Labor Bill must either go through unamended or be killed. The Cotton Inspection Bill, our chief measure, must be slipped through quietly by Southern votes, while in the tariff mix-up we must take good care of cotton. Now, on the other hand, we are offending the Southerners in three ways. Todd's revived Blair Bill is too good a thing for niggers. The South is clamoring for a first-classy embassy appointment, and the President's nomination of Alwyn as treasurer will raise a howl from Virginia to Texas." "There is some strong influence back of Alwyn," said Senator Smith. "Not only are the Negroes enthused, but the President has daily letters from prominent whites." "The strong influence is named Vanderpool," Easterly dryly remarked. "She's playing a bigger political game than I laid out for her. That's the devil with women. They can't concentrate. They get too damned many side issues. Now, I offer to her husband the French ambassadorship, provided she keep the Southerners feeling good towards us. She's hand in glove with the Southerners, all right, but she wants not only her husband's appointment, but this darky's too." "But that's been decided, hasn't it?" put in Smith. "Yes," grumbled Easterly, "but it makes it hard already. At any rate, the education bill must be killed right off. No more talk, no more consideration. Kill it, and kill it now. Now, about this child labor bill. Todd's Civic Club is raising the mischief. Who's responsible?" The silent Jackson spoke up. "Congressman Cresswell's wife has been very active, and Todd thinks they've got the South with them." "Congressman Cresswell's wife?" Easterly's face was one great exclamation point. "Now, what the devil does this mean?" "I'm afraid," said Senator Smith, "that it may mean an attempt on the part of Cresswell's friends to boost him for the French ambassadorship. He's the only Southerner with money enough to support the position, and there's been a good deal of quiet talk, I understand, in Southern circles." "But it's treason!" Easterly shouted. "It will ruin the plans of the Combine to put this amended child labor bill through. John Taylor has just written me that he's starting mills at Toomsville, and that he depends on unrestricted labor conditions, as we must throughout the South. Doesn't Cresswell know this?" "Of course. I think it's just a bluff. If he gets the appointment he'll let the bill drop." "I see. Everybody is raising his price, is he? Pretty soon the darky will be holding us up. Well, see Cresswell and put it to him strong. I must go. Wire me." Senator Smith presented the matter bluntly to Cresswell as soon as he saw him. Which would the South prefer, Todd's education bill or Alwyn's appointment? It was characteristic of Cresswell that the smaller matters of Stilling's intrigue should interest him more than Todd's measure, of which he knew nothing. "What is Todd's bill?" asked Harry Cresswell, darkening. Smith, surprised, got out a copy and explained. Cresswell interrupted before he was half through. "Don't you see," he said angrily, "that will ruin our plans for the cotton combine?" "Yes, I do," replied Smith, "but it will not do the immediate harm that the amended child labor bill will do." "What's that?" demanded Cresswell, frowning again. Senator Smith regarded him again. Was Cresswell playing a shrewd game? "Why," he said at length, "aren't you promoting it?" "No," was the reply. "Never heard of it." "But," Senator Smith began, and paused. He turned and took up a circular issued by the Civic Club, giving a careful account of their endeavors to amend and pass the child labor bill. Cresswell read it, then threw it aside. "Nonsense!" he indignantly repudiated the measure. "That will never do. It's as bad as the education bill." "But your wife is encouraging it, and we thought you were back of it." Cresswell stared in blank amazement. "My wife?" he gasped. Then he bethought himself. "It's a mistake," he supplemented. "Mrs. Cresswell gave them no authority to sign her name." "She's been very active," Smith persisted, "and naturally we were all anxious." Cresswell bit his lip. "I shall speak to her. She does not realize what use they are making of her passing interest." He hurried away, and Senator Smith felt a bit sorry for Mrs. Cresswell when he recalled the expression on her husband's face. Mary Cresswell did not get home until nearly dinner time. Then she came in, glowing with enthusiasm. Her work had received special commendation that afternoon, and she had been asked to take the chairmanship of the Committee on Publicity. Finding that her husband was at home, she determined to tell him. It was so good to be doing something worth while. Perhaps, too, he might be made to show some interest. She thought of Mr. and Mrs. Todd, and the old dream glowed faintly again. Cresswell looked at her as she entered the library where he was waiting and smoking. She was rumpled and muddy, with flying hair and thick walking shoes, and the air of bustle and vigor which had crept into her blood this last month. Truly her cheeks were glowing and her eyes bright, but he disapproved. Softness and daintiness, silk and lace and glimmering flesh belonged to women in his mind, and he despised Amazons and business women. He received her kiss coldly, and Mary's heart sank. She essayed some gay greeting, but he interrupted her. "What's this stuff about the Civic Club?" he began sharply. "Stuff?" she queried blankly. "That's what I said." "I'm sure I don't know," she answered stiffly. "I belong to the Civic Club and have been working with it." "Why didn't you tell me?" His resentment grew as he proceeded. "I did not think you were interested." "Did you not know that this child labor business was opposed to my interests?" "Dear, I did not dream it. It's a Republican bill, to be sure, but you seemed very friendly with Senator Smith, who introduced it. We were simply trying to improve it." "Suppose we didn't want it improved?" "That's what some said, but I did not believe such deception." The blood rushed to Cresswell's face. "Well, you will drop this bill and the Civic Club from now on." "Why?" "Because I say so," he retorted explosively, too angry to explain further. She looked at him, a long, fixed, penetrating look which revealed more than she had ever seen before, then turned away and went slowly upstairs. She did not come down to dinner, and in the evening the doctor was called. Cresswell drooped a bit after eating, hesitated, and reflected. He had acted too cavalierly in this Civic Club mess, he concluded, and yet he would not back down. He'd go see her and pet her a bit, but be firm. He opened her boudoir door gently, and she stood before him, radiant, clothed in silk and lace, her hair loosened. He paused, astonished, but she threw herself upon his neck with a joyful, half hysterical cry. "I will give it all up, everything, willingly, willingly." Her voice dropped abruptly to a tremulous whisper. "Oh, Harry, I am to be the mother of a child." End of chapter 28. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 29 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 29. A Master of Fate. "There is not the slightest doubt, Miss Wynne," Senator Smith was saying, "but that the schools of the district will be reorganized." "And the Board of Education abolished?" she added. "Yes, the power will be delegated to a single white superintendent." The vertical line in Caroline Wynn's forehead became pronounced. "Whose work is this, Senator?" she asked. "Well, there are, of course, various parties back of the change, the outs, the reformers, the whole tendency to concentrate responsibility, and so on. But frankly, the deciding factor was the demand of the South." "Is there anything in Washington that the South does not already own?" Senator Smith smiled thinly. "Not much," dryly, "but we own the South." "And part of the price is putting the colored schools of the district in the hands of a Southern man and depriving us of all voice in their control." "Precisely, Miss Wynne, but you'd be surprised to know that it was the Negroes themselves who stirred the South to this demand." "Not at all. You mean the colored newspapers, I presume." "The same, with Teerswell's clever articles. Then his partner Stillings worked the impudent Negro teacher argument on Cresswell until Cresswell was wild to get the South control of the schools." "But what do Teerswell and Stillings want?" "They want Bles Alwyn to make a fool of himself." "That is a trifle cryptic," Miss Wynne mused. The Senator amplified. "We are giving the South the Washington schools and killing the education bill in return for their support of some of our measures and their assent to Alwyn's appointment. You see, I speak frankly." "I can stand it, Senator." "I believe you can. Well, now, if Alwyn should act unwisely and offend the South, somebody else stands in line for the appointment." "As treasurer?" she asked in surprise. "Oh, no, they are too shrewd to ask for that. It would offend their backers, or shall I say their tools, the Southerners. No, they ask only to be Register and Assistant Register of the Treasury. This is an office colored men have held for years, and it is quite ambitious enough for them, so Stillings assures Cresswell and his friends." "I see," Miss Wynne slowly acknowledged. "But how do they hope to make Mr. Alwyn blunder?" "Too easily, I fear, unless you are very careful. Alwyn has been working like a beaver for the National Education Bill. He's been in to see me several times, as you probably know. His heart is set on it. He regards its passage as a sort of vindication of his defense of the party." "Yes?" "Now the party has dropped the bill for good, and Alwyn doesn't like it. If he should attack the party—" "But he wouldn't," cried Miss Wynne with a start that belied her conviction. "Do you know that he is to be invited to make the principal address to the graduates of the colored high school?" "But," she objected, "they have selected Bishop Johnson. I know you did," laughed the Senator, "but the judge got orders from higher up." "Shrewd Mr. Teerswell," remarked Miss Wynne sagely. "Shrewd Mr. Stillings," the Senator corrected, "but perhaps too shrewd. Suppose Mr. Alwyn should take this occasion to make a thorough defense of the party." "But will he?" "That's where you come in," Senator Smith pointed out, rising, "and the real reason for this interview. We're depending upon you to pull the party out of an awkward hole," and he shook hands with his caller. Miss Wynne walked slowly up Pennsylvania Avenue with a smile on her face. "I did not give him credit," she declared, repeating it. I did not give him the credit. Here I was playing an alluring game on the side, and my dear Tom transforms it into a struggle for bread and butter. For of course, if the Board of Education goes, I lose my place." She lifted her head and stared along the avenue. A bitterness dawned in her eyes. The whole street was a living insult to her. Here she was, an American girl by birth and breeding, a daughter of citizens who had fought and bled and worked for a dozen generations on the soil. Yet if she stepped into this hotel to rest, even with full purse, she would be politely refused accommodation. Should she attempt to go into this picture show, she would be denied entrance. She was thirsty with the walk, but at yonder fountain the clerk would roughly refuse to serve her. It was lunch time. There was no place within a mile where she was allowed to eat. The revolt deepened within her. Beyond these known and definite discriminations lay the unknown and the hovering. In yonder store nothing hindered the clerk from being exceptionally pert. On yonder street car the conductor might reserve his politeness for white folk. This policeman's business was to keep black and brown people in their places. All this Caroline Wynn thought of, and then smiled. This was the thing poor blind Bles was trying to attack by appeals for justice. Nonsense! Does one appeal to the red-eyed beast that throttles him? No, he composes himself, looks death in the eye, and speaks softly on the chance. Whereupon Miss Wynn composed herself, waved gaily at a passing acquaintance, and matched some ribbons in a department store. The clerk was new and anxious to sell. Meantime her brain was busy. She had a hard task before her. Alwyn's absurd conscious and quixotic ideas were difficult to cope with. After his last indiscreet talk she had ventured deftly to remonstrate, and she well remembered the conversation. "Wasn't what I said true?" he had asked. "Perfectly. Is that an excuse for saying it?" "The facts ought to be known." "Yes, but ought you to tell them?" "If not I, who?" "Someone who is less useful elsewhere, and whom I like less." "Carrie," he had been intensely earnest, "I want to do the best thing, but I'm puzzled. I wonder if I'm selling my birthright for $6,000. In case of doubt, do it." "But there's the doubt. I may convert. I may open the eyes of the blind. I may start a crusade for Negro rights." "Don't believe it. It's useless. We'll never get our rights in this land." "You don't believe that?" he ejaculated, shocked. Well, she must begin again. As she had hoped, he was waiting for her when she reached home. She welcomed him cordially, and made a little music for him, and served tea. "Bles," she said, "the opposition has been laying a pretty shrewd trap for you." "What?" he asked absently. "They're going to have you chosen as high school commencement orator." "Me? Stuff!" "You, and not stuff, but education, will be your natural theme. Indeed, they have so engineered it that the party chiefs expect from you a defense of their dropping of the education bill." "What?" "Yes, and probably your nomination will come before the speech and confirmation after." Bles walked the floor excitedly for a while, and then sat down and smiled. "It was a shrewd move," he said, "but I think I thank them for it." "I don't, but still, 'tis the sport to see the engineer hoist by his own petar." Bles mused, and she watched him covertly. Suddenly she leaned over. "Moreover," she said, "about that same date I'm liable to lose my position as teacher." He looked at her quickly, and she explained the coming revolution in school management. He did not discuss the matter, and she was equally reticent. But when he entered the doors of his lodging place, and, gathering his mail, slowly mounted the stairs, there came the battle of his life. He knew it, and he tried to wage it coolly and with method. He arrayed the arguments side by side. On this side lay success, the greatest office ever held by a Negro in America, greater than Douglas or Bruce or Lynch had held, a landmark, a living example and inspiration. A man owed the world success. There were plenty who could fail and stumble and give multiple excuses. Should he be one? He viewed the other side. What must he pay for success? Ay, face it boldly, what? Mechanically he searched for his mail and undid the latest number of the Colored American. He was sure the answer stood there in Teerswell's biting vulgar English. And there it was, with a cartoon. His master's voice. Alwyn is ordered to eat his words or get out. Watch him do it gracefully. The Republican leaders, etc. He threw down his paper and the hot blood sang in his ears. The sickening thought was that it was true. If he did make the speech demanded, it would be like a dog obedient to his master's voice. The cold sweat oozed on his face. Throwing up the window, he drank in the spring breeze and stared at the city he once had thought so alluring. Somehow it looked like the swamp, only less beautiful. He stretched his arms and his lips breathed, "Zora." He turned hastily to his desk and looked at the other piece of mail, a single sealed note, carefully written on heavy paper. He did not recognize the handwriting. Then his mind flew off again. What would they say if he failed to get the office? How they would silently hoot and jeer at the upstart who suddenly climbed so high and fell. And Carrie Wynn, poor Carrie, with her pride and position dragged down in his ruin, how would she take it? He writhed in soul. And yet to be a man, to say calmly no, to stand in that great audience and say, "My people first and last," to take Carrie's hand and together face the world and struggle again to newer, finer triumphs. All this would be very close to attainment of the ideal. He found himself staring at the little letter. Would she go? Would she, could she, lay aside her pride and cynicism, her dainty ways and little extravagances? An odd fancy came to him. Perhaps the answer to the riddle lay sealed within the envelope he fingered. He opened it. Within lay 4 lines of writing, no more, no address, no signature, simply the words: "It matters now how strait the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul." He stared at the lines. 11 o'clock, 12, 1, chimed the deep voiced clock without, before Alwyn went to bed. Miss Wynn had kept a vigil almost as long. She knew that Bles had influential friends who had urged his preferment. It might be wise to enlist them. Before she fell asleep she had determined to have a talk with Mrs. Vanderpool. She had learned from Senator Smith that the lady took special interest in Alwyn. Mrs. Vanderpool heard Miss Wynn's story next day with some inward dismay. Really the breadth and depth of intrigue in this city almost frightened her as she walked deeper into the mire. She had promised Zora that Bles should receive his reward on terms which would not wound his manhood. It seemed an easy, almost an obvious thing to promise at the time. Yet here was this rather unusual young woman asking Mrs. Vanderpool to use her influence in making Alwyn bow to the yoke. She fenced for time. "But I do not know Mr. Alwyn." "I thought you did. You recommended him highly." "I knew of him slightly in the South, and I have watched his career here." "It would be too bad to have that career spoiled now." "But is it necessary? Suppose he should defend the education bill?" "And criticize the party?" asked Miss Wynn. "It would take strong influence to pull him through." "And if that strong influence were found?" said Mrs. Vanderpool thoughtfully. "It would surely involve some other important concessions to the South." Mrs. Vanderpool looked up, and an interjection hovered on her lips. Was it possible that the price of Alwyn's manhood would be her husband's appointment to Paris? And if it were? "I'll do what I can," she said graciously, "but I'm afraid that will not be much." Miss Wynn hesitated. She had not succeeded in even guessing the source of Mrs. Vanderpool's interest in Alwyn, and without that her appeal was but blind groping. She stopped on her way to the door to admire a bronze statuette and find time to think. "You are interested in bronzes?" asked Mrs. Vanderpool. "Oh, no, I'm far too poor. But I've dabbled a bit in sculpture." "Indeed!" Mrs. Vanderpool revealed a mild interest, and Miss Wynn was compelled to depart with little enlightenment. On the way uptown she concluded that there was but one chance of success. She must write Alwyn's speech. With characteristic decision she began her plans at once. "What will you say in your speech?" she asked him that night as he rose to go. He looked at her, and she wavered slightly under his black eyes. The fight was becoming a little too desperate even for her steady nerves. "You would not like me to act dishonestly, would you?" he asked. "No," she involuntarily replied, regretting the word the moment she had uttered it. He gave her one of his rare sweet smiles, and rising before she realized his intent, he had kissed her hands and was gone. She asked herself why she had been so foolish, and yet somehow, sitting there alone in the firelight, she felt glad for once that she had risen above intrigue. Then she sighed and smiled and began to plot anew. Teerswell dropped in later and brought his friend Stillings. They found their hostess gay and entertaining. Miss Wynn gathered books about her, and in the days of April and May she and Alwyn read up on education. He marveled at the subtlety of her mind, and she at the relentlessness of his. They were very near each other during these days, and yet there was ever something between them, a vision to him of dark and pleading eyes that he constantly saw beside her cool, keen glance. And he to her was always two men, one man above men whom she could respect but would not marry, and one man like all men whom she would marry but could not respect. His devotion to an ideal which she thought so utterly unpractical aroused keen curiosity and admiration. She was sure he would fail in the end, and she wanted him to fail, and somehow, somewhere back beyond herself, her better self longed to find herself defeated, to see his mind stand firm on principle under circumstances where she believed men never stood. Deep within her she discovered at times a passionate longing to believe in somebody. Yet she found herself bending every energy to pull this man down to the level of time servers, and even as she failed, feeling something like contempt for his stubbornness. The great day came. He had her notes, her suggestion, her hints, but she had no intimation of what he would finally say. "Will you come to hear me?" he asked. "No," she murmured. "That is best," he said, and then he added slowly, "I would not like you ever to despise me." She answered sharply, "I want to despise you." Did he understand? She was not sure. She was sorry she had said it, but she meant it fiercely. Then he left her, for it was already 4 in the afternoon, and he spoke at 8. In the morning she came down early, despite some dawdling over her toilet. She brought the morning paper into the dining room and sat down with it, sipping her coffee. She leaned back and looked leisurely at the headings. There was nothing on the front page but a divorce, a revolution, and a new trust. She took another sip of her coffee and turned the page. There it was: "Colored High Schools Close. Vicious Attack on Republican Party by Negro Orator." She laid the paper aside and slowly finished her coffee. A few minutes later she went to her desk and sat there so long that she started at hearing the clock strike 9. The day passed. When she came home from school she bought an evening paper. She was not surprised to learn that the Senate had rejected Alwyn's nomination, that Samuel Stillings had been nominated and confirmed as Register of the Treasury, and that Mr. Tom Teerswell was to be his assistant. Also, the bill reorganizing the school board had passed. She wrote 2 notes and posted them as she went out to walk. When she reached home, Stillings was there, and they talked earnestly. The bell rang violently. Teerswell rushed in. "Well, Carrie?" he cried eagerly. "Well, Tom," she responded, giving him a languid hand. Stillings rose and departed. Teerswell nodded and said, "Well, what do you think of last night?" "A great speech, I hear." "A fool's speech. That speech cost him, I calculate, between $24,000 and $48,000. "Possibly he's satisfied with his bargain." "Possibly. Are you?" "With his bargain?" quickly. "Yes." "No," he pressed her, "with your bargain." "What bargain?" she parried. "To marry him." "Oh no, that's off." "Is it off?" cried Teerswell delightedly. "Good. It was foolish from the first. That black country—" "Gently," Miss Wynn checked him. "I'm not yet over the habit." "Come, see what I've bought. You know I have a salary now." He produced a ring with a small diamond cluster. "How pretty," she said, taking it and looking at it. Then she handed it back. He laughed gaily. "It's yours, Carrie. You're going to marry me." She looked at him queerly. "Am I? But I've got another ring already," she said. "Oh, send Alwyn's back." "I have. This is still another," and uncovering her hand she showed a ring with a large, beautiful diamond. He rose. "Whose is that?" he demanded apprehensively. "Mine." Her eyes met his. "But who gave it to you?" "Mr. Stillings," was the soft reply. He stared at her helplessly. "I don't understand," he stammered. "Well, to be brief, I'm engaged to Mr. Stillings." "What, to that flat headed—" "No," she coolly interrupted, "to the Register of the Treasury." The man was too dumbfounded, too overwhelmed for coherent speech. "But, come, why in God's name will you throw yourself away on such a— You're joking. You—" She motioned him to a chair. He obeyed like one in a trance. "Now, Tom, be calm. When I was a baby I loved you, but that is long ago. Today, Tom, you're an insufferable cad, and well, I'm too much like you to have 2 of us in the same family." "But Stillings," he burst forth almost in tears, "that snake, what is he?" "Nearly as bad as you, I'll admit, but he has $4,000 a year and sense enough to keep it. In truth, I need it, for thanks to your political activity my own position is gone." "But he's a damned rascal." Wounded self conceit was now getting the upper hand. She laughed. "I think he is, but he's such an exceptional rascal he appeals to me. You know, Tom, we're all more or less rascally, except one." "Except who?" he asked quickly. "Bles Alwyn." "The fool?" "Yes," she slowly agreed. "Bles Alwyn the fool and the man. But by grace of the Negro problem I cannot afford to marry a man. Hark! Some one is on the steps. I'm sure it's Bles. You'd better go now. Don't attempt to fight with him. He's very strong. Good night." Alwyn entered. He didn't notice Teerswell as he passed out. He went straight to Miss Wynn, holding a crumpled note, and his voice faltered a little. "Do you mean it?" "Yes, Bles." "Why?" "Because I'm selfish and small." "No, you are not. You want to be. But give it up, Carrie. It isn't worth the cost. Come, let's be honest and poor and free." She regarded him a moment searchingly, then a look half quizzical, half sorrowful came into her eyes. She put both her hands on his shoulders and said as she kissed his lips: "Bles, almost thou persuadest me to be a fool. Now go." End of chapter 29. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 30 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 30. The Return of Zora. I never realized before just what a lie meant, said Zora. The paper in Mrs. Vanderpool's hands fell quickly to her lap, and she gazed across the toilet table. As she gazed, that odd mirage of other days haunted her again. She did not seem to see her maid, nor the white and satin morning room. She saw, with some long inner sight, a vast hall with mighty pillars, a smooth marbled floor, and a great throng whose silent eyes looked curiously upon her. Strange carven beasts gazed on from a setting of rich barbaric splendor, and she herself, the liar, lay in rags before the golden ivory of that lofty throne whereon sat Zora. The foolish fantasy passed with the second of a time that brought it, and Mrs. Vanderpool's eyes dropped again to her paper, to those lines: "The President has sent the following nominations to the Senate: to be ambassador to France, John Vanderpool, Esquire." The first feeling of triumph thrilled faintly again until the low voice of Zora startled her. It was so low and calm it came as though journeying from great distances and weary with travel. "I used to think a lie a little thing, a convenience, but now I see. It is a great No, and it kills things. You remember that day when Mr. Easterly called?" "Yes," replied Mrs. Vanderpool faintly. "I heard all he said. I could not help it. My transom was open. And then, too, after he mentioned Mr. Alwyn's name, I wanted to hear. I knew that his appointment would cost you the embassy, unless Bles was tempted and should fall. So I came to you to say you mustn't pay the price." "And I lied," said Mrs. Vanderpool. "I told you that he should be appointed and remain a man. I meant to make him see that he could yield without great cost. But I let you think I was giving up the embassy when I never intended to." She spoke coldly, yet Zora knew. She reached out and took the white, still hands in hers, and over the lady's face again flitted that stricken look of age. "I do not blame you," said Zora gently. "I blame the world." "I am the world," Mrs. Vanderpool uttered harshly, then suddenly laughed. But Zora went on: "It bewildered me when I first read the news early this morning. The world, everything seemed wrong. You see, my plan was all so splendid. Just as I turned away from him back to my people, I was to help him to the highest. I was so afraid he would miss it and think that right didn't win in life, that I wrote him." "You wrote him? So did I." Zora glanced at her quickly. "Yes," said Mrs. Vanderpool. "I thought I knew him. He seemed an ordinary, rather priggish, opinionated country boy, and I wrote and said, oh, I said that the world is the world, take it as it is. You wrote differently, and he obeyed you." "No, he did not know it was I. I was just a voice from nowhere calling to him. I thought I was right. I wrote each day, sometimes twice, sending bits of verse, quotations, references, all saying the same thing: right always triumphs. But it doesn't, does it?" "No, it never does, save by accident." "I do not think that is quite so," Zora pondered aloud, "and I am a little puzzled. I do not belong in this world where right and wrong get so mixed. With us yonder there is wrong, but we call it wrong, mostly. Oh, I don't know. Even there things are mixed." She looked sadly at Mrs. Vanderpool, and the fear that had been hovering behind her mistress's eyes became visible. "It was so beautiful," said Zora. "I expected a great thing of you, a sacrifice. I do not blame you, because you could not do it. And yet, after this, don't you see, I cannot stay here." Mrs. Vanderpool arose and walked over to her. She stood above her in her silken morning gown, her brown and gray sprinkled hair rising above the pale, strong lined face. "Zora," she faltered, "will you leave me?" Zora answered, "Yes." It was a soft yes, a yes full of pity and regret, but a yes that Mrs. Vanderpool knew in her soul to be final. She sat down again on the lounge and her fingers crept along the cushions. "Ambassadorships come high," she said with a catch in her voice. Then, after a pause, "When will you go, Zora?" "When you leave for the summer." Mrs. Vanderpool looked out upon the beautiful city. She was a little surprised at herself. She had found herself willing to sacrifice almost anything for Zora. No living soul had ever raised in her so deep an affection, and yet she knew now that, although the cost was great, she was willing to sacrifice Zora for Paris. After all, it was not too late. A rapid ride, even now, might secure high office for Alwyn, and make Cresswell ambassador. It would be difficult, but possible. But she had not the slightest inclination to attempt it, and she said aloud, half mockingly: "You are right, Zora. I promised, and I lied. Liars have no place in heaven, and heaven is doubtless a beautiful place. But oh, Zora, you haven't seen Paris." 2 months later they parted simply, knowing well it was forever. Mrs. Vanderpool wrote a check. "Use this in your work," she said. "Miss Smith asked for it long ago. It is my campaign contribution." Zora smiled and thanked her. As she put the sealed envelope in her trunk her hand came in contact with a long untouched package. Zora took it out silently and opened it, and the beauty of it lightened the room. "It's the Silver Fleece," said Zora, and Mrs. Vanderpool kissed her and went. Zora walked alone to the vaulted station. She did not try to buy a Pullman ticket, although the journey was 36 hours. She knew it would be difficult, if not impossible, and she preferred to share the lot of her people. Once on the foremost car, she leaned back and looked. The car seemed clean and comfortable, but strangely short. Then she realized that half of it was cut off for the white smokers, and as the door swung, whiffs of the smoke came in. But she was content, for she was almost alone. It was 18 little months ago that she had ridden up to the world with widening eyes. In that time what had happened? Everything. How well she remembered her coming, the first reflection of yonder gilded dome, and the soaring of the Capitol, the swelling of her heart with inarticulate wonder, the pain of the thirst to know and understand. She did not know much now, but she had learned how to find things out. She did not understand all, but some things she... "Ticket?" The tone was harsh and abrupt. Zora started. She had always noted how polite conductors were to her and Mrs. Vanderpool. Was it simply because Mrs. Vanderpool was evidently a great and rich lady? She held up her ticket and he snatched it from her, muttering some direction. "I beg your pardon?" she said. "Change at Charlotte," he snapped as he went on. It seemed to Zora that his discourtesy was almost forced, that he was afraid he might be betrayed into some show of consideration for a black woman. She felt no anger. She simply wondered what he feared. The increasing smell of tobacco smoke started her coughing. She turned. To be sure, not only was the door to the smoker standing open, but a white passenger was in her car, sitting by the conductor and puffing heartily. As the black porter passed her, she said gently: "Is smoking allowed in here?" "It ain't none of my business." He flung back at her and moved away. All day white men passed back and forward through the car as through a thoroughfare. They talked loudly and laughed and joked, and if they did not smoke they carried their lighted cigars. At her they stared and made comments, and one of them came and lounged almost over her seat, inquiring where she was going. She did not reply. She neither looked nor stirred, but kept whispering to herself with something like awe, "This is what they must endure, my poor people." At Lynchburg a newsboy boarded the train with his wares. The conductor had already appropriated 2 seats for himself, and the newsboy routed out 2 colored passengers and usurped 2 other seats. Then he began to be especially annoying. He joked and wrestled with the porter, and on every occasion pushed his wares at Zora, insisting on her buying. "Ain't you got no money?" he asked. "Where are you going?" "Say," he whispered another time, "don't you want to buy these gold spectacles? I found 'em, and I dassn't sell 'em open, see? They're worth $10. Take 'em for $1." Zora sat still, keeping her eyes on the window, but her hands worked nervously, and when he threw a book with a picture of a man and half-dressed woman directly under her eyes, she took it and dropped it out the window. The boy started to storm and demanded pay, while the conductor glared at her, but a white man in the conductor's seat whispered something, and the row suddenly stopped. A gang of colored section hands got on, dirty and loud. They sprawled about and smoked, drank, and bought candy and cheap gewgaws. They eyed her respectfully, and with one of them she talked a little as he awkwardly fingered his cap. As the day wore on Zora found herself strangely weary. It was not simply the unpleasant things that kept happening, but the continued apprehension of unknown possibilities. Then, too, she began to realize that she had had nothing to eat. Traveling with Mrs. Vanderpool, there was always a dainty lunch to be had at call. She did not expect this, but she asked the porter, "Do you know where I can get a lunch?" "Search me," he answered, lounging into a seat. "Ain't no chance betwixt here and Danville as I know on." Zora viewed her plight with a certain dismay. 12 hours without food. How foolish of her not to have thought of this. The hours passed. She turned desperately to the gruff conductor. "Could I buy a lunch from the dining car?" she inquired. "No," was the curt reply. She made herself as comfortable as she could and tried to put the matter from her mind. She remembered how, forgotten years ago, she had often gone a day without eating and thought little of it. Night came slowly, and she fell to dreaming until the cry came, "Charlotte, change cars." She scrambled out. There was no step to the platform. Her bag was heavy, and the porter was busy helping the white folks to alight. She saw a dingy lunchroom marked "Colored," but she had no time to go to it, for her train was ready. There was another colored porter on this, and he was very polite and affable. "Yes, miss, certainly I'll fetch you a lunch. Plenty of time." And he did. It did not look clean, but Zora was ravenous. The white smoker now had few occupants, but the white train crew proceeded to use the colored coach as a lounging room and sleeping car. There was no passenger except Zora. They took off their coats, stretched themselves on the seats, and exchanged jokes, but Zora was too tired to notice much, and she was dozing wearily when she felt a touch on the arm and found the porter in the seat beside her, with his arm thrown familiarly behind her along the top of the back. She rose abruptly to her feet, and he started up. "I beg pardon," he said, grinning. Zora sat slowly down as he got up and left. She determined to sleep no more. Yet a vast vision sank on her weary spirit, the vision of a dark cloud that dropped and dropped upon her, and lay as lead along her straining shoulders. She must lift it, she knew, though it were big as a world, and she put her strength to it and groaned as the porter cried in the ghostly morning light, "Atlanta, all change." Away yonder at the school near Toomsville, Miss Smith sat waiting for the coming of Zora, absently attending to the duties of the office. Dark little heads and hands bobbed by, and soft voices called, "Miss Smith, I wants a penny pencil. Miss Smith, is you got a speller for 10 cents? Miss Smith, Mammy says please let me come to school this week, and she'll sure pay Saturday." Yet the little voices that summoned her back to earth were less clamorous than in other years, for the school was far from full, and Miss Smith observed the falling off with grave eyes. The condition was patently the result of the cotton corner and the subsequent manipulation. When cotton rose, the tenants had already sold their cotton. When cotton fell, the landlords squeezed the rations and lowered the wages. When cotton rose again, up went the new spring rent contracts. So it was that the bewildered black serf dawdled in listless inability to understand. The Cresswells in their new wealth, the Maxwells and Tollivers in the new pinch of poverty, stretched long arms to gather in the tenants and their children. Excuse after excuse came to the school. "I can't send the childrens this term, Miss Smith. Dey has to work." "Mr. Cresswell won't allow Will to go to school this term." "Mr. Tolliver done put Sam in the field." And so Miss Smith contemplated many empty desks. Slowly a sort of fatal inaction seized her. The school went on. Daily the dark little clouds of scholars rose up from hill and vale and settled in the white buildings. The hum of voices and the busy movements of industrious teachers filled the day. The office work went on methodically, but back of it all Miss Smith sat half hopeless. It cost $5,000 a year to run the school, and this sum she raised with increasingly greater difficulty. Extra and heart straining effort had been needed to raise the $800 additional for interest money on the mortgage last year. Next year it might have to come out of the regular income, and thus cut off 2 teachers. Beyond all this, the raising of $10,000 to satisfy the mortgage seemed simply impossible, and Miss Smith sat in fatal resignation, awaiting the coming day. "It's the Lord's work. I've done what I could. I guess if He wants it to go on, He'll find a way, and if He doesn't—" She looked off across the swamp and was silent. Then came Zora's letter, simple and brief, but breathing youth and strength of purpose. Miss Smith seized upon it as an omen of salvation. In vain her shrewd New England reason asked, "What can a half taught black girl do in this wilderness?" Her heart answered back, "What is impossible to youth and resolution? Let the shabbiness increase, let the debts pile up, let the boarders complain and the teachers gossip. Zora was coming, and somehow she and Zora would find a way." And Zora came just as the sun threw its last crimson through the black swamp, came and gathered the frail and white-haired woman in her arms, and they wept together. Long and low they talked, far into the soft southern night, sitting shaded beneath the stars, while nearby blinked the drowsy lights of the girls' dormitory. At last Miss Smith said, rising stiffly, "I forgot to ask about Mrs. Vanderpool. How is she, and where?" Zora murmured some answer, but as she went to bed in her little white room she sat wondering sadly. Where was the poor spoiled woman? Who was putting her to bed and smoothing the pillow? Who was caring for her, and what was she doing? And Zora strained her eyes northward through the night. At this moment Mrs. Vanderpool, rising from a gala dinner in the brilliant drawing room of her Lake George mansion, was reading the evening paper which her husband had put into her hands. With startled eyes she caught the impudent headlines: "Vanderpool drop. Senate refused to confirm. Todd insurgents muster enough votes to defeat. Confirmation of President's nominee. Rumored revenge for machine's defeat of child labor. Bill amendment. The paper trembled in her jeweled hands. She glanced down the column. Todd asks, "Who is Vanderpool, anyhow? What did he ever do? He is known only as a selfish millionaire who thinks more of horses than of men." Carelessly Mrs. Vanderpool threw the paper to the floor and bit her lips as the angry blood dyed her face. "They shall confirm him," she whispered, "if I have to mortgage my immortal soul." And she rang up long distance on the telephone. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 31 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 31. A Parting of Ways. Was the child born dead? Worse than dead. Somehow, somewhere, Mary Cresswell had heard these words long, long ago, down there in the great pain-swept shadows of utter agony, where earth seemed slipping its moorings, and now today she lay repeating them mechanically, grasping vaguely at their meaning. Long she had wrestled with them as they twisted and turned and knotted themselves, and she worked and toiled so hard as she lay there to make the thing clear, to understand. Was the child born dead? Worse than dead. Then faint and fainter whisperings. What could be worse than death? She had tried to ask the gray old doctor, but he soothed her like a child each day and left her lying there. Today she was stronger, and for the first time sitting up, looking listlessly out across the world, a queer world. Why had they not let her see the child? Just one look at its little dead face. That would have been something. And again, as the doctor cheerily turned to go, she sought to repeat the old question. He looked at her sharply, then interrupted, saying kindly, "There now, you've been dreaming. You must rest quietly now." And with a nod he passed into the other room to talk with her husband. She was not satisfied. She had not been dreaming. She would tell Harry to ask him. She did not often see her husband, but she must ask him now, and she arose unsteadily and swayed noiselessly across the floor. A moment she leaned against the door, then opened it slightly. From the other side the words came distinctly and clearly. "Other children, Doctor?" "You must have no other children, Mr. Cresswell." "Why?" "Because the sins of the fathers are visited upon the children until the third and fourth generation." Slowly, softly she crept away. Her mind seemed very clear, and she began a long journey to reach her window and chair, a long, long journey. But at last she sank into the chair again and sat dry-eyed, wondering who had conceived this world and made it, and why. A long time afterward she found herself lying in bed, awake, conscious, clear-minded. Yet she thought as little as possible, for that was pain. But she listened gladly, for without she heard the solemn beating of the sea, the mighty rhythmic beating of the sea. Long days she lay and sat and walked beside those vast and speaking waters, till at last she knew their voice, and they spoke to her, and the sea calm soothed her soul. For one brief moment of her life she saw herself clearly, a well-meaning woman, ambitious, but curiously narrow, not willing to work long for the vision, but leaping at it rashly, blindly, with a deep-seated sense of duty, which she made a source of offense by preening and parading it, and forcing it to ill-timed notice. She saw that she had looked on her husband as a means and not an end. She had wished to absorb him and his work for her own glory. She had idealized for her own uses a very human man whose life had been full of sin and fault. She must atone. No sooner, in this brief moment, did she see herself honestly than her old habits swept her on tumultuously. No ordinary atonement would do. The sacrifice must be vast. The world must stand in wonder before this clever woman, sinking her soul in another and raising him by sheer will to the highest. So, after 6 endless months, Mary Cresswell walked into her Washington home again. She knew she had changed in appearance, but she had forgotten to note how much until she saw the stare, almost the recoil, of her husband, the muttered exclamation, the studied, almost overdone welcome. Then she went up to her mirror and looked long and knew. She was strong, she felt well, but she was slight, almost scrawny, and her beauty was gone forever. It had been of that blonde, white and pink type that fades in a flash, and its going left her body flattened and angular, her skin drawn and dead white, her eyes sunken. From the radiant girl whom Cresswell had met 3 years earlier, the change was startling, and yet the contrast seemed even greater than it was, for her glory then had been her abundant and almost golden hair. Now that hair was faded and falling so fast that at last the doctor advised her to cut it short. This left her ill-shaped head exposed and emphasized the sunken hollows of her face. She knew that she was changed, but she did not quite realize how changed until now, as she stood and gazed. Yet she did not hesitate, but from that moment set herself to her new life task. Characteristically, she started dramatically and largely. She was to make her life an endless sacrifice. She was to revivify the manhood in Harry Cresswell, and all this for no return, no partnership of soul. All was to be complete sacrifice and sinking soul in soul. If Mary Cresswell had attempted less, she would have accomplished more. As it was, she began well. She went to work tactfully, seeming to note no change in his manner toward her, but his manner had changed. He was studiously, scrupulously polite in private, and in public devoted, but there was no feeling, no passion, no love. The polished shell of his clan reflected conventional light even more carefully than formerly, because the shell was cold and empty. There were no little flashes of anger now, no poutings, no sweet reconciliations. Life ran very smoothly and courteously, and while she did not try to regain the affection she strove to enthrall his intellect, she supplied a subcommittee upon which he was serving, not directly, but through him, with figures, with reports, books, and papers, so that he received special commendations, a praise that piqued as well as pleased him, because it implied a certain surprise that he was able to do it. "The damned Yankees," he sneered, "they think they've got the brains of the nation." "Why not make a speech on the subject?" she suggested. He laughed. The matter under discussion was the cotton goods schedule of the new tariff bill, about which really he knew a little. His wife placed every temptation to knowledge before him, even inspiring Senator Smith to ask him to defend that schedule against the low tariff advocate. Mary Cresswell worked with redoubled energy, and for nearly a week Harry stayed at home nights and studied. Thanks to his wife, the speech was unusually informing and well put, and the fact that a prominent free trader spoke the same afternoon gave it publicity, while Mr. Easterly saw to the press dispatches. Cresswell subscribed to a clipping bureau and tasted the sweets of dawning notoriety, and Mrs. Cresswell arranged a select dinner party which included a cabinet officer, a foreign ambassador, two millionaires, and the leading Southern congressmen. The talk came around to the failure of the Senate to confirm Mr. Vanderpool, and it was generally assumed that the President would not force the issue. Who then should be nominated? There were several suggestions, but the knot of Southern congressmen about Mrs. Cresswell declared emphatically that it must be a Southerner. Not since the war had a prominent Southerner represented America at a first-class foreign court. It was shameful. The time was ripe for change. But who? Here the opinions differed widely. Nearly everyone mentioned a candidate, and those who did not seemed to refrain from motives of personal modesty. Mary Cresswell sped her departing guests with a distinct purpose in mind. She must make herself leader of the Southern set in Washington and concentrate its whole force on the appointment of Harry Cresswell as ambassador to France. Quick reward and promotion were essential to Harry's success. He was not one to keep up the strain of effort a long time. Unless, then, tangible results came and came quickly, he was liable to relapse into old habits. Therefore, he must succeed, and succeed at once. She would have preferred a less ornamental position than the ambassadorship, but there were no other openings. The Alabama senators were firmly seated for at least 4 years, and the governorship had been carefully arranged for. A term of 4 years abroad, however, might bring Harry Cresswell back in time for greater advancement. At any rate, it was the only tangible offering, and Mary Cresswell silently determined to work for it. Here it was that she made her mistake. It was one thing for her to be a tactful hostess, pleasing her husband and his guests. It was another for her to aim openly at social leadership and political influence. She had at first all the insignia of success. Her dinners became of real political significance, and her husband figured more and more as a leading Southerner. The result was twofold. Cresswell, on the one hand, with his usual selfishness, took his rising popularity as a matter of course, and as the fruits of his own work. He was rising, he was making valuable speeches, he was becoming a social power, and his only handicap was his plain and overambitious wife. But on the other hand, Mrs. Cresswell forgot two pitfalls: the cleft between the old Southern aristocracy and the pushing new Southerners, and above all, her Northern birth and presumably pro-Negro sympathies. What Mrs. Cresswell forgot, Mrs. Vanderpool sensed unerringly. She had heard with uneasiness of Cresswell's renewed candidacy for the Paris ambassadorship, and she set herself to block it. She had worked hard. The President stood ready to send her husband's appointment again to the Senate whenever Easterly could assure him of favorable action. Easterly had long and satisfactory interviews with several senators, while the Todd insurgents were losing heart at the prospect of choosing between Vanderpool and Cresswell. At present, 4 Southern votes were needed to confirm Vanderpool, but if they could not be had, Easterly declared it would be good politics to nominate Cresswell and give him Republican support. Manifestly, then, Mrs. Vanderpool's task was to discredit the Cresswells with the Southerners. It was not a work to her liking, but the die was cast, and she refused to contemplate defeat. The result was that while Mrs. Cresswell was giving large and brilliant parties to the whole Southern contingent, Mrs. Vanderpool was engineering exclusive dinners where old New York met stately Charleston, and gossiped interestingly. On such occasions it was hinted, not once but many times, that the Cresswells were well enough, but who was that upstart wife who presumed to take social precedence? It was not, however, until Mrs. Cresswell's plan for an all Southern art exhibit in Washington that Mrs. Vanderpool, in a flash of inspiration, saw her chance. In the annual exhibit at the Corcoran Art Gallery, a Southern girl had nearly won first prize over a Western man. The consensus of the Southern opinion was that the judgment had been unfair, and Mrs. Cresswell was convinced of this. With quick intuition she suggested a Southern exhibit with such social prestige back of it as to impress the country. The proposal caught the imagination of the Southern set. None suspected a possible intrusion of the eternal race issue, for no Negroes were allowed in the Corcoran exhibit or school. This Mrs. Vanderpool easily ascertained, and a certain sense of justice combined in a curious way with her political intrigue to bring about the undoing of Mary Cresswell. Mrs. Vanderpool's very first cautious inquiries by way of the back stairs brought gratifying response, for did not all black Washington know well of the work in sculpture done by Mrs. Samuel Stillings, née Wynne? Mrs. Vanderpool remembered Mrs. Stillings perfectly, and she walked that evening through unobtrusive thoroughfares and called upon Mrs. Stillings. Had Mrs. Stillings heard of the new art movement? Did she intend to exhibit? Mrs. Stillings did not intend to exhibit, as she was sure she would not be welcomed. She had had a bust accepted at the Corcoran Art Gallery once, and when they found she was colored they returned it. But if she were especially invited, that would make a difference, although even then the line would be drawn somehow. Would it not be worth a fight? Suggested Mrs. Vanderpool, with a little heightening of color in her pale cheek. Perhaps, said Mrs. Stillings, as she brought out some specimens of her work. Mrs. Vanderpool was both ashamed and grateful. With money and leisure, Mrs. Stillings had been able to get in New York and Boston the training she had been denied in Washington on account of her color. The things she exhibited really had merit, and one curiously original group appealed to Mrs. Vanderpool tremendously. Send it, she counseled, with strangely contradictory feelings of enthusiasm, and added, enter it under the name of Wynne. In addition to the general invitations to the art exhibit, numbers of special ones were issued to promising Southern amateurs who had never exhibited. For these a prize of a long-term scholarship and other smaller prizes were offered. When Mrs. Vanderpool suggested the name of Miss Wynne to Mrs. Cresswell, among a dozen others, for special invitation, there was nothing in its sound to distinguish it from the rest of the names, and the invitation went duly. As a result, there came to the exhibit a little group called the Outcasts, which was really a masterly thing, and sent the director, Signor Alberni, into hysterical commendation. In the private view and award of prizes which preceded the larger social function, the jury hesitated long between the Outcasts and a painting from Georgia. Mrs. Cresswell was enthusiastic and voluble for the bit of sculptor, and it finally won the vote for the first prize. All was ready for the great day. The President was coming, and most of the diplomatic corps, high officers of the army, and all the social leaders. Congress would be well represented, and the boom for Cresswell as ambassador to France was almost visible in the air. Mary Cresswell paused a moment in triumph, looking back at the darkened hall, when a little woman fluttered up to her and whispered, "Mrs. Cresswell, have you heard the gossip?" "No, what?" "That Wynne woman, they say, is a nigger. Some are whispering that you brought her in purposely to force social equality. They say you used to teach darkies. Of course, I don't believe all their talk, but I thought you ought to know." She talked a while longer, then fluttered furtively away. Mrs. Cresswell sat down limply. She saw ruin ahead. To think of a black girl taking a prize at an all Southern art exhibit! But there was still a chance, and she leaped to action. This colored woman was doubtless some poor deserving creature. She would call on her immediately, and by an offer of abundant help induce her to withdraw quietly. Entering her motor, she drove near the address and then proceeded on foot. The street was a prominent one, the block one of the best, the house almost pretentious. She glanced at her memorandum again to see if she was mistaken. Perhaps the woman was a domestic. Probably she was, for the name on the door was Stillings. It occurred to her that she had heard that name before, but where? She looked again at her memorandum and at the house. She rang the bell, asking the trim black maid, "Is there a person named Caroline Wynn living in this house?" The girl smiled and hesitated. "Yes, ma'am," she finally replied. "Won't you come in?" She was shown into the parlor, where she sat down. The room was most interesting, furnished in unimpeachable taste. A few good pictures were on the walls, and Mrs. Cresswell was examining one when she heard the swish of silken skirts. A lady with golden brown face and straight hair stood before her with pleasant smile. Where had Mrs. Cresswell seen her before? She tried to remember, but could not. "You wished to see Caroline Wynn?" "Yes." "What can I do for you?" Mrs. Cresswell groped for her proper cue, but the brown lady merely offered a chair and sat down silently. Mrs. Cresswell's perplexity increased. She had been planning to descend graciously but authoritatively upon some shrinking girl, but this woman not only seemed to assume equality but actually looked it. From a rapid survey, Mrs. Cresswell saw a black silk stocking, a bit of lace, a tailor-made gown, and a head with two full black eyes that waited in calmly polite expectancy. Something had to be said. "I came, that is, I believe you sent a group to the art exhibit." "Yes." "It was good, very good." Miss Wynn said nothing, but sat calmly looking at her visitor. Mrs. Cresswell felt irritated. "Of course," she managed to continue, "we are very sorry that we cannot receive it." "Indeed, I understood it had taken the first prize." Mrs. Cresswell was aghast. Who had rushed the news to this woman? She realized that there were depths to this matter that she did not understand, and her irritation increased. "You know that we cannot give the prize to a Negro." "Why not?" "That is quite immaterial. Social equality cannot be forced. At the same time I recognize the injustice, and I have come to say that if you will withdraw your exhibit you will be given a scholarship in a Boston school." "I do not wish it." "Well, what do you want?" "I was not aware that I had asked for anything." Mrs. Cresswell felt herself getting angry. "Why did you send your exhibit when you knew it was not wanted?" "Because you asked me to." "We did not ask for colored people." "You asked all Southern born persons. I am a person, and I am Southern born. Moreover, you sent me a personal letter." Mrs. Cresswell was sure that this was a lie, and was thoroughly incensed. "You cannot have the prize," she almost snapped. "If you withdraw I will pay you any reasonable sum." "Thank you. I do not want money. I want justice." Mrs. Cresswell arose, and her face was white. "That is the trouble with you Negroes. You wish to get above your places and force yourselves where you are not wanted. It does no good. It only makes trouble and enemies." Mrs. Cresswell stopped, for the colored woman had gone quietly out of the room, and in a moment the maid entered and stood ready. Mrs. Cresswell walked slowly to the door and stepped out. Then she turned. "What does Miss Wynn do for a living?" The girl tittered. "She used to teach school, but she don't do nothing now. She just married. Her husband is Mr. Stillings, Register of the Treasury." Mrs. Cresswell saw light as she turned to go down the steps. There was but one resource. She must keep the matter out of the newspapers, and C. Stillings, whom she now remembered well. "I beg your pardon. Does the Miss Wynn live here who got the prize in the art exhibition?" Mrs. Cresswell turned in amazement. It was evidently a reporter, and the maid was admitting him. The news would reach the papers and be blazoned tomorrow. Slowly she caught her motor and fell wearily back on its cushions. "Where to, madam?" asked the chauffeur. "I don't care," returned madam. So the chauffeur took her home. She walked slowly up the stairs. All her carefully laid plans seemed about to be thwarted, and her castles were leaning toward ruin. Yet all was not lost. If her husband continued to believe in her, if, as she feared, he should suspect her on account of this Negro woman and quarrel with her. But he must not. This very night, before the morning papers came out, she must explain. He must see. He must appreciate her efforts. She rushed into her dressing room and called her maid. Contrary to her Puritan notions, she frankly sought to beautify herself. She remembered that it was the anniversary of her coming to this house. She got out her wedding dress, and although it hung loosely, the maid draped the silver fleece beautifully about her. She heard her husband enter and come upstairs. Quickly finishing her toilet, she hurried down to arrange the flowers, for they were alone that night. The telephone rang. She knew it would ring upstairs in his room, but she usually answered it, for he disliked to. She raised the receiver and started to speak when she realized that she had broken into the midst of a conversation. "Committee won't meet tonight, Harry." "So, all right. Anything on?" "Yes, big spree at Nell's. Will you go?" "Sure thing. You know me. What time?" "Meet us at the Willard by 9. S'long." "Good bye." She slowly, half guiltily, replaced the receiver. She had not meant to listen, but now to her desperate longing to keep him home was added a new motive. Where was Nell's? What was Nell's? What was? And there was fear in her heart. At dinner she tried all her powers on him. She had his favorite dishes. She mixed his salad and selected his wine. She talked interestingly and listened sympathetically to him. He looked at her with more attention. Her cheeks were more brilliant, for she had touched them with rouge. Her eyes flashed, but he glanced furtively at her short hair. She saw the act, but still she strove until he was content and laughing. Then, coming round back of his chair, she placed her arms about his neck. "Harry, will you do me a favor?" "Why, yes, if—" "It is something I want very, very much." "Well, all right, if—" "Harry, I feel a little hysterical tonight, and you will not refuse me, will you, Harry?" Standing there, she saw the tableau in her own mind, and it looked strange. She was afraid of herself. She knew that she would do something foolish if she did not win this battle. She felt that overpowering fanaticism back within her, raging restlessly, if she was not careful. "But what is it you want?" asked her husband. "I don't want you to go out tonight." He laughed awkwardly. "Nonsense, girl. The sub committee on the cotton schedule meets tonight. Very important. Otherwise—" She shuddered at the smooth lie and clasped him closer, putting her cheek to his. "Harry," she pleaded, "just this once, for me." He disengaged himself half impatiently and rose, glancing at the clock. It was nearly 9. A feeling of desperation came over her. "Harry," she asked again as he slipped on his coat. "Don't be foolish," he growled. "Just this once, Harry. I—" But the door banged to and he was gone. She stood looking at the closed door a moment. Something in her head was ready to snap. She went to the rack, and taking his long, heavy overcoat, slipped it on. It nearly touched the floor. She seized a soft, broad brimmed hat and umbrella and walked out. Just what she meant to do she did not know, but somehow she must save her husband and herself from evil. She hurried to the Willard Hotel and watched, walking up and down the opposite sidewalk. A woman brushed by her and looked her in the face. "Hell, I thought you was a man," she said. "Is this a new gag?" Mrs. Cresswell looked down at herself involuntarily and smiled wanly. She did look like a man, with her hat and coat and short hair. The woman peered at her doubtingly. She was, as Mrs. Cresswell noticed, a young woman, once pretty perhaps, and a little overdressed. "Are you walking?" she asked. "What do you mean?" asked Mrs. Cresswell, and then in a moment it flashed upon her. She took the woman's arm and walked with her. Suddenly she stopped. "Where's Nell's?" The woman frowned. "Oh, that's a swell place," she said. "Senators and millionaires. Too high for us to fly." Mrs. Cresswell winced. "But where is it?" she asked. "We'll walk by it if you want to." And Mary Cresswell walked in another world. Up from the ground of the drowsy city rose pale gray forms, pale, flushed and brilliant, in silken rags. Up and down they passed, to and fro, looking and gliding like sheeted ghosts, now dodging policemen, now accosting them familiarly. "Hello, Elsie," growled one big blue coat. "Hello, Jack." "What's this?" as he peered at Mrs. Cresswell, who shrank back. "Friend of mine. All right." A horror crept over Mary Cresswell. Where had she lived that she had seen so little before? What was Washington? And what was this fine, tall, quiet residence? Was this Nell's? "Yes, this is it. Good bye. I must Wait, what is your name?" "I haven't any name," answered the woman suspiciously. "Well, pardon me. Here," and she thrust a bill into the woman's hand. The girl stared. "Well, you are a queer one. Thanks. Guess I'll turn in." Mrs. Cresswell turned to see her husband and his companions ascending the steps of the quiet mansion. She stood uncertainly and looked at the opening and closing door. Then a policeman came by and looked at her. "Come, move on," he brusquely ordered. Her vacillation promptly vanished and she resolutely mounted the steps. She put out her hand to ring, but the door flew silently open and a manservant stood looking at her. "I have some friends here," she said, speaking coarsely. "You will have to be introduced," said the man. She hesitated and started to turn away. Thrusting her hand in her pocket, it closed upon her husband's card case. She presented a card. It worked a rapid transformation in the servant's manner, which did not escape her. "Come in," he invited her. She did not stop at the outstretched arm of the cloakman, but glided quickly up the stairs toward a vision of handsome women and strains of music. Harry Cresswell was sitting opposite and bending over an impudent blue and blonde beauty. Mary slipped straight across to him and leaned across the table. The hat fell off, but she let it go. "Harry," she tried to say as he looked up. Then the table swayed gently to and fro, the room bowed and whirled about, the voices grew fainter and fainter, all the world receded suddenly far away. She extended her hand languidly, then, feeling so utterly tired, let her eyelids drop and fell asleep. She awoke with a start, in her own bed. She was physically exhausted, but her mind was clear. She must go down and meet him at breakfast and talk frankly with him. She would let bygones be bygones. She would explain that she had followed him to save him, not to betray him. She would point out the greater career before him if only he would be a man. She would show him that they had not failed. For herself she asked nothing, only his word, his confidence, his promise to try. At his first start of surprise at seeing her at the table, Cresswell uttered nothing immediately, save the commonplaces of greeting. He mentioned one or two bits of news from the paper, upon which she commented while dawdling over her egg. When the servant went out and closed the door, she paused a moment, considering whether to open by appeal or explanation. His smooth tones startled her. "Of course, after your art exhibit and the scene last night, Mary, it will be impossible for us to live longer together." She stared at him, utterly aghast, voiceless and numb. "I have seen the crisis approaching for some time, and the Negro business settles it," he continued. "I have now decided to send you to my home in Alabama, to my father or your brother. I am sure you will be happier there." He rose. Bowing courteously, he waited coldly and calmly for her to go. All at once she hated him, and hated his aristocratic repression, this cold calm that hid hell and its fires. She looked at him wide eyed, and said in a voice hoarse with horror and loathing: "You brute! You nasty brute!" Chapter 31. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 32 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 32. Zora's Way. Zora was looking on her world with the keener vision of one who, blind from very seeing, closes the eyes a space and looks again with wider, clearer vision. Out of a nebulous cloudland she seemed to step, a land where all things floated in strange confusion, but where one thing stood steadfast, and that was love. When love was shaken all things moved, but now at last, for the first time, she seemed to know the real and mighty world that stood behind that old and shaken dream. So she looked on the world about her with new eyes. These men and women of her childhood had hitherto walked by her like shadows. Today they lived for her in flesh and blood. She saw hundreds and thousands of black men and women, crushed, half-spirited, and blind. She saw how high and clear a light Sarah Smith, for 30 years and more, had carried before them. She saw, too, how that light had not simply shone in darkness, but had lighted answering beacons here and there in these dull souls. There were thoughts and vague stirrings of unrest in the mass of black folk. They talked long about their firesides, and here Zora began to sit and listen, often speaking a word herself. All through the countryside she flitted, till gradually the black folk came to know her, and in silent deference to some subtle difference, they gave her the title of white folk, calling her Miss Zora. Today, more than ever before, Zora sensed the vast unorganized power in this mass, and her mind was leaping here and there, scheming and testing, when voices arrested her. It was a desolate bit of the Cresswell manor, a tiny cabin, new boarded and bare, in front of it a blazing bonfire. A white man was tossing into the flames different household articles, a feather bed, a bedstead, 2 rickety chairs. A young, boyish fellow, golden-faced and curly, stood with clenched fists, while a woman with tear-stained eyes clung to him. The white man raised a cradle to dash it into the flames. The woman cried, and the yellow man raised his arm threateningly, but Zora's hand was on his shoulder. "What's the matter, Rob?" she asked. "They're selling us out," he muttered savagely. "Millie's been sick since the last baby died, and I had to neglect my crop to tend her and the other little ones. I didn't make much. They took my mule, and now they're burning my things to make me sign a contract and be a slave. But by There, Rob, let Millie come with me. We'll see Miss Smith. We must get land to rent and arrange somehow." The mother sobbed. The cradle was baby's. With an oath the white man dashed the cradle into the fire, and the red flames spurted aloft. The crimson fire flashed in Zora's eyes as she passed the overseer. "Well, nigger, what are you going to do about it?" he growled insolently. Zora's eyelids drooped. Her upper lip quivered. "Nothing," she answered softly. "But I hope your soul will burn in hell for ever and for ever." They proceeded down the plantation road, but Zora could not speak. She pushed them slowly on and turned aside to let the anger, the impotent, futile anger, rage itself out. Alone in the great broad spaces, she knew she could fight it down and come back again, cool and in calm and deadly earnest, to lead these children to the light. The sorrow in her heart was new and strange. Not sorrow for herself, for of that she had tasted the uttermost, but the vast vicarious suffering for the evil of the world. The tumult and war within her fled, and a sense of helplessness sent the hot tears streaming down her cheeks. She longed for rest, but the last plantation was yet to be passed. Far off she heard the yodel of the gangs of peons. She hesitated, looking for some way of escape. If she passed them she would see something, she always saw something, that would send the red blood whirling madly. "Here you, loafing again, damn you!" She saw the black whip writhe and curl across the shoulders of the plowboy. The boy crouched and snarled, and again the whip hissed and cracked. Zora stood rigid and gray. "My God," her silent soul was shrieking within, "why doesn't the coward—" And then the coward did. The whip was whirring in the air again, but it never fell. A jagged stone in the boy's hand struck true, and the overseer plunged with a grunt into the black furrow. In blank dismay Zora came back to her senses. "Poor child!" she gasped, as she saw the boy flying in wild terror over the fields with hue and cry behind him. Poor child, running to the penitentiary, to shame and hunger and damnation. She remembered the rector in Mrs. Vanderpool's library, and his question that revealed unfathomable depths of ignorance. "Really now, how do you account for the distressing increase in crime among your people?" She swung into the great road trembling with the woe of the world in her eyes. Cruelty, poverty, and crime she had looked in the face that morning, and the hurt of it held her heart pinched and quivering. A moment the mists in her eyes shut out the shadows of the swamp, and the roaring in her ears made a silence of the world. Before she found herself again, she dimly saw a couple sauntering along the road, but she hardly noticed their white faces until the little voice of the girl, raised timidly, greeted her. "Howdy, Zora." Zora looked. The girl was Emma, and beside her, smiling, stood a half-grown white man. It was Emma, Bertie's child, and yet it was not, for in the child of other days Zora saw for the first time the dawning woman. And she saw too the white man. Suddenly the horror of the swamp was upon her. She swept between the couple like a gust, gripping the child's arm till she paled and almost whimpered. I was just going on an errand for Miss Smith," she cried. Looking down into her soul, Zora discerned its innocence and the fright shining in the child's eyes. Her own eyes softened, her grip became a caress, but her heart was hard. The young man laughed awkwardly and strolled away. Zora looked back at him, and the paramount mission of her life formed itself in her mind. She would protect this girl. She would protect all black girls. She would make it possible for these poor beasts of burden to be decent in their toil. Out of protection of womanhood as the central thought, she must build ramparts against cruelty, poverty, and crime. All this in turn, but now and first the innocent girlhood of this daughter of shame must be rescued from the devil. It was her duty, her heritage. She must offer this unsullied soul up unto God in mighty atonement. But how? Here now was no protection. Already lustful eyes were in wait, and the child was too ignorant to protect herself. She must be sent to boarding school, somewhere far away. But the money! God, it was money, money, always money! Then she stopped suddenly, thrilled with the recollection of Mrs. Vanderpool's check. She dismissed the girl with a kiss, and stood still a moment, considering. Money to send Emma off to school, money to buy a school farm, money to buy tenants to live on it, money to furnish them rations, money. She went straight to Miss Smith. "Miss Smith, how much money have you?" Miss Smith's hand trembled a bit. Ah, that splendid strength of young womanhood, if only she herself had it. But perhaps Zora was the chosen one. She reached up and took down a well-worn book. "Zora," she said slowly, "I've been going to tell you ever since you came, but I hadn't the courage. Zora," Miss Smith hesitated and gripped the book with thin white fingers, "I'm afraid, I almost know, that this school is doomed." There lay a silence in the room while the two women stared into each other's souls with startled eyes. Swallowing hard, Miss Smith spoke. "When I thought the endowment sure, I mortgaged the school in order to buy Tolliver's land. The endowment failed, as you know, because, perhaps, I was too stubborn." But Zora's eyes snapped. "No," and Miss Smith continued. "I borrowed $10,000. Then I tried to get the land, but Tolliver kept putting me off, and finally I learned that Colonel Cresswell had bought it. It seems that Tolliver got caught tight in the cotton corner, and that Cresswell, through John Taylor, offered him twice what he had agreed to sell to me for, and he took it. I don't suppose Taylor knew what he was doing. I hope he didn't. Well, there I was with $10,000 idle on my hands, paying 10% on it, and getting less than 3%. I tried to get the bank to take the money back, but they refused. Then I was tempted and fell." She paused, and Zora took both her hands in her own. "You see," continued Miss Smith, "just as soon as the announcement of the prospective endowment was sent broadcast by the press, the donations from the North fell off. Letter after letter came from old friends of the school full of congratulations, but no money. I ought to have cut down the teaching force to the barest minimum and gone North begging, but I couldn't. I guess my courage was gone. I knew how I'd have to explain and plead, and I just could not. So I used the $10,000 to pay its own interest and help run the school. Already it's half gone, and when the rest goes, then will come the end." Without, the great red sun paused a moment over the edge of the swamp, and the long, low cry of night birds broke sadly on the twilight silence. Zora sat stroking the lined hands. "Not the end," she spoke confidently. "It cannot end like this. I got a little money that Mrs. Vanderpool gave me, and somehow we must get more. Perhaps I might go North and beg." She shivered. Then she sat up resolutely and turned to the book. "Let's go over matters carefully," she proposed. Together they counted and calculated. "The balance is $4,798, said Miss Smith. "Yes, and then there's Mrs. Vanderpool's check." "How much is that?" Zora paused. She did not know. In her world there was little calculation of money. Credit, and not cash, is the currency of the black belt. She had been pleased to receive the check, but she had not examined it. "I really don't know," she presently confessed. "I think it was $1,000. but I was so hurried in leaving that I didn't look carefully, and the wild thought surged in her, suppose it was more. She ran into the other room and plunged into her trunk, beneath the clothes, beneath the beauty of the Silver Fleece, till her fingers clutched and tore the envelope. A little choking cry burst from her throat. Her knees trembled so that she was obliged to sit down. In her fingers fluttered a check for $10,000. It was not until the next day that the two women were sufficiently composed to talk matters over sanely. "What is your plan?" asked Zora. "To put the money in a Northern savings bank at 3% interest, to supply the rest of the interest and the deficit in the running expenses from our balance, and to send you North to beg." Zora shook her head. "It won't do," she objected. "I make a poor beggar. I don't know human nature well enough, and I can't talk to rich white folks the way they expect us to talk." "It wouldn't be hypocrisy, Zora. You would be serving in a great cause. If you don't go, I—" "Wait. You shan't go. If any one goes it must be me. But let's think it out. We pay off the mortgage. We get enough to run the school as it has been run. Then what? There will still be slavery and oppression all around us. The children will be kept in the cotton fields, the men will be cheated, and the women—" Zora paused, and her eyes grew hard. She began again rapidly. "We must have land, our own farm with our own tenants, to be the beginning of a free community." Miss Smith threw up her hands impatiently. "But sakes alive, where, Zora? Where can we get land, with Cresswell owning every inch and bound to destroy us?" Zora sat hugging her knees and staring out the window toward the somber ramparts of the swamp. In her eyes lay slumbering the madness of long ago. In her brain danced all the dreams and visions of childhood. "I'm thinking," she murmured, "of buying the swamp." End of Chapter 32. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 33 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 33. The Buying of the Swamp. "It's a shame," asserted John Taylor with something like real feeling. He was spending Sunday with his father-in-law, and both, over their after-dinner cigars, were gazing thoughtfully at the swamp. "What's a shame?" asked Colonel Cresswell. "To see all that timber and prime cotton land going to waste. Don't you remember those fine bales of cotton that came out of there several seasons ago?" The Colonel smoked placidly. "You can't get it cleared," he said. "But couldn't you hire some good workers?" "Niggers won't work. Now if we had Italians we might do it." "Yes, and in a few years they'd own the country." "That's right. So there we are. There's only one way to get that swamp cleared." "How?" "Sell it to some fool darky." "Sell it? It's too valuable to sell." "That's just it. You don't understand. The only way to get decent work out of some niggers is to let 'em believe they're buying land. In 9 cases out of 10 he works hard a while and then throws up the job. We get back our land and he makes good wages for his work." "But in the 10th case, suppose he should stick to it?" "Oh, easily. We could get rid of him when we want to. White people rule here." John Taylor frowned and looked a little puzzled. He was no moralist, but he had his code, and he did not understand Colonel Cresswell. As a matter of fact, Colonel Cresswell was an honest man. In most matters of commerce between men he was punctilious to a degree almost annoying to Taylor. But there was one part of the world which his code of honor did not cover. and he saw no incongruity in the omission. The uninitiated cannot easily picture to himself the mental attitude of a former slave owner toward property in the hands of a Negro. Such property belonged of right to the master, if the master needed it, and since ridiculous laws safeguarded the property, it was perfectly permissible to circumvent such laws. No Negro starved on the Cresswell place, neither did any accumulate property. Colonel Cresswell saw to both matters. As the Colonel and John Taylor were thus conferring, Zora appeared, coming up the walk. "Who's that?" asked the Colonel, shading his eyes. "It's Zora, the girl who went North with Mrs. Vanderpool," Taylor enlightened him. "Back, is she? Too trifling to stick to a job, and full of Northern nonsense," growled the Colonel. "Even got a Northern walk. I thought for a moment she was a lady." Neither of the gentlemen ever dreamed how long, how hard, how heart wringing was that walk from the gate up the winding way beneath their careless gaze. It was not the coming of the thoughtless, careless girl of 5 years ago who had marched a dozen times unthinking before the faces of white men. It was the approach of a woman who knew how the world treated women, whom it respected, who knew that no such treatment would be thought of in her case. Neither the bow, the lifted hat, nor even the conventional title of decency. Yet she must go on naturally and easily, boldly but circumspectly, and play a daring game with two powerful men. "Can I speak with you a moment, Colonel?" she asked. The Colonel did not stir or remove his cigar. He even injected a little gruffness into his tone. "Well, what is it?" Of course she was not asked to sit, but she stood with her hands clasped loosely before her and her eyes half veiled. "Colonel, I've got $1,000." She did not mention the other 9. The Colonel sat up. "Where did you get it?" he asked. "Mrs. Vanderpool gave it to me to use in helping the colored people." "What are you going to do with it?" "Well, that's just what I came to see you about. You see, I might give it to the school, but I've been thinking that I'd like to buy some land for some of the tenants." "I've got no land to sell," said the Colonel. "I was thinking you might sell a bit of the swamp." Cresswell and Taylor glanced at each other, and the Colonel relit his cigar. "How much of it?" he asked finally. "I don't know. I thought perhaps 200 acres." "200 acres? Do you expect to buy that land for $5 an acre?" "Oh, no, sir. I thought it might cost as much as $25." "But you've only got $1,000." "Yes, sir. I thought I might pay that down and pay the rest from the crops." "Who's going to work on the place?" Zora named a number of the steadiest tenants to whom she had spoken. "They owe me a lot of money," said the Colonel. "We'd try to pay that, too." Colonel Cresswell considered. There was absolutely no risk. The cost of the land, the back debts of the tenants, no possible crops could pay for them. Then there was the chance of getting the swamp cleared for almost nothing. "How's the school getting on?" he asked suddenly. "Very poorly," answered Zora sadly. "You know it's mortgaged, and Miss Smith has had to use the mortgage money for yearly expenses." The Colonel smiled grimly. "It will cost you $50 an acre," he said finally. Zora looked disappointed and figured out the matter slowly. "That would be 1,000 down and 9,000 to pay." "With interest," said Cresswell. Zora shook her head doubtfully. "What would the interest be?" she asked. "10%." She stood silent a moment, and Colonel Cresswell spoke up. "It's the best land about here, and about the only land you can buy. I wouldn't sell it to anybody else." Still she hesitated. "The trouble is, you see, Colonel Cresswell, the price is high and the interest heavy, and after all I may not be able to get as many tenants as I'd need. I think, though, I'd try it if I could be sure you'd treat me fairly and that I'd get the land if I paid for it." Colonel Cresswell reddened a little, and John Taylor looked away. "Well, if you don't want to undertake it, all right." Zora looked thoughtfully across the field. "Mr. Maxwell has a bit of land," she began meditatively. "Worked out and not worth $5 an acre," snapped the Colonel. But he did not propose to hand Maxwell $1,000. "Now, see here, I'll treat you as well as anybody, and you know it." "I believe so, sir," acknowledged Zora in a tone that brought a sudden keen glance from Taylor, but her face was a mask. "I reckon I'll make the bargain." "All right. Bring the money and we'll fix the thing up." "The money is here," said Zora, taking an envelope out of her bosom. "Well, leave it here and I'll see to it." "But you see, sir, Miss Smith is so methodical she expects some papers or receipts." "Well, it's too late tonight." "Possibly you could sign a sort of receipt and later—" Cresswell laughed. "Well, write one," he indulgently assented, and Zora wrote. When Zora left Colonel Cresswell's about noon that Sunday, she knew her work had just begun, and she walked swiftly along the country roads, calling here and there. Would Uncle Isaac help her build a log home? Would the boys help her sometime to clear some swamp land? Would Rob become a tenant when she asked? For this was the idle time of the year. Crops were laid by and planting had not yet begun. This too was the time of big church meetings. She knew that in her part of the country on that day the black population, man, woman, and child, were gathered in great groups. All day they had been gathering, streaming in snake-like lines along the country roads, in well brushed, brilliant attire, half fantastic, half crude. Down where the Toomsville Montgomery highway dipped to the stream that fed the Cresswell swamp, squatted a square barn that slept through day and weeks in dull indifference. But on the first Sunday it woke to sudden mighty life. The voices of men and children mingled with the snorting of animals and the cracking of whips. Then came the long drone and sing-song of the preacher with its sharp wilder climaxes, and the answering amens and screams of the worshippers. This was the shrine of the Baptists, shrine and oracle, center and source of inspiration, and hither Zora hurried. The preacher was Jones, a big man, fat, black, and greasy, with little eyes, unctuous voice, and three manners: his white folks' manner, soft, humble, wheedling; his black folks' manner, voluble, important, condescending; and above all, his pulpit manner, loud, wild, and strong. He was about to don this latter cloak when Zora approached with a request briefly to address the congregation. Remembering some former snubs, his manner was lordly. "I doesn't see," he returned reflectively, wiping his brows, "as how I can rightly spare you any time. The brethren is a getting mighty onpatient to hear me." He pulled down his cuffs, regarding her doubtfully. "I might speak after you're through," she suggested. But he objected that there was the regular collection and two or three other collections, a baptism, a meeting of the trustees. There was no time, in short. But he eyed her again. "Does you want a collection?" he questioned suspiciously, for he could imagine few other reasons for talking. Then, too, he did not want to be too inflexible, for all of his people knew Zora and liked her. "Oh, no, I want no collection at all. I only want a little voluntary work on their part." He looked relieved, frowned through the door at the audience, and looked at his bright gold watch. The whole crowd was not there yet. Perhaps "You can say just a word before the sermont," he finally yielded, "but not long, not long. They's just a dying to hear me." So Zora spoke simply but clearly, of neglect and suffering, of the sins of others that bowed young shoulders, of the great hope of the children's future. Then she told something of what she had seen and read of the world's newer ways of helping men and women. She talked of cooperation and refugees and other efforts. She praised their way of adopting children into their own homes, and then finally she told them of the land she was buying for new tenants and the helping hands she needed. The preacher fidgeted and coughed, but dared not actually interrupt, for the people were listening breathless to a kind of straightforward talk which they seldom heard and for which they were hungering. And Zora forgot time and occasion. The moments flew, the crowd increased, until the wonderful spell of those dark and upturned faces pulsed in her blood. She felt the wild yearning to help them beating in her ears and blinding her eyes. "Oh, my people," she almost sobbed, "my own people, I am not asking you to help others. I am pleading with you to help yourselves. Rescue your own flesh and blood. Free yourselves, free yourselves." And from the swaying, sobbing hundreds burst a great "Amen." The minister's dusky face grew more and more somber, and the angry sweat started on his brow. He felt himself hoaxed and cheated, and he meant to have his revenge. 200 men and women rose and pledged themselves to help Zora, and when she turned with overflowing heart to thank the preacher, he had left the platform, and she found him in the yard whispering darkly with 2 deacons. She realized her mistake and promised to retrieve it during the week. But the week was full of planning and journeying and talking. Saturday dawned cool and clear. She had dinner prepared for cooking in the yard: sweet potatoes, hoe cake, and buttermilk, and a hog to be barbecued. Everything was ready by 8 o'clock in the morning. Emma and 2 other girl helpers were on the tiptoe of expectancy. 9 o'clock came and no one with it. 10 o'clock came and 11. High noon found Zora peering down the highway under her shading hand, but no soul in sight. She tried to think it out. What could have happened? Her people were slow, tardy, but they would not thus forget her and disappoint her without some great cause. She sent the girls home at dusk, and then seated herself miserably under the great oak. Then at last one half-grown boy hurried by. "I wanted to come, Miss Zora, but I was afeared. Preacher Jones has been talking everywhere against you. He says that your mother was a voodoo woman, and that you don't believe in God, and the deacons voted that the members mustn't help you." "And do the people believe that?" she asked in consternation. "They just don't know what to say. They don't 'zactly believe it, but they has to 'low that you didn't say much about religion when you talked. You ain't been near big meetin', and you ain't saved." He hurried on. Zora leaned her head back wearily, watching the laced black branches where the starlight flickered through, as coldly still and immovable as she had watched them from those gnarled roots all her life, and she murmured bitterly the world old question of despair: "What's the use?" It seemed to her that every breeze and branch was instinct with sympathy, and murmuring, "What's the use?" She wondered vaguely why, and as she wondered she knew. For yonder, where the black earth of the swamp heaved in a formless mound, she felt the black arms of Elspeth rising from the sod, gigantic, mighty. They stole towards her with stealthy hands and claw like talons. They clutched at her skirt. She froze and could not move. Down, down she slipped toward the black slime of the swamp, and the air about was horror. Down, down, till the chilly waters stung her knees, and then with one grip she seized the oak, while the great hand of Elspeth twisted and tore her soul. Faint, afar, nearer and nearer and ever mightier, rose a song of mystic melody. She heard its human voice and sought to cry aloud. She strove again and again with that gripping, twisting pain, the awful hand, until the shriek came and she awoke. She lay panting and sweating across the bent and broken roots of the oak. The hand of Elspeth was gone, but the song was still there. She rose trembling and listened. It was the singing of the big meeting in the church far away. She had forgotten this religious revival in her days of hurried preparation, and the preacher had used her absence and apparent indifference against her and her work. The hand of Elspeth was reaching from the grave to pull her back, but she was no longer dreaming now. Drawing her shawl about her, she hurried down the highway. The meeting had overflowed the church and spread to the edge of the swamp. The tops of young trees had been bent down and interlaced to form a covering, and benches twined to their trunks. Thus a low and wide cathedral, all green and silver in the starlight, lay packed with a living mass of black folk. Flaming pine torches burned above the devotees. The rhythm of their stamping, the shout of their voices, and the wild music of their singing shook the night. 400 people fell upon their knees when the huge black preacher, uncoated, red-eyed, frenzied, stretched his long arms to heaven. Zora saw the throng from afar and hesitated. After all, she knew little of this strange faith of theirs, had little belief in its mummery. She herself had been brought up almost without religion, save some few mystic remnants of a half forgotten heathen cult. The little she had seen of religious observance had not moved her greatly, save once yonder in Washington. There she found God after a searching that had seared her soul. But he had simply pointed the way, and the way was human. Humanity was near and real. She loved it. But if she talked again of mere men, would these devotees listen? Already the minister had spied her tall form and feared her power. He set his powerful voice and the frenzy of his hearers to crush her. Who is this what talks of doing the Lord's work for him? What does de good book say? Take no thoughts 'bout de morrow.
Why is you trying to make this old world better?
I spits on the world. Come out from it. Seek Jesus. Heaven is my home. Is it yo's? Yes, groaned the multitude. His arm shot out and he pointed straight at Zora. Beware the evil one, he shouted, and the multitude moaned. Beware of dem that calls evil good. Beware of dem that worships devils, the devils that crawl, the devils what forgets God. Help him, Lord, cried the multitude. Zora stepped into the circle of light. A hush fell on the throng. The preacher paused a moment, then started boldly forward with upraised hands. Then a curious thing happened. A sharp cry arose far off down toward the swamp, and the sound of great footsteps coming as from the end of the world. There swelled a rhythmical chanting, wilder and more primitive than song. On it came until it swung into sight. An old man led the band, tall, massive, with tufted gray hair and wrinkled leathery skin, and his eyes were the eyes of death. He reached the circle of light, and Zora started. Once before she had seen that old man. The singing stopped, but he came straight on till he reached Zora's side, and then he whirled and spoke. The words leaped and flew from his lips as he lashed the throng with bitter fury. He said what Zora wanted to say with two great differences. First, he spoke their religious language and spoke it with absolute confidence and authority. And secondly, he seemed to know each one there personally and intimately, so that he spoke to no inchoate throng. He spoke to them individually, and they listened awestruck and fearsome. God has done sent me, he declared in passionate tones, to preach his acceptable time. Faith without works is dead. Who is you that dares to set and wait for the Lord to do your work? Then in a sudden fury, ye generation of vipers, who can save you? He bent forward and pointed his long finger. Yes, he cried, pray, Sam Collins, you black devil. Pray for the corn you stole Thursday. The black figure moved. Moan, Sister Maxwell, for the backbiting you did today. Yell, Jack Tolliver, you sneaking scamp. 'Twill the Lord tell Uncle Bill who ruined his daughter. Weep, May Hayes, for that baby." But the woman's shriek drowned his words, and he whirled full on the preacher, stamping his feet and waving his hands. His anger choked him. The fat preacher cowered, gray and trembling. The gaunt fanatic towered over him. You ornery hound of hell, God never knowed you, and the devil owns your soul." There leaped from his lips a denunciation so livid, specific, and impassioned that the preacher squatted and bowed, then finally fell upon his face and moaned. The gaunt speaker turned again to the people. He talked of little children. He pictured their sin and neglect. "God has done sent me to offer you all salvation," he cried, while the people wept and wailed, "not in praying, but in works. Follow me." The hour was halfway between midnight and dawn, but nevertheless the people leaped frenziedly to their feet. "Follow me," he shouted. And singing and chanting, the throng poured out upon the black highway, waving their torches. Zora knew his intention. With a half dozen of younger onlookers, she unhitched teams and rode across the land, calling at the cabins. Before sunrise, tools were in the swamp, axes and saws and hammers. The noise of prayer and singing filled the Sabbath dawn. The news of the great revival spread, and men and women came pouring in. Then, of a sudden, the uproar stopped, and the ringing of axes and the grating of saws and tugging of mules was heard. The forest trembled as by some mighty magic, swaying and falling with crash on crash. Huge bonfires blazed and crackled, until at last a wide black scar appeared in the thick south side of the swamp, which widened and widened to full 20 acres. The sun rose higher and higher till it blazed at high noon. The workers dropped their tools. The aroma of coffee and roasting meat rose in the dim, cool shade. With ravenous appetites, the dark, half-famished throng fell upon the food, and then in utter weariness stretched themselves and slept, lying along the earth like huge bronze earth spirits, sitting against trees, curled in dense bushes. And Zora sat above them on a high, rich-scented pile of logs. Her senses slept save her sleepless eyes. Amid a silence she saw in the little grove that still stood the cabin of Elspeth tremble, sigh, and disappear, and with it flew some spirit of evil. Then she looked down to the new edge of the swamp by the old lagoon, and saw Bles Alwyn standing there. It seemed very natural, and closing her eyes, she fell asleep. End of chapter 33. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 34 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Chapter 34. The Return of Alwyn. Bles Alwyn stared at Mrs. Harry Cresswell in surprise. He had not seen her since that moment at the ball, and he was startled at the change. Her abundant hair was gone, her face was pale and drawn, and there were little wrinkles below her sunken eyes. In those eyes lurked the tired look of the bewildered and the disappointed. It was in the lofty waiting room of the Washington station where Alwyn had come to meet a friend. Mrs. Cresswell turned and recognized him with genuine pleasure. He seemed somehow a part of the few things in the world, little and unimportant perhaps, that counted and stood firm, and she shook his hand cordially, not minding the staring of the people about. He took her bag and carried it towards the gate, which made the observers breathe easier, seeing him in servile duty. Some way, she knew not just how, she found herself telling him of the crisis in her life before she realized. Not everything, of course, but a great deal. It was much as though she were talking to some one from another world, an outsider, but one she had known long, one who understood. Both from what she recounted and what she could not tell he gathered the substance of the story, and it bewildered him. He had not thought that white people had such troubles. Yet, he reflected, why not? They, too, were human. "I suppose you hear from the school," he ventured after a pause. "Why, yes. Not directly, but Zora used to speak of it." Bles looked up quickly. "Zora?" "Yes. Didn't you see her while she was here? She has gone back now." Then the gate opened, the crowd surged through, sweeping them apart, and next moment he was alone. Alwyn turned slowly away. He forgot the friend he was to meet. He forgot everything but the field of the Silver Fleece. It rose shadowy there in the pale concourse, swaying in ghostly breezes. The purple of its flowers mingled with the silver radiance of tendrils that trembled across the hurrying throng, like threads of mist along low hills. In its midst rose a dark, slim, and quivering form. She had been here in Washington. Why had he not known? What was she doing? She has gone back now, back to the sun and the swamp, back to the burden. Why should he not go back too? He walked on thinking. He had failed. His apparent success had been too sudden, too overwhelming. And when he faced the crisis his hand had trembled. He had chosen the right, but the right was ineffective, impotent, almost ludicrous. It left him shorn, powerless, and in moral revolt. The world had suddenly left him, as the vision of Carrie Wynn had left him, alone, a mere clerk, an insignificant cog in the great grinding wheel of humdrum drudgery. His chance to do, and thereby to be, had not come. He thought of Zora again. Why not go back to the South where she had gone? He shuddered as one who sees before him a cold, black pool, whither his path leads. To face the proscription, the insult, the lawless hate of the South again? Never. And yet he went home and sat down and wrote a long letter to Miss Smith. The reply that came after some delay was almost curt. It answered few of his questions, argued with none of his doubts, and made no mention of Zora. Yes, there was need of a manager for the new farm and settlement. She was not sure whether Alwyn could do the work or not. The salary was meager and the work hard. If he wished it, he must decide immediately. 2 weeks later found Alwyn on the train facing southward in the Jim Crow car. How he had decided to go back South he did not know. In fact, he had not decided. He had sat helpless and inactive in the grip of great and shadowed hands, and the thing was as yet incomprehensible. And so it was that the vision Zora saw in the swamp had been real enough, and Alwyn felt strangely disappointed that she had given no sign of greeting on recognition. In other ways, too, Zora, when he met her, was to him a new creature. She came to him frankly and greeted him, her gladness shining in her eyes, yet looking nothing more than gladness and saying nothing more. Just what he had expected was hard to say, but he had left her on her knees in the dirt with outstretched hands, and somehow he had expected to return to some corresponding mental attitude. The physical change of these 3 years was marvelous. The girl was a woman, well rounded and poised, tall, straight, and quick. And with this went mental change, a self mastery, a veiling of the self even in intimate talk, a subtle air as of one looking from great and unreachable heights down on the dawn of the world. Perhaps no one who had not known the child and the girl as he had would have noted all this, but he saw and realized the transformation with a pang. Something had gone, the innocence and wonder of the child, and in their place had grown up something to him incomprehensible and occult. Miss Smith was not to be easily questioned on the subject. She took no hints and gave no information, and when once he hazarded some pointed questions she turned on him abruptly, observing acidly: "If I were you I'd think less of Zora and more of her work." Gradually, in his spiritual perplexity, Alwyn turned to Mary Cresswell. She was staying with the Colonel at Cresswell Oaks. Her coming South was supposed to be solely for reasons of health, and her appearance made this excuse plausible. She was lonely and restless, and naturally drawn toward the school. Her intercourse with Miss Smith was only formal, but her interest in Zora's work grew. Down in the swamp, at the edge of the cleared space, had risen a log cabin, long, low, spacious, overhung with oak and pine. It was Zora's center for her settlement work. There she lived, and with her a half dozen orphan girls and children too young for the boarding department of the school. Mrs. Cresswell easily fell into the habit of walking by here each day, coming down the avenue of oaks, across the road, and into the swamp. She saw little of Zora personally, but she saw her girls and learned much of her plans. The rooms of the cottage were clean and light, supplied with books and pictures, simple toys, and a phonograph. The yard was one wide green and golden playground, and all day the music of children's glad crooning and the singing of girls went echoing and trembling through the trees as they played and sewed and washed and worked. From the Cresswells and the Maxwells and others came loads of clothes for washing and mending. The Tolliver girls had simple dresses made, embroidery was ordered from town, and soon there would be the gardens and cotton fields. Mrs. Cresswell would saunter down of mornings. Sometimes she would talk to the big girls and play with the children. Sometimes she would sit hidden in the forest, listening and glimpsing and thinking, till her head whirled and the world danced red before her eyes. Today she rose wearily, for it was near noon, and started home. She saw Alwyn swing along the road to the school dining room, where he had charge of the students at the noonday meal. Alwyn wanted Mrs. Cresswell's judgment and advice. He was growing doubtful of his own estimate of women. Evidently something about his standards was wrong. Consequently, he made opportunities to talk with Mrs. Cresswell when she was about, hoping she would bring up the subject of Zora of her own accord. But she did not. She was too full of her own cares and troubles, and she was only too glad of willing and sympathetic ears into which to pour her thoughts. Miss Smith soon began to look on these conversations with some uneasiness. Black men and white women cannot talk together casually in the South, and she did not know how far the North had put notions in Alwyn's head. Today both met each other almost eagerly. Mrs. Cresswell had just had a bit of news which only he would fully appreciate. "Have you heard of the Vanderpools?" she asked. "No, except that he was appointed and confirmed at last." "Well, they had only arrived in France when he died of apoplexy." "I do not know," added Mrs. Cresswell. "I may be wrong, and I hope I'm not glad." Then there leaped into her mind a hypothetical question which had to do with her own curious situation. It was characteristic of her to brood and then restlessly to seek relief in consulting the one person near who knew her story. She started to open the subject again today. But Alwyn, his own mind full, spoke first and rapidly. He too had turned to her as he saw her come from Zora's home. He must know more about the girl. He could no longer endure this silence. Zora, beneath her apparent frankness, was impenetrable, and he felt that she carefully avoided him. although she did it so deftly that he felt rather than observed it. Miss Smith still systematically snubbed him when he broached the subject of Zora. With others he did not speak. The matter seemed too delicate and sacred, and he always had an awful dread lest sometime, somewhere, a chance, a fatal word would be dropped, a breath of evil gossip which would shatter all. He had hated to obtrude his troubles on Mrs. Cresswell, who seemed so torn in soul, but today he must speak, although time pressed. "Mrs. Cresswell," he began hurriedly, "there's a matter, a personal matter, of which I have wanted to speak a long time. The dinner bell rang and he stopped, vexed. "Come up to the house this afternoon," she said. "Colonel Cresswell will be away." Then she paused abruptly. A strange, startling thought flashed through her brain. Alwyn noticed nothing. He thanked her cordially and hurried toward the dining hall, meeting Colonel Cresswell on horseback just as he turned into the school gate. Mary Cresswell walked slowly on, flushing and paling by turns. Could it be that this Negro had dared to misunderstand her, had presumed? She reviewed her conduct. Perhaps she had been indiscreet in thus making a confidant of him in her troubles. She had thought of him as a boy, an old student, a sort of confidential servant, but what had he thought? She remembered Miss Smith's warnings of years before, and he had been North since, acquired Northern notions of freedom and equality. She bit her lip cruelly. Yet, she mused, she was herself to blame. She had unwittingly made the intimacy, and he was but a Negro, looking on every white woman as a goddess and ready to fawn at the slightest encouragement. There had been no one else here to confide in. She could not tell Miss Smith her troubles, although she knew Miss Smith must suspect. Harry Cresswell apparently had written nothing home of their quarrel. All the neighbors behaved as if her excuse of ill health were sufficient to account for her return South to escape the rigors of a Northern winter. Alwyn, and Alwyn alone, really knew. Well, it was her blindness, and she must right it quietly and quickly, with hard, ruthless plainness. She blushed again at the shame of it. Then she began to excuse. After all, which was worse, a Cresswell or an Alwyn? It was no sin that Alwyn had done. It was simply ignorant presumption, and she must correct him firmly but gently, like a child. What a crazy muddle the world was! She thought of Harry Cresswell and the tale he told her in the swamp. She thought of the flitting ghosts that awful night in Washington. She thought of Miss Wynn, who had jilted Alwyn and given herself a very bad quarter of an hour. What a world it was, and after all, how far was this black boy wrong? Just then Colonel Cresswell rode up behind and greeted her. She started almost guiltily, and again a sense of the awkwardness of her position reddened her face and neck. The Colonel dismounted, despite her protest, and walked beside her. They chatted along indifferently of the crops, her brother's new baby, the proposed mill. "Mary," his voice abruptly struck a new note, "I don't like the way you talk with that Alwyn nigger." She was silent. "Of course," he continued, "you're Northern born, and you have been a teacher in this school and feel differently from us in some ways, but mark what I say, a nigger will presume on the slightest pretext, and you must keep them in their place. Then, too, you are a Cresswell now." She smiled bitterly. He noticed it, but went on. "You are a Cresswell, even if you have caught Harry up to some of his deviltry." She started, and got miffed about it. "It'll all come out right. You're a Cresswell, and you must hold yourself too high to mister a nigger or let him dream of any sort of equality." He spoke pleasantly, but with a certain sharp insistence that struck a note of fear in Mary's heart. For a moment she thought of writing Alwyn not to call, but no, a note would be unwise. She and Colonel Cresswell lunched rather silently. "Well, I must get to town," he finally announced. "The mill directors meet today. If Maxwell calls by about that lumber, tell him I'll see him in town." And away he went. He had scarcely reached the highway and ridden a quarter of a mile or so when he spied Bles Alwyn hurrying across the field toward the Cresswell Oaks. He frowned and rode on. Then, reining in his horse, he stopped in the shadow of the trees and watched Alwyn. It was here that Zora saw him as she came up from her house. She, too, stopped, and soon saw whom he was watching. She had been planning to see Mr. Cresswell about the cut timber on her land. By legal right it was hers, but she knew he would claim half, treating her like a mere tenant. Seeing him watching Alwyn, she paused in the shadow and waited, fearing trouble. She, too, had felt that the continued conversations of Alwyn and Mrs. Cresswell were indiscreet, but she hoped that they had attracted no one else's attention. Now she feared the Colonel was suspicious, and her heart sank. Alwyn went straight toward the house and disappeared in the oak avenue. Still Colonel Cresswell waited, but Zora waited no longer. Alwyn must be warned. She must reach Cresswell's mansion before Cresswell did, and without him seeing her. This meant a long detour of the swamp to approach the Oaks from the west. She silently gathered up her skirts and walked quickly and carefully away. She was a strong woman, lithe and vigorous, living in the open air and used to walking. Once out of hearing, she threw away her hat and, bending forward, ran through the swamp. For a while she ran easily and swiftly. Then for a moment she grew dizzy, and it seemed as though she was standing still, and the swamp in solemn grandeur marching past, in solemn, mocking grandeur. She loosened her dress at the neck and flew on. She sped at last through the oaks, up the terraces, and slowing down to an unsteady walk, staggered into the house. No one would wonder at her being there. She came up now and then and sorted the linen and piled the baskets for the girls. She entered a side door and listened. The Colonel's voice sounded impatiently in the front hall. "Mary! Mary?" A pause, then an answer. "Yes, father." He started up the front stairway, and Zora hurried up the narrow back stairs, almost overturning a servant. "I'm after the clothes," she explained. She reached the back landing just in time to see Colonel Cresswell's head rising up the front staircase. With a quick bound she almost fell into the first room at the top of the stairs. Bles Alwyn hurried through his dinner duties and hastened to the Oaks. The questions, the doubts, the uncertainty within him were clamoring for utterance. How much had Mrs. Cresswell ever known of Zora? What kind of woman was Zora now? Mrs. Cresswell had seen her and had talked to her and watched her. What did she think? Thus he formulated his questions as he went, half timid and fearful in putting them, and yet determined to know. Mrs. Cresswell, waiting for him, was almost panic stricken. Probably he would beat round the bush seeking further encouragement, but at the slightest indication she must crush him ruthlessly and at the same time point the path of duty. He ought to marry some good girl, not Zora, but someone. Somehow Zora seemed too unusual and strange for him, too inhuman, as Mary Cresswell judged humanity. She glanced out from her seat on the upper veranda over the front porch and saw Alwyn coming. Where should she receive him? On the porch and have Mr. Maxwell ride up? In the parlor and have the servants astounded and talking? If she took him up to her own sitting room, the servants would think he was doing some work or fetching something for the school. She greeted him briefly and asked him in. "Good afternoon, Bles," using his first name to show him his place, and then inwardly recoiling at its note of familiarity. She preceded him upstairs to the sitting room, where, leaving the door ajar, She seated herself on the opposite side of the room and waited. He fidgeted, then spoke rapidly. "Mrs. Cresswell, this is a personal affair." She reddened angrily. "A love affair." She paled with something like fear. "And she started to speak but could not. "I want to know what you think about Zora." "About Zora?" she gasped weakly. The sudden reaction, the revulsion of her agitated feelings, left her breathless. "About Zora. You know I loved her dearly as a boy. How dearly I have only just begun to realize. I've been wondering if I understood, if I wasn't—" Mrs. Cresswell got angrily to her feet. "You have come here to speak to me of that," she choked, and Bles thought his worst fears realized. "Mary, Mary!" Colonel Cresswell's voice broke suddenly in upon them. With a start of fear Mrs. Cresswell rushed out into the hall and closed the door. "Mary, has that Alwyn nigger been here this afternoon?" Mr. Cresswell was coming upstairs carrying his riding whip. "Why, no," she answered, lying instinctively before she quite realized what her lie meant. She hesitated. "That is, I haven't seen him." I must have nodded over my book, and looking toward the little veranda at the front of the upper hall, where her easy chair stood with her book. Then, with an awful flash of enlightenment, she realized what her lie might mean, and her heart paused. Cresswell strode up. "I saw him come up. He must have entered. He's nowhere downstairs." He wavered and scowled. "Have you been in your sitting room?" And then, not waiting for a reply, he strode to the door. "But the damned scoundrel wouldn't dare—" He deliberately placed his hand in his right hand hip pocket and threw open the door. Mary Cresswell stood frozen. The full horror of the thing burst upon her. Her own silly misapprehension, the infatuation of Alwyn for Zora, her thoughtless, no, vindictive betrayal of him to something worse than death. She listened for the crack of doom. She heard a bird singing far down in the swamp. She heard the soft raising of a window and the closing of a door. And then, great God in heaven, must she live forever in this agony? And then she heard the door bang and Mr. Cresswell's gruff voice: "Well, where is he? He isn't in there." Mary Cresswell felt that something was giving way within. She swayed and would have crashed to the bottom of the staircase if just then she had not seen at the opposite end of the hall, near the back stairs, Zora and Alwyn emerge calmly from a room, carrying a basket full of clothes. Colonel Cresswell stared at them, and Zora instinctively put up her hand and fastened her dress at the throat. The Colonel scowled, for it was all clear to him now. "Look here," he angrily opened upon them, "if you niggers want to meet around, keep out of this house. Hereafter I'll send the clothes down. By God, if you want to make love, go to the swamp." He stamped down the stairs while an ashy paleness stole beneath the dark bronze of Zora's face. They walked silently down the road together, the old familiar road. Alwyn was staring moodily ahead. "We must get married before Christmas, Zora," he presently avowed, not looking at her. He felt the basket pause, and he glanced up. Her dark eyes were full upon him, and he saw something in their depth that brought him to himself and made him realize his blunder. "Zora," he stammered, "forgive me. Will you marry me?" She looked at him calmly, with infinite compassion. But her reply was uttered unhesitatingly, distinct, direct: "No, Bles." Chapter 34. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 35 of the Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Chapter 35. The Cotton Mill. The people of Toomsville started in their beds and listened. A new song was rising on the air, a harsh, low, murmuring croon that shook the village ranged around its old square of dilapidated stores. It was not a song of joy, it was not a song of sorrow, it was not a song at all, perhaps, but a confused whizzing and murmuring, as of 1,000 ill-tuned, busy voices. Some of the listeners wondered, but most of the town cried joyfully, "It's the new cotton mill." John Taylor's head teemed with new schemes. The mill trust of the North was at last a fact. The small mills had not been able to buy cotton when it was low because Cresswell was cornering it in the name of the Farmers' League, and now that it was high they could not afford to, and many surrendered to the trust. "Next thing," wrote Taylor to Easterly, "is to reduce cost of production. Too much goes in wages. Gradually transfer mills south." Easterly argued that the labor was too unskilled in the South, and that to send Northern spinners down would spread labor troubles. Taylor replied briefly, "Never fear, we'll scare them with a vision of niggers in the mills." Colonel Cresswell was not so easily won over to the new scheme. In the first place, he was angry because the school, which he had come to regard as on its last legs, somehow still continued to flourish. The $10,000 mortgage had but 3 more years, and that would end all, but he had hoped for a crash even earlier. Instead of this, Miss Smith was cheerfully expanding the work, hiring new teachers, and especially she had brought to help her 2 young Negroes whom he suspected. Colonel Cresswell had prevented the Tolliver land sale only to be inveigled himself into Zora's scheme, which now began to worry him. He must evict Zora's tenants as soon as the crops were planted and harvested. There was nothing unjust about such a course, he argued, for Negroes, anyway, were too lazy and shiftless to buy the land. They would not, they could not, work without driving. All this he imparted to John Taylor, to which that gentleman listened carefully. "I see," he owned, "and I know the way out." "How?" "A cotton mill in Toomsville." "What's that got to do with it?" "Bring in whites." "But I don't want poor white trash. I'd sooner have niggers." "Now see here," argued Taylor, "you can't have everything you want. Days gone by for aristocracy of old kind." "You must have neighbors. Choose, then, white or black." "I say white." "But they'll rule us, outvote us, marry our daughters," warmly objected the Colonel. "Some of them may, most of them won't. A few of them with brains will help us rule the rest with money. We'll plant cotton mills beside the cotton fields, use whites to keep niggers in their place, and the fear of niggers to keep the poorer whites in theirs." The Colonel looked thoughtful. "There's something in that," he confessed after a while, "but it's a mighty big experiment, and it may go awry." "Not with brains and money to guide it. At any rate, we've got to try it. It's the next logical step, and we must take it." "But in the meantime I'm not going to give up the old methods. I'm going to set the sheriff behind these lazy niggers," said the Colonel, "and I'm going to stop that school putting notions into their heads." In 3 short months the mill at Toomsville was open, and its wheels whizzing to the boundless pride of the citizens. "Our enterprise, sir," they said to the strangers on the strength of the $5,000 locally invested. Once it had vigor to sing, the song of the mill knew no resting. Morning and evening, day and night, it crooned its rhythmic tune. Only during the daylight Sundays did its murmur die to a sibilant hiss. All the week its doors were filled with the coming and going of men and women and children. Many men, more women, and greater throngs of children. It seemed to devour children, sitting with its myriad eyes gleaming, and its black maw open, drawing in the pale white mites, sucking their blood, and spewing them out paler and even paler. The face of the town began to change, showing a ragged tuberculosis-looking side, with dingy homes in short and homely rows. There came gradually a new consciousness to the town. Hitherto town and country had been ruled by a few great landlords, but at the very first election Colton, an unknown outsider, had beaten the regular candidate for sheriff by such a majority that the big property owners dared not count him out. They had, however, an earnest consultation with John Taylor. "It's just as I said," growled Colonel Cresswell. "If you don't watch out, our whole plantation system will be ruined, and we will be governed by this white trash from the hills." "There's only one way," sighed Caldwell, the merchant. "We've got to vote the niggers." John Taylor laughed. "Nonsense." He spurned the suggestion. "You're old fashioned. Let the mill hands have the offices. What good will it do?" "What good? Why, they'll do as they please with us." "Bosh! Don't we own the mill? Can't we keep wages where we like by threatening to bring in nigger labor?" "No, you can't permanently," Maxwell disputed, "for they sometime will call your bluff." "Let 'em call," said Taylor, "and we'll put niggers in the mills." "What?" ejaculated the landlords in chorus. Only Maxwell was silent. "And kill the plantation system?" "Oh, maybe sometime, of course, but not for years, not until you've made your pile. You don't really expect to keep the darkies down forever, do you?" "No, I don't," Maxwell slowly admitted. "This system can't last always. Sometimes I think it can't last long. It's wrong through and through. It's built on ignorance, theft, and force, and I wish to God we had the courage enough to overthrow it and take the consequences. I wish it was possible to be a Southerner and a Christian and an honest man, to treat niggers and dagoes and white trash like men, and be big enough to say, 'To hell with consequences.'" Colonel Cresswell stared at his neighbor, speechless with bewilderment and outraged traditions. Such unbelievable heresy from a Northerner or a Negro would have been natural, but from a Southerner whose father had owned 500 slaves it was incredible. The other landlords scarcely listened. They were dogged and impatient, and they could suggest no remedy. They could only blame the mill for their troubles. John Taylor left the conference blithely. "No," he said to the committee from the new Mill Workers Union, "can't raise wages, gentlemen, and can't lessen hours. Mill is just started and not yet paying expenses. You're getting better wages than you ever got. If you don't want to work, quit. There are plenty of others, white and black, who want your jobs." The mention of black people as competitors for wages was like a red rag to a bull. The laborers got together, and at the next election they made a clean sweep. Judge, sheriff, 2 members of the legislature, and the registrars of votes. Undoubtedly the following year they would capture Harry Cresswell's seat in Congress. The result was curious. From 2 sides, from landlord and white laborer, came renewed oppression of black men. The laborers found that their political power gave them little economic advantage as long as the threatening cloud of Negro competition loomed ahead. There was some talk of a strike, but Colton, the new sheriff, discouraged it. "I tell you, boys, where the trouble lies. It's the niggers. They live on nothing and take any kind of treatment, and they keep wages down. If you strike they'll get your jobs, sure. We'll just have to grin and bear it a while, but get back at the darkies whenever you can. I'll stick 'em into the chain gang every chance I get." On the other hand, inspired by fright, the grip of the landlords on the black serfs closed with steadily increasing firmness. They saw one class rising from beneath them to power, and they tightened the chains on the other. Matters simmered on this way, and the only party wholly satisfied with conditions was John Taylor and the few young Southerners who saw through his eyes. He was making money. The landlords, on the contrary, were losing power and prestige, and their farm labor, despite strenuous efforts, was drifting to town, attracted by new and incidental work and higher wages. The mill hands were more and more overworked and underpaid, and hated the Negroes for it, in accordance with their leaders' directions. At the same time, the oppressed blacks and scowling mill hands could not help recurring again and again to the same inarticulate thought which no one was brave enough to voice. Once, however, it came out flatly. It was when Zora, crowding into the village courthouse to see if she could not help Aunt Rachel's accused boy, found herself beside a gaunt, overworked white woman. The woman was struggling with a crippled child, and Zora, turning, lifted him carefully for the weak mother, who thanked her half timidly. "That mill's about killed him," she said. At this juncture the manacled boy was led into court, and the woman suddenly turned to Zora. "Darned if I don't think these white slaves and black slaves had ought to get together," she declared. "I think so too," Zora agreed. Colonel Cresswell himself caught the conversation, and it struck him with a certain dismay. Suppose such conjunction should come to pass. He edged over to John Taylor and spoke to him, but Taylor, who had just successfully stopped the suit for damages to the injured boy, merely shrugged his shoulders. "What's this nigger charged with?" demanded the judge, when the first black boy was brought up before him. "Breaking his labor contract." "Any witnesses?" "I have the contract here," announced the sheriff. "He refuses to work." "A year or $100." Colonel Cresswell paid his fine and took him in charge. "What's the charge here?" said the judge, pointing to Aunt Rachel's boy. "Attempt to kill a white man." "Any witnesses?" "None except the victim." "And I," said Zora, coming forward. Both the sheriff and Colonel Cresswell stared at her. Of course she was simply a black girl, but she was an educated woman, who knew things about the Cresswell plantations that it was unnecessary to air in court. The newly elected judge had not yet taken his seat, and Cresswell's word was still law in the court. He whispered to the judge. "Case postponed," said the court. The sheriff scowled. "Wait till Jim gets on the bench," he growled. The white bystanders, however, did not seem enthusiastic, and one man, he was a Northern spinner, spoke out plainly. "It's none of my business, of course. I've been fired, and I'm damn glad of it. But see here, if you mutts think you're going to beat these big blokes at their own game of cheating niggers, you're daffy. You take this from me. Get together with the niggers and hold up this whole capitalist gang. If you don't get the niggers first, they'll use 'em as a club to throw you down. You hear me?" And he departed for the train. Colton was suspicious. The sentiment of joining with the Negroes did not seem to arouse the bitter resentment he expected. There even came whispers to his ear that he had sold out to the landlords, and there was enough truth in the report to scare him. Thus to both parties came the uncomfortable specter of the black men, and both sides went to work to lay the ghost. Particularly was Colonel Cresswell stirred to action. He realized that in Bles and Zora he was dealing with a younger class of educated black folk, who were learning to fight with new weapons. They were, he was sure, as dissolute and weak as their parents, but they were shrewder and more aspiring. They must be crushed, and crushed quickly. To this end he had recourse to two sources of help, Johnson and the whites in town. Johnson was what Colonel Cresswell repeatedly called a faithful nigger. He was one of those constitutionally timid creatures in whom the servility of his fathers had sunk in so deep that it had become second nature. To him a white man was an archangel, while the Cresswells, his father's masters, stood for God. He served them with dog-like faith, asking no reward, and for what he gave in reverence to them he took back in contempt for his fellow niggers. He applied the epithet with more contempt than the colonel himself could express. To the Negroes he was a white folks' nigger, to be despised and feared. To him Colonel Cresswell gave a few pregnant directions. Then he rode to town and told Taylor again of his fears of a labor movement which would include whites and blacks. Taylor could not see any great danger. "Of course," he conceded, "they'll eventually get together. Their interests are identical. I'll admit it's our game to delay this as long as possible." "It must be delayed forever, sir." "Can't be," was the terse response. "But even if they do ally themselves, our way is easy. Separate the leaders, the talented, the pushers of both races from their masses, and through them rule the rest by money." But Colonel Cresswell shook his head. "It's precisely these leaders of the Negroes that we must crush," he insisted. Taylor looked puzzled. "I thought it was the lazy, shiftless, and criminal Negroes you feared." "Hang it, no. We can deal with them. We've got whips, chain gangs, and mobs, if need be. No, it's the Negro who wants to climb up that we've got to beat to his knees." Taylor could not follow this reasoning. He believed in an aristocracy of talent alone, and secretly despised Colonel Cresswell's pretensions of birth. If a man had ability and push, Taylor was willing and anxious to open the way for him, even though he were black. The caste way of thinking in the South, both as applied to poor whites and to Negroes, he simply could not understand. The weak and the ignorant of all races he despised and had no patience with them, but others, "A man's a man, isn't he?" he persisted. But Colonel Cresswell replied, "No, never if he's black, and not always when he's white," and he stalked away. Zora sensed fully the situation. She did not anticipate any immediate understanding with the laboring whites, but she knew that eventually it would be inevitable. Meantime the Negro must strengthen himself and bring to the alliance as much independent strength as possible. For the development of her plans she needed Bles Alwyn's constant cooperation. He was business manager of the school and was doing well, but she wanted to point out to him the larger field. So long as she was uncertain of his attitude toward her, it was difficult to act, but now, since the flash of the imminent tragedy at Cresswell Oaks had cleared the air, with all its hurt, a frank understanding had been made possible. The very next day Zora chose to show Bles over her new home and grounds, and to speak frankly to him. They looked at the land, examined the proposed farm sites, and viewed the living room and dormitory in the house. "You haven't seen my den," said Zora. "No." "Miss Smith is in there now. She often hides there. Come." He went into the large central house and into the living room, then out on the porch, beyond which lay the kitchen. But to the left and at the end of the porch was a small building. It was ceiled in dark yellow pine, with figured denim on the walls. A straight desk of rough hewn wood stood in the corner by the white curtained window, and a couch and two large easy chairs faced a tall narrow fireplace of uneven stone. A thick green rag carpet covered the floor. A few pictures were on the walls: a Madonna, a scene of mad careering horses, and some sad baby faces. The room was a unity. Things fitted together as if they belonged together. It was restful and beautiful, from the cheerful pine blaze before which Miss Smith was sitting, to the square paned window that let in the crimson rays of gathering night. All around the room, stopping only at the fireplace, ran low shelves of the same yellow pine, filled with books and magazines. He scanned curiously Plato's Republic, Gorky's Comrades, a Cyclopedia of Agriculture, Balzac's novels, Spencer's First Principles, Tennyson's poems. "This is my university," Zora explained, smiling at his interested survey. They went out again and wandered down near the old lagoon. "Now, Bles," she began, "since we understand each other, can we not work together as good friends? She spoke simply and frankly, without apparent effort, and talked on at length of her work and vision. Somehow he could not understand. His mental attitude toward Zora had always been one of guidance, guardianship, and instruction. He had been judging and weighing her from on high, looking down upon her with thoughts of uplift and development. Always he had been holding her dark little hands to lead her out of the swamp of life, and always, when in senseless anger he had half forgotten and deserted her, this vision of elder brotherhood had still remained. Now this attitude was being revolutionized. She was proposing to him a plan of wide scope, a bold regeneration of the land. It was a plan carefully studied out, long thought of and read about. He was asked to be co-worker, nay, in a sense to be a follower, for he was ignorant of much. He hesitated. Then all at once a sense of his utter unworthiness overwhelmed him. Who was he to stand and judge this unselfish woman? Who was he to falter when she called? A sense of his smallness and narrowness, of his priggish blindness, rose like a mockery in his soul. One thing alone held him back. He was not unwilling to be simply human, a learner and a follower, but would he, as such, ever command the love and respect of this new and inexplicable woman? Would not comradeship on the basis of the new friendship which she insisted on be the death of love and thoughts of love? Thus he hesitated, knowing that his duty lay clear. In her direst deed he had deserted her. He had left her to go to destruction, and expected that she would. By a superhuman miracle she had risen and seated herself above him. She was working. Here was work to be done. He was asked to help. He would help. If it killed his old and newborn dream of love, well and good. It was his punishment. Yet the sacrifice, the readjustment was hard. He grew to it gradually, inwardly revolting, feeling always a great longing to take this woman and make her nestle in his arms as she used to, catching himself again and again on the point of speaking to her and urging, yet ever again holding himself back and bowing in silent respect to the dignity of her life. Only now and then, when their eyes met suddenly and unthinkingly, a great kindling flash of flame seemed struggling behind showers of tears, until in a moment she smiled or spoke, and then the dropping veil left only the frank open glance, unwavering, soft, kind, but nothing more. Then Alwyn would go wearily away, vexed or disappointed or merely sad, and both would turn to their work again. End of chapter 35. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 36 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 36. The Land. Colonel Cresswell started all the more grimly to overthrow the new work at the school, because somewhere down beneath his heart a pity and a wonder were stirring, a pity at the perfectly useless struggle to raise the unraisable, a wonder at certain signs of rising. But it was impossible and unthinkable, even if possible. So he squared his jaw and cheated Zora deliberately in the matter of the cut timber. He placed every obstacle in the way of getting tenants for the school land. Here Johnson, the faithful nigger, was of incalculable assistance. He was among the first to hear the call for prospective tenants. The meeting was in the big room of Zora's house, and Aunt Rachel came early with her cheery voice and smile, which faded so quickly to lines of sorrow and despair, and then twinkled back again. After her, hobbled old Sykes. Fully a half hour later Rob hurried in. "Johnson," he informed the others, "has sneaked over to Cresswell's to tell of this meeting. We ought to beat that nigger up." But Zora asked him about the new baby, and he was soon deep in child lore. Higgins and Sanders came together, dirty, apologetic, and furtive. Then came Johnson. "How do, Miss Zora? Mr. Alwyn, I sure is glad to see you, sir. Well, if there ain't Aunt Rachel, looking as young as ever. And Higgins, you scamp. Ah, Mr. Sanders. Well, gentlemen and ladies, this is sure going to be a good cotton season, I remember." And then he ran on endlessly. Now to this one, now to that, now to all, his little eyes all the while dancing insinuatingly here and there. About 9 o'clock a buggy drove up, and Carter and Simpson came in. Carter, a silent, strong-faced brown laborer who listened and looked, and Simpson, a worried, nervous man who sat still with difficulty and commenced many sentences but did not finish them. Alwyn looked at his watch and at Zora, but she gave no sign until they heard a rollicking song outside, and Tyler burst into the room. He was nearly 7 feet high and broad-shouldered, yellow, with curling hair and laughing brown eyes. He was chewing an enormous quid of tobacco, the juice of which he distributed generously, and he had had just liquor enough to make him jolly. His entrance was a breeze and a roar. Alwyn then undertook to explain the land scheme. "It is the best land in the county." "When it's cleared," interrupted Johnson, and Simpson looked alarmed. "It is partially cleared," continued Alwyn, "and our plan is to sell off small 20-acre farms." "You can't do nothing on 20 acres," began Johnson, but Tyler laid his huge hand over his mouth and said briefly, "Shut up." Alwyn started again. "We shall sell a few 20-acre farms, but keep one central plantation of 100 acres for the school. Here Miss Zora will carry on her work, and the school will run a model farm with your help. We want to center here agencies to make life better. We want all sorts of industries. We want a little hospital with a resident physician and 2 or 3 nurses. We want a cooperative store for buying supplies. We want a cotton gin and sawmill, and in the future other things. This land here, as I have said, is the richest around. We want to keep this 100 acres for the public good and not sell it. We are going to deed it to a board of trustees, and those trustees are to be chosen from the ones who buy the small farms." "Who's going to get what's made on this land?" asked Sanders. "All of us. It's going first to pay for the land, then to support the home and the school, and then to furnish capital for industries." Johnson sniggered. "You mean you're going to live off of it?" "Yes," answered Alwyn, "but I'm going to work for it." "Who's going—" began Simpson, but he stopped helplessly. "Who's going to tend this land?" asked the practical Carter. "All of us. Each man is going to promise us so many days' work a year, and we're going to ask others to help. The women and girls and school children. They will all help." "Can you put trust in that sort of help?" "We can when once the community learns that it pays." "Does you own the land?" asked Johnson suddenly. "No, we're buying it, and it's part paid for already." The discussion became general. Zora moved about among the men, whispering and explaining, while Johnson moved too, objecting and hinting. At last he arose. "Brethren," he began, "the plan's good enough for talking, but you can't work it. Who ever heerd tell of such a thing? First place, the land ain't yours. Second place, you can't get it worked. Third place, white folks won't allow it. Who ever heerd of such working land on shares?" "You do it for white folks each day. Why not for yourselves?" Alwyn pointed out. "'Cause we ain't white, and we can't do nothing like that." Tyler was asleep and snoring, and the others looked doubtfully at each other. It was a proposal a little too daring for them, a bit too far beyond their experience. One consideration alone kept them from shrinking away, and that was Zora's influence. Not a man was there whom she had not helped and encouraged, nor who had not perfect faith in her impetuous hope, her deep enthusiasm, and her strong will. Even her defects, the hard held temper, the deeply rooted dislikes, caught their imagination. Finally, after several other meetings, 5 men took courage, 3 of the best and 2 of the weakest. During the spring, long negotiations were entered into by Miss Smith to buy the 5 men. Colonel Cresswell and Mr. Tolliver had them all charged with large sums of indebtedness, and these sums had to be assumed by the school. As Colonel Cresswell counted over $2,000 of school notes and deposited them beside the mortgage, he smiled grimly, for he saw the end. Yet even then his hand trembled, and that curious doubt came creeping back. He put it aside angrily and glanced up. "Nigger wants to talk with you," announced his clerk. The Colonel sauntered out and found Bles Alwyn waiting. "Colonel Cresswell," he said, "I have charge of the buying for the school and our tenants this year, and I naturally want to do the best possible. I thought I'd come over and see about getting my supplies at your store." "That's all right. You can get anything you want," said Colonel Cresswell cheerily, for this, to his mind, was evidence of sense on the part of the Negroes. Bles showed his list of needed supplies: seeds, meat, cornmeal, coffee, sugar, etc. The Colonel glanced over it carelessly and then moved away. "All right, come and get what you want any time," he called back. "But about the prices?" said Alwyn, following him. "Oh, they'll be all right." "Of course, but what I want is an estimate of your lowest cash prices." "Cash?" "Yes, sir." Cresswell thought a while. Such a businesslike proposition from Negroes surprised him. "Well, I'll let you know," he said. It was nearly a week later before Alwyn approached him again. "Now see here," said Colonel Cresswell, "there's practically no difference between cash and time prices. We buy our stock on time, and you can just as well take advantage of this as not. I have figured out about what these things will cost. The best thing for you to do is to make a deposit here and get things when you want them. If you make a good deposit, I'll throw off 10%, which is all of my profit." "Thank you," said Alwyn, but he looked over the account and found the whole bill at least twice as large as he had expected. Without further parley, he made some excuse and started to town, while Mr. Cresswell went to the telephone. In town, Alwyn went to all the chief merchants one after another, and received, to his great surprise, practically the same estimate. He could not understand it. He had estimated the current market prices according to the Montgomery paper, yet the prices in Toomsville were 50 to 150% higher. The merchant to whom he went last laughed. "Don't you know we're not going to interfere with Colonel Cresswell's tenants?" He stated the dealer's attitude, and Alwyn saw light. He went home and told Zora, and she listened without surprise. "Now to business," she said briskly. "Miss Smith," turning to the teacher, "as I told you, they're combining against us in town, and we must buy in Montgomery. I was sure it was coming, but I wanted to give Colonel Cresswell every chance. Bles starts for Montgomery." Alwyn looked up. "Does he?" he asked, smiling. "Yes," said Zora, smiling in return. "We must lose no further time." "But there's no train from Toomsville tonight." "But there's one from Barton in the morning, and Barton is only 20 miles away." "It is a long walk." Alwyn thought a while silently. Then he rose. "I'm going," he said. "Good bye." In less than a week the storehouse was full and the tenants were at work. The 20 acres of cleared swamp land attended to by voluntary labor of all the tenants, was soon bearing a magnificent crop. Colonel Cresswell inspected all the crops daily with a proprietary air that would have been natural had these folks been simply tenants, and as such he persisted in regarding them. The cotton now growing was perhaps not so uniformly fine as the first acre of Silver Fleece, but it was of unusual height and thickness. At least a bale to the acre, Alwyn estimated, and the colonel mentally determined to take 2/3 of the crop. After that he decided that he would evict Zora immediately, since sufficient land was cleared already for his purposes, and moreover he had seen with consternation a herd of cattle grazing in one field on some early green stuff, and he heard a drove of hogs in the swamp. Such an example before the tenants of the Black Belt would be fatal. He must wait a few weeks for them to pick the cotton, then the end. He was fighting the battle of his color and caste. The children sang merrily in the brown-white field. The wide baskets poised aloft foamed on the erect and swaying bodies of the dark carriers. The crop throughout the land was short that year, for prices had ruled low last season in accordance with the policy of the combine. This year they started high again. Would they fall? Many thought so and hastened to sell. Zora and Alwyn gathered their tenants' crops, ginned them at the Cresswell gin, and carried their cotton to town, where it was deposited in the warehouse of the Farmers' League. "Now," said Alwyn, "we would best sell while prices are high." Zora laughed at him frankly. "We can't," she said. "Don't you know that Colonel Cresswell will attach our cotton for rent as soon as it touches the warehouse?" "But it's ours." "Nothing is ours. No black man ordinarily can sell his crop without a white creditor's consent." Alwyn fumed. "The best way," he declared, "is to go to Montgomery and get a first-class lawyer and just fight the thing through. The land is legally ours, and he has no right to our cotton." "Yes, but you must remember that no man like Colonel Cresswell regards a business bargain with a colored man as binding. No white man under ordinary circumstances will help enforce such a bargain against prevailing public opinion." "But if we cannot trust to justice of the case, and if you knew we couldn't, why did you try?" "Because I had to try, and moreover the circumstances are not altogether ordinary. The men in power in Toomsville are not the landlords of this county. They are poor whites. The judge and the sheriff were both elected by mill hands who hate Cresswell and Taylor. Then there's a new young lawyer who wants Harry Cresswell's seat in Congress. He don't know much law, I'm afraid, but what he don't know of this case I think I do. I'll get his advice, and then I mean to conduct the case myself," Zora calmly concluded. "Without a lawyer?" Bles Alwyn stared in amazement. "Without a lawyer in court." "Zora, that would be foolish." "Is it? Let's think. For over a year now I have been studying the law of the case," and she pointed to her law books. "I know the law and most of the decisions. Moreover, as a black woman fighting a hopeless battle with landlords, I'll gain the one thing lacking." "What's that?" "The sympathy of the court and the bystanders." "Pshaw! From these Southerners?" "Yes, from them. They are very human, these men, especially the laborers. Their prejudices are cruel enough, but there are joints in their armor. They are used to seeing us either scared or blindly angry, and they understand how to handle us then. But at other times it is hard for them to do anything but meet us in a human way." "But Zora, think of the contact of the court, the humiliation, the coarse talk." Zora put up her hand and lightly touched his arm. Looking at him, she said, "Mud doesn't hurt much. This is my duty. Let me do it." His eyes fell before the shadow of a deeper rebuke. He arose heavily. "Very well," he acquiesced, as he passed slowly out. The young lawyer started to refuse to touch the case until he saw, or did Zora adroitly make him see, a chance for eventual political capital. They went over the matter carefully, and the lawyer acquired a respect for the young woman's knowledge. First, he said, get an injunction on the cotton, then go to court, and to ensure the matter he slipped over and saw the judge. Colonel Cresswell next day stalked angrily into his lawyer's office. "See here," he thundered, handing the lawyer the notice of the injunction. "See the judge," began the lawyer, and then remembered, as he was often forced to do these days, who was judge. He inquired carefully into the case and examined the papers. Then he said, "Colonel Cresswell, who drew this contract of sale?" "The black girl did." "Impossible." "She certainly did. Wrote it in my presence." "Well, it's mighty well done." "You mean it will stand in law?" "It certainly will. There's but one way to break it, and that's to allege misunderstanding on your part." Cresswell winced. It was not pleasant to go into open court and acknowledge himself overreached by a Negro, but several $1,000s in cotton and land were at stake. "Go ahead," he concurred. "You can depend on Taylor, of course," added the lawyer. "Of course," answered Cresswell. "But why prolong the thing?" "You see, she's got your cotton tied by injunction." "I don't see how she did it." "Easy enough. This judge is the poor white you opposed in the last primary." Within a week the case was called, and they filed into the courtroom. Cresswell's lawyer saw only this black woman. No other lawyer or sign of one appeared to represent her. The place was soon filled with a lazy, tobacco-chewing throng of white men. A few blacks whispered in one corner. The dirty stove was glowing with pine wood, and the judge sat at a desk. "Where's your lawyer?" he asked sharply of Zora. "I have none," returned Zora, rising. There came a silence in the court. Her voice was low, and the men leaned forward to listen. The judge felt impelled to be over gruff. "Get a lawyer," he ordered. "Your Honor, my case is simple, and with your Honor's permission I wish to conduct it myself. I cannot afford a lawyer, and I do not think I need one." Cresswell's lawyer smiled and leaned back. It was going to be easier than he supposed. Evidently the woman believed she had no case and was weakening. The trial proceeded, and Zora stated her contention. She told how long her mother and grandmother had served the Cresswells, and showed her receipt for rent paid. "A friend sent me some money. I went to Mr. Cresswell and asked him to sell me 200 acres of land. He consented to do so, and signed this contract in the presence of his son-in-law." Just then John Taylor came into the court, and Cresswell beckoned to him. "I want you to help me out, John." "All right," whispered Taylor. "What can I do?" "Swear that Cresswell didn't mean to sign this," said the lawyer quickly, as he arose to address the court. Taylor looked at the paper blankly and then at Cresswell, and some inkling of the irreconcilable difference in the two natures leaped into both their hearts. Cresswell might gamble and drink and lie like a gentleman, but he would never willingly cheat or take advantage of a white man's financial necessities. Taylor, on the other hand, had a horror of a lie, never drank nor played games of chance, but his whole life was speculation, and in the business game he was utterly ruthless and respected no one. Such men could never thoroughly understand each other. To Cresswell, a man who had cheated the whole South out of millions by a series of misrepresentations, ought to regard this little falsehood as nothing. Meantime, Colonel Cresswell's lawyer was on his feet, and he adopted his most irritating and contemptuous manner. This nigger wench wrote out some illegible stuff, and Colonel Cresswell signed it to get rid of her. We are not going to question the legality of the form. That is neither here nor there. The point is, Mr. Cresswell never intended, never dreamed of selling this wench land right in front of his door. He meant to rent her the land and sign a receipt for rent paid in advance. I will not worry your honor by a long argument to prove this, but just call one of the witnesses well known to you, Mr. John Taylor of the Toomsville Mills." Taylor looked toward the door and then slowly took the stand. "Mr. Taylor," said the lawyer carelessly, "were you present at this transaction?" "Yes." "Did you see Colonel Cresswell sign this paper?" "Yes." "Well, did he intend, so far as you know, to sign such a paper?" "I do not know his intentions." "Did he say he meant to sign such a contract?" Taylor hesitated. "Yes," he finally answered. Colonel Cresswell looked up in amazement, and the lawyer dropped his glasses. I don't think you perhaps understood me, Mr. Taylor," he gasped. "I meant to ask if Colonel Cresswell, in signing this paper, meant to sign a contract to sell this wench 200 acres of land." "He said he did," reiterated Taylor, "although I ought to add that he did not think the girl would ever be able to pay. If he had thought she would pay, I don't think he would have signed the paper." Colonel Cresswell went red, then pale, and leaning forward before the whole court, he hurled, "You damned scoundrel!" The judge rapped for order and fidgeted in his seat. There was some confusion and snickering in the courtroom. Finally the judge plucked up courage. "The defendant is ordered to deliver this cotton to Zora Cresswell," he directed. The raging of Colonel Cresswell's anger now turned against John Taylor as well as the Negroes. Wind of the estrangement flew over town quickly. The poor whites saw a chance to win Taylor's influence, and the sheriff approached him cautiously. Taylor paid him slight courtesy. He was irritated with this devilish Negro problem. He was making money, his wife and babies were enjoying life, and here was this fool trial to upset matters. But the sheriff talked. "The thing I'm afraid of," he said, "is that Cresswell and his gang will swing in the niggers on us." "How do you mean?" "Let 'em vote." "But they have to read and write." "Sure." "Well, then," said Taylor, "it might be a good thing." Colton eyed him suspiciously. "You'd let a nigger vote?" "Why, yes, if he had sense enough." "There ain't no niggers got sense." "Oh, pshaw!" Taylor ejaculated, walking away. The sheriff was angry and mistrustful. He believed he had discovered a deep laid scheme of the aristocrats to cultivate friendliness between whites and blacks, and then use black voters to crush the whites. Such a course was, in Colton's mind, dangerous, monstrous, and unnatural. It must be stopped at all hazards. He began to whisper among his friends. One or two meetings were held, and the flame of racial prejudice was studiously fanned. The atmosphere of the town and country quickly began to change. Whatever little beginnings of friendship and understanding had arisen now quickly disappeared. The town of a Saturday no longer belonged to a happy, careless crowd of black peasants, but the black folk found themselves elbowed to the gutter, while ugly quarrels flashed here and there with a quick arrest of the Negroes. Colonel Cresswell made a sudden resolve. He sent for the sheriff and received him at the Oaks in his most respectable style, filling him with good food and warming him with good liquor. "Colton," he asked, "are you sending any of your white children to the nigger school yet?" "What?" yelled Colton. The colonel laughed, frankly telling Colton John Taylor's philosophy on the race problem, his willingness to let Negroes vote, his threat to let blacks and whites work together, his contempt for the officials elected by the people. "Candidly, Colton," he concluded, "I believe in aristocracy. I can't think it right or wise to replace the old aristocracy by new and untried blood." And in a sudden outburst, "But by God, sir, I'm a white man, and I place the lowest white man ever created above the highest darky ever thought of. This Yankee, Taylor, is a nigger lover. He's secretly encouraging and helping them. You saw what he did to me, and I'm warning you in time." Colton's glass dropped. "I thought it was you that was corralling the niggers against us," he exclaimed. The Colonel reddened. "I don't count all white men my equals, I admit," he returned with dignity, "but I know the difference between a white man and a nigger." Colton stretched out his massive hand. "Put it there, sir," said he. "I misjudged you. Colonel Cresswell, I'm a Southerner, and I honor the old aristocracy you represent. I'm going to join with you to crush this Yankee and put the niggers in their place. They are getting impudent around here, and they need a lesson, and, by gad, they'll get one they'll remember." "Now, see here, Colton, nothing rash," the Colonel charged him, warningly. "Don't stir up needless trouble. But, well, things must change." Colton rose and shook his head. "The niggers need a lesson," he muttered as he unsteadily bade his host good bye. Cresswell watched him uncomfortably as he rode away, and again a feeling of doubt stirred within him. What new force was he loosening against his black folk, his own black folk who had lived about him and his fathers nigh 300 years? He saw the huge form of the sheriff loom like an evil spirit a moment on the rise of the road and sink into the night. He turned slowly to his cheerless house, shuddering as he entered the uninviting portals. End of chapter 36. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 37 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 37. The Mob. When Emma, Bertie's child, came home after a 2 years' course of study, she had passed from girlhood to young womanhood. She was white and sandy-haired. She was not beautiful, and she appeared to be fragile, but she also looked sweet and good, with that peculiar innocence which peers out upon the world with calm, round eyes and sees no evil, but does methodically its simple everyday work. Zora mothered her. Miss Smith found her plenty to do, and Bles thought her a good girl. But Mrs. Cresswell found her perfect, and began to scheme to marry her off. For Mary Cresswell, with the restlessness and unhappiness of an unemployed woman, was trying to atone for her former blunders. Her humiliation after the episode at Cresswell Oaks had been complete. It seemed to her that the original cause of her whole life punishment lay in her persistent misunderstanding of the black people and their problem. Zora appeared to her in a new and glorified light, a vigorous, self-sacrificing woman. She knew that Zora had refused to marry Bles, and this again seemed fitting. Zora was not meant for marrying. She was a born leader, wedded to a great cause. She had long outgrown the boy and girl affection. She was the sort of woman she herself might have been if she had not married. Alwyn, on the other hand, needed a wife. He was a great, virile boy, requiring a simple, affectionate mate. No sooner did she see Emma than she was sure that this was the ideal wife. She compared herself with Helen Cresswell. Helen was a contented wife and mother because she was fitted for the position, and happy in it, while she, who had aimed so high, had fallen piteously. From such a fate she would save Zora and Bles. Emma's course in nurse training had been simple and short, and there was no resident physician, but Emma, in her unemotional way, was a born nurse and did much good among the sick in the neighborhood. Zora had a small log hospital erected, with 4 white beds, a private room, and an office, which was also Emma's bedroom. The new white physician in town, just fresh from school in Atlanta, became interested and helped with advice and suggestions. Meantime, John Taylor's troubles began to increase. Under the old political regime, it had been an easy matter to avoid serious damage suits for the accidents in the mill. Much child labor and the lack of protective devices made accidents painfully frequent. Taylor insisted that the chief cause was carelessness, while the mill hands alleged criminal neglect on his part. When the new labor officials took charge of the court, and the break occurred between Colonel Cresswell and his son-in-law, Taylor found that several damage suits were likely to cost him a considerable sum. He determined not to let the bad feelings go too far, and when a particularly distressing accident to a little girl took place, he showed more than his usual interest and offered to care for her. The new young physician recommended Zora's infirmary as the only near place that offered a chance for the child's recovery. "Take her out," Taylor promptly directed. Zora was troubled when the child came. She knew the suspicious temper of the town whites. The very next day Taylor sent out a second case, a child who had been hurt some time before and was not recovering as she should. Under the care of the little hospital and the gentle nurse, the children improved rapidly, and in 2 weeks were outdoors playing with the little black children, and even creeping into classrooms and listening. The grateful mothers came out twice a week at least, at first with suspicious aloofness, but gradually melting under Zora's tact until they sat and talked with her and told their troubles and struggles. Zora realized how human they were and how like their problems were to hers. They and their children grew to love this busy, thoughtful woman, and Zora's fears were quieted. The catastrophe came suddenly. The sheriff rode by, scowling and hunting for some poor black runaway, when he saw white children in the Negro school and white women who he knew were mill hands looking on. He was black with anger. Turning, he galloped back to town. A few hours later the young physician arrived hastily in a cab to take the women and children to town. He said something in a low tone to Zora and drove away frowning. Zora came quickly to the school and asked for Alwyn. He was in the barn and she hurried there. "Bles," she said quietly, "it is reported that a Toomsville mob will burn the school tonight." Bles stood motionless. "I've been fearing it. The sheriff has been stirring up the worst elements in the town lately, and the mills pay off tonight." "Well," she said quietly, "we must prepare." He looked at her, his face aglow with admiration. "You wonder woman!" he exclaimed softly. A moment they regarded each other. She saw the love in his eyes, and he saw rising in hers something that made his heart bound. But she turned quickly away. "You must hurry, Bles. Lives are at stake." And in another moment he thundered out of the barn on the black mare. Along the pike he flew and up the plantation roads, across broad fields and back again, over to the Barton pike and along the swamp. At every cabin he whispered a word and left behind him gray faces and whispering children. His horse was reeking with sweat as he staggered again into the schoolyard, but already people were gathering, with frightened, anxious, desperate faces. Women with bundles and children, men with guns, tottering old folks, wide-eyed boys and girls. Up from the swamp land came the children crying and moaning. The sun was setting. The women and children hurried into the school building, closing the doors and windows. A moment Alwyn stood without and looked back. The world was peaceful. He could hear the whistle of birds and the sobbing of the breeze in the shadowing oaks. The sky was flashing to dull and purplish blue, and over all lay the twilight hush, as though God did not care. He threw back his head and clenched his hands. His soul groaned within him. Heavenly Father, was man ever before set to such a task? Fight? God, if he could but fight! If he could but let go the elemental passions that were leaping and gathering and burning in the eyes of yonder caged and desperate black men. But his hands were tied, manacled. One desperate struggle, a whirl of blood, and the whole world would rise to crush him and his people. The white operator in yonder town had but to flash the news, Negroes killing whites, to bring all the country, all the state, all the nation to red vengeance. It mattered not what the provocation, what the desperate cause. The door suddenly opened behind him, and he wheeled around. "Zora," he whispered. "Bles," she answered softly, and they went silently in to their people. All at once, from floor to roof, the whole schoolhouse was lighted up, save a dark window here and there. Then someone slipped out into the darkness, and soon watchfire after watchfire flickered and flamed in the night, and then burned vividly, sending up sparks and black smoke. Thus, ringed with flaming silence, the school lay at the edge of the great black swamp and waited. Owls hooted in the forest. Afar, the shriek of the Montgomery train was heard across the night, mingling with the wail of a wakeful babe, and then redoubled silence. The men became restless, and Johnson began to edge away toward the lower hall. Alwyn was watching him when a faint noise came to him on the eastern breeze, a low, rumbling murmur. It died away and rose again. Then a distant gunshot woke the echoes. "They're coming!" he cried. Standing back in the shadow of a front window, he waited. Slowly, intermittently, the murmuring swelled, till it grew distinguishable as yelling, cursing, and singing, intermingled with the crash of pistol shots. Far away a flame as of a burning cabin arose, and a wilder, louder yell greeted it. Now the tramp of footsteps could be heard, and clearer and thicker the grating and booming of voices, until suddenly, far up the pike, a black moving mass, with glitter and shout, swept into view. They came headlong, guided by pine torches, which threw their white and haggard faces into wild distortion. Then, as bonfire after bonfire met their gaze, they moved slowly and more slowly, and at last sent a volley of bullets at the fires. One bullet flew high and sang through a lighted window. Without a word, Uncle Isaac sank upon the floor and lay still. Silence and renewed murmuring ensued, and the sound of high voices in dispute. Then the mass divided into two wings, and slowly encircled the fence of fire, starting noisily and confidently, and then going more slowly, quietly, warily, as the silence of the flame began to tell on their heated nerves. Strained whispers arose. "Careful there!" "Go on, damn ye!" "There's someone by yon fire." "No, there ain't." "See, the bushes move." Bang! 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 "Who's that?" "It's me." "Let's rush through and fire the house." "And leave a passel of niggers behind to shoot your lights out? Not me. What the hell are you going to do?" "I don't know yet. I wish I could see a nigger. Hark!" Stealthy steps were approaching. A glint of steel flashed behind the firelights. Each band mistook the other for the armed Negroes, and the leaders yelled in vain. Human power cannot stay the dashing torrent of fear inspired human panic. Whirling, the mob fled until it struck the road in two confused, surging masses. Then in quick frenzy shots flew. 3 men threw up their hands and tumbled limply in the dust, while the main body rushed pell-mell toward town. At early dawn, when the men relaxed from the strain of the night's vigil, Alwyn briefly counseled them. "Hide your guns." "Why?" blustered Rob. "Haven't I got a right to have a gun?" "Yes, you have, Rob, but don't be foolish. Hide it. We've not heard the last of this." But Rob tossed his head belligerently. In town, rumor spread like wildfire. A body of peaceful whites passing through the black settlement had been fired on from ambush, and 6 killed. No, 3 killed. No, 1 killed and 2 severely wounded. "This thing mustn't stop here," shouted Sheriff Colton. "These niggers must have a lesson." And before 9 next morning, fully half the grown members of the same mob, now sworn in as deputies, rode with him to search the settlement. They tramped insolently through the school grounds, but there was no shred of evidence until they came to Rob's cabin and found his gun. They tied his hands behind him and marched him toward town. But before the mob arrived the night before, Johnson, feeling that his safety lay in informing the white folks, had crawled with his gun into the swamp. In the morning he peered out as the cavalcade approached, and not knowing what had happened, he recognized Colton, the sheriff, and signaled to him cautiously. In a moment a dozen men were on him, and he appealed and explained in vain. The gun was damning evidence. The voices of Rob's wife and children could be heard behind the 2 men as they were hurried along at a dog trot. The town poured out to greet them. "The murderers! The murderers! Kill the niggers!" And they came on with a rush. The sheriff turned and disappeared in the rear. There was a great cloud of dust, a cry, and a wild scramble as the white and angry faces of men and boys gleamed for a moment and faded. 100 or more shots rang out. Then, slowly and silently, the mass of women and men were sucked into the streets of the town, leaving but black eddies on the corners to throw backward glances toward the bare, towering pine where swung 2 red and awful things. The pale boy face of one, with soft brown eyes, glared up sightless to the sun. The dead leathered bronze of the other was carved in piteous terror. End of chapter 37. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Real Medina, Texas. Chapter 38 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 38. Atonement. 3 months had flown. It was spring again, and Zora sat in the transformed swamp, now a swamp in name only, beneath the great oak, dreaming. And what she dreamed there in the golden day she dared not formulate even to her own soul. She rose with a start, for there was work to do. Aunt Rachel was ill, and Emma went daily to attend her. Today, as she came back, she brought news that Colonel Cresswell, who had been unwell for several days, was worse. She must send Emma up to help, and as she started toward the school she glanced toward the Cresswell Oaks and saw the armchair of its master on the pillared porch. Colonel Cresswell sat in his chair on the porch alone. As far as he could see there was no human soul. His eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks sunken, and his breath came in painful gasps. A sort of terror shook him until he heard the distant songs of black folks in the fields. He sighed, and lying back closed his eyes, and the breath came easier. When he opened them again a white figure was coming up the avenue of the oaks. He watched it greedily. It was Mary Cresswell, and she started when she saw him. "You are worse, father?" she asked. "Worse and better," he replied, smiling cynically. Then suddenly he announced: "I've made my will." "Why? Why?" she stammered. "Why?" sharply. "Because I'm going to die." She said nothing. He smiled and continued: "I've got it all fixed. Harry was in a tight place, gambling as usual, and I gave him a lump sum in lieu of all claims. Then I gave John Taylor—you needn't look. I sent for him. He's a damned scoundrel, but he won't lie, and I needed him. I willed his children all the rest except for 2 or 3 legacies. One was $100,000 for you." "Oh, father," she cried, "I don't deserve it." "I reckon 2 years with Harry was worth about that much," he returned grimly. "There's another gift of $200,000, and this house and plantation. Who do you think that's for?" "Helen?" "Helen!" He raised his hand in threatening anger. "I might rot here for all she cares. No, no, but then I'll not tell you. Ah!" A spasm of pain shot across his face, and he lay back white and still. Abruptly he sat up again and peered down the oaks. "Hush!" he gasped. "Who's that?" "I don't know. It's a girl. I—" He gripped her till she winced. "My God, it walks like my wife, I tell you. She held her head so. Who is it?" He half rose. "Oh, father, it's nobody but Emma, little Emma, Bertie's child, the mulatto girl. She's a nurse now. I asked to have her come and attend you." "Oh," he said, "oh." He looked at the girl curiously. "Come here." He peered into her white young face. "Do you know me?" The girl shrank away from him. "Yes, sir." "What do you do?" "I teach and nurse at the school." "Good. Well, I'm going to give you some money. Do you know why?" A flash of self consciousness passed over the girl's face. She looked at him with her wide blue eyes. "Yes, grandfather," she faltered. Mrs. Cresswell rose to her feet, but the old man slowly dropped the girl's hand and lay back in his chair with lips half smiling. "Grandfather," he repeated softly. He closed his eyes a space and then opened them. A tremor shivered in his limbs as he stared darkly at the swamp. "Hark!" he cried harshly. "Do you hear the bodies creaking on the limbs? It's Rob and Johnson. I did it. I—" Suddenly he rose and stood erect. His wild eyes, stricken with death, stared full upon Emma. Slowly and thickly he spoke, working his trembling hands. "Nell, Nell, is it you, little wife, come back to accuse me? Ah, Nell, don't shrink. I know I have sinned against the light, and the blood of your poor black people is red on these old hands. No, don't put your clean white hands upon me, Nell, till I wash mine. I'll do it, Nell. I'll atone. I'm a Cresswell yet, Nell, a Cresswell and a—" He swayed. Vainly he struggled for the word. The shudder of death shook his soul, and he passed. A week after the funeral of Colonel Cresswell, John Taylor drove out to the school and was closeted with Miss Smith. His sister, installed once again for a few days in her old room at the school, understood that he was conferring about Emma's legacy, and she was glad. She was more and more convinced that the marriage of Emma and Bles was the best possible solution of many difficulties. She had asked Emma once if she liked Bles, and Emma had replied in her innocent way, "Oh, so much." As for Bles, he was often saying what a dear child Emma was. Neither perhaps realized yet that this was love, but it needed, Mrs. Cresswell was sure, only the lightning flash and they would know. And who could furnish that illumination better than Zora, the calm, methodical Zora who knew them so well. As for herself, once she had accomplished the marriage and paid the mortgage on the school out of her legacy, she would go abroad and in travel seek forgetfulness and healing. There had been no formal divorce, and so far as she was concerned there never would be, but the separation from her husband and America would be forever. Her brother came out of the office, nodded casually, for they had little intercourse these days, and rode away. She rushed in to Miss Smith and found her sitting there, straight, upright, composed in all save that the tears were streaming down her face and she was making no effort to stop them. "Why, Miss Smith," she faltered. Miss Smith pointed to a paper. Mrs. Cresswell picked it up curiously. It was an official notification to the trustees of the Smith School of a legacy of $200,000, together with the Cresswell house and plantation. Mrs. Cresswell sat down in open-mouthed astonishment. Twice she tried to speak, but there were so many things to say that she could not choose. "Tell Zora," Miss Smith at last managed to say. Zora was dreaming again. Somehow the old dream life with its glorious fantasies had come silently back, richer and sweeter than ever. There was no tangible reason why, and yet today she had shut herself in her den. She was searching down in the depths of her trunk, and she drew forth that filmy cloud of white, silk bordered and half finished to a gown. Why were her eyes wet today and her mind on the Silver Fleece? It was an anniversary, and perhaps she still remembered that moment, that supreme moment before the mob. She half slipped on, half wound about her, the white cloud of cloth, standing with parting lips, looking into the long mirror, and gleaming in the fading day like a midnight gowned in mist and stars. Abruptly there came a peremptory knocking at the door. "Zora, Zora," sounded Mrs. Cresswell's voice. Forgetting her informal attire, she opened the door, fearing some mishap. Mrs. Cresswell poured out the news. Zora received it in such motionless silence that Mary wondered at her want of feeling. At last, however, she said happily to Zora: "Well, the battle's over, isn't it?" "No, it's just begun." "Just begun?" echoed Mary in amazement. "Think of the servile black folk, the half awakened restless whites, the fat land waiting for the harvest, the masses panting to know. Why, the battle is scarcely even begun." "Yes, I guess that's so," Mary began to comprehend. "Well, thank God it has begun, though." "Thank God," Zora reverently repeated. "Come, let's go back to poor dear Miss Smith," suggested Mary. "I can't come just now, but pretty soon." "Why? Oh, I see, you're trying on something. How pretty and becoming. Well, hurry." As they stood together, the white woman deemed the moment opportune. She slipped her arm about the black woman's waist and began: "Zora, I've had something on my mind for a long time, and I shouldn't wonder if you had thought of the same thing." "What is it?" "Bles and Emma." "What of them?" "Their liking for each other." Zora bent a moment and caught up the folds of the Fleece. "I hadn't noticed it," she said in a low voice. "Well, you're busy, you see. They've been very much together, his taking her to her charges and bringing her back and all that. I know they love each other, yet something holds them apart, afraid to show their love. Do you know, I've wondered if, quite unconsciously, it is you. You know Bles used to imagine himself in love with you, just as he did afterward with Miss Wynn." "Miss Wynn?" "Yes, the Washington girl. But he got over that and you straightened him out finally. Still, Emma probably thinks yours is the prior claim, knowing of course nothing of facts, and Bles knows she thinks of him and you, and I'm convinced if you say the word, they'd love and marry." Zora walked silently with her to the door, where, looking out, she saw Bles and Emma coming from Aunt Rachel's. He was helping her from the carriage with smiling eyes, and her innocent blue eyes were fastened on him. Zora looked long and searchingly. "Please run and tell them of the legacy," she begged. I will come in a moment." And Mrs. Cresswell hurried out. Zora turned back steadily to her room and locked herself in. After all, why shouldn't it be? Why had it not occurred to her before in her blindness? If she had wanted him, and God, was not all her life simply the want of him? Why had she not bound him to her when he had offered himself? Why had she not bound him to her? She knew as she asked, because she had wanted all, not a part, everything, love, respect, and perfect faith. Not one thing could she spare then, not one thing. And now, oh God, she had dreamed that it was all hers, since that night of death and circling flame when they looked at each other soul to soul. But he had not meant anything. It was pity she had seen there, not love, and she rose and walked the room slowly, fast and faster. With trembling hands she drew the silver fleece around her. Her head swam again, and the blood flashed in her eyes. She heard a calling in the swamp, and the shadow of Elspeth seemed to hover over her, claiming her for her own, dragging her down, down. She rushed through the swamp. The lagoon lay there before her presently, gleaming in the darkness, cold and still, and in it swam an awful shape. She held her burning head. Was not everything plain? Was not everything clear? This was sacrifice. This was the atonement for the unforgiven sin. Emma's was the pure soul which she must offer up to God, for it was God, a cold and mighty God, who had given it to Bles, her Bles. It was well. God willed it. But could she live? Must she live? Did God ask that too? All at once she stood straight. Her whole body grew tense, alert. She heard no sound behind her, but knew he was there, and braced herself. She must be true. She must be just. She must pay the utmost farthing. "Bles," she called faintly, but did not turn her head. "Zora." "Bles," she choked, but her voice came stronger. "I know all. Emma is a good girl. I helped bring her up myself, and did all I could for her. And she is pure. Marry her." His voice came slow and firm. "Emma? I don't love Emma. I love someone else." Her heart bounded and again was still. It was that Washington girl, then. She answered dully, groping for words, for she was tired. "Who is it?" "The best woman in all the world, Zora." "And is," she struggled at the word madly, "is she pure?" "She is more than pure." "Then you must marry her, Bles." "I am not worthy of her," he answered, sinking before her. Then at last illumination dawned upon her blindness. She stood very still and lifted up her eyes. The swamp was living, vibrant, tremulous. There where the first long note of night lay shot with burning crimson, burst in sudden radiance the wide beauty of the moon. There pulsed a glory in the air. Her little hands groped and wandered over his close curled hair, and she sobbed, deep voiced: "Will you marry me, Bles?" L'Envoi. Lend me thy ears, O God, the reader, whose father aforetime sent mine down into the land of Egypt, into this house of bondage. Lay not these words aside for a moment's fantasy, but lift up thine eyes upon the horror in this land, the maiming and mocking and murdering of my people, and the prisonment of their souls. Let my people go, O Infinite One, lest the world shudder at. End of chapter 38. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. End of The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois.